Morning, everyone. This is day 2 of DevSecOps Tokyo 2020. I'm Yusuke Nirahara, who is organizing this event online. First off, let me tell you who will be on the podium. An agenda is also available on the memo of the YouTube, but let me go through what we'll be doing this morning and afternoon. Opening remarks to be given by Professor Hideto Tomabechi, Scilab Fellow of Carnegie Mellon. He is an expert in artificial intelligence, and YouTube distribution is being watched by a number of people as I talk. And he's also the person who made the system to translate Apple English version into Japanese. Yesterday, he was with us. So maybe some of you may have watched him talk yesterday afternoon as well. Professor Tomabechi's talk will be followed by the keynote by Mr. Nicolas Chaillan of U.S. Air Force on how did the Department of Defense move to Kubernetes and Istio. Japanese government has just launched an office to prepare the digital strategy office, and Nicolas work on the transformation or the modernization of those DevSecOps initiative at DoD. And the digitalization initiative will be introduced by Nicolas for about 45 minutes. His presentation will be followed by Mr. Malu Milan, and we'll be discussing cybersecurity and privacy related issues. We will then have Mr. Linton Wells from George Mason University. Professor Wells is originally a CIO at DoD, and the workforce amounts to 1.3 million personnel. And when he was the DoD CIO, he was an undersecretary. So he was actually the number 3 of DoD. And top 2 positions are politically appointed persons. Therefore, he was the very top of the professional, and he will be discussing cyber resilience and its relations to DevSecOps in terms of the force towards the digitalization. His presentation will be followed by the presentation of founder and CEO of Cyber Intelligence Partners, Michelle Watson. She'll be discussing the risks related to those digitalization based on the Kennedy School presentation that was given in February and March at Harvard Business School. And Joe Saunders will then take the podium to discuss cyber hardening tools. Some of you may not be familiar with the term, but you'll be learning a lot about it. So these people will make a presentation for 20 or 45 minutes each, and the last presentation in the morning will be given by myself about the way we look forward to rolling out the DevSecOps concept. And first presentation in the afternoon was Professor Hasan Yasar, who also gave some presentation yesterday. And several Japanese speakers will take the podium, starting by the presentation by Mr. Ren Kimura, who was at the Scilab at Carnegie Mellon, and he has founded a Scilab specialized company just last year. And we really do not have a benign hacker groups. And I think that Kimura-san's group is one of the only such group in Japan. His presentation is to be followed by Mr. Evan Dornbush on cybersecurity and also the resilience team or the training for the resilience team against cyber attacks. And his service is also being used by U.S. military services. Nicolas will be discussing Kubernetes, but Kubernetes was originally created by Google, and we will be having Keisuke Tsukagoshi to discuss how they are evolving from the perspective of Google Cloud Japan. And from 3 p.m. Japan time, Shigeya Tanabe of Datalog Japan, a data monitoring company, will discuss baking cupcakes experiments in DevSecOps. Cameron Townshend will then take the podium on. He has a scan tool to detect any vulnerability in open source things, and he will be introducing one of the strong tools that can help analyze the source codes. After a short break, Japanese presenters will sit on a panel during which they can answer some questions from Japanese audience. From 4:50, BrainPad's Saburo Yukawa on AI, machine learning, and analytics, and it is an expert company, one of the largest in Japan. And he will be sharing with us his DevSecOps experience at his company. And from Red Hat, we will have Shingo Kitayama on the securities of containers. And the closing remarks to be given by Joshua Walker of Japan Society. And I wasn't really showing you the slides. I'm sorry. That's my bad. I'm so sorry. This is really a handmade event. So it may be difficult for many of you to watch the entire program, but I hope that you can spend as much time as possible with us or to pay special attention to the topics of your special interest. And then the opening remarks is to be given by Professor Tomabechi, who is sitting right next to me.
Hello, Hideto Tomabechi from Scilab, Carnegie Mellon. Since most of our audience are Japanese native listeners, let me speak in Japanese from now on. Carnegie Mellon Scilab no Tomabechi desu.
My name is Tomabechi from Scilab, Carnegie Mellon. So this time, we wanted to bring the DevSecOps to Japan, and the Carnegie Mellon and DoD worked together to bring this to Japan. Carnegie Mellon SEI, Mr. Hasan Yasar talked for about 3 hours to talk about the DevSecOps. Of course, you have to actually go to the Carnegie Mellon University to listen to him usually, but yesterday for about 3 hours, he gave us a lecture. I'm sure you'll be able to see that via YouTube. So instead of me explaining what the DevSecOps is, you should listen to it. Usually it takes 6 months to actually design, analyze, develop, and do the operation and testing. And you can reduce it down to 1 week or so in terms of the cycle. So that's the first thing that you should recognize. Now, Carnegie Mellon and DoD, the two entities, especially the speakers from the United States, represent the DoD. And also the entities under DoD which are operating with the DoD budgets. So in that sense, truly with the help of the DoD and the Carnegie Mellon University work together to organize and bring DevSecOps to Japan. I might be sounding like I'm boasting, but at the Carnegie Mellon, maybe it's not yet well known, but when I was in graduate school in 1980s, and from that time, the computer science, the nationwide ranking, Carnegie Mellon has been always the #1. So we're very proud to say that. So as a research and development center of the computer science in the United States, Carnegie Mellon has been the center. And Hasan yesterday talked about the CI, which is, I think 1984 was established. So what we are talking right now, the space war and the self-defense forces of Japan have created the forces for the space fight. So in 1984, under the Reagan administration, SDI, Strategic Defense Initiative, started, and SDI plan was established. And during the Cold War against the Soviet Union, they had the continental ballistic missiles each other. So deterrence has become important. And of course, that there were many cases where we came very close to killing each other. But sending a lot of satellites into the space so that we can get the early warning, and also the satellite with the lasers, they plan to shoot down some of the missiles. So that was included in SDI. And now we are living in that particular era. In the Star Wars, it was called Star Wars plan at that time. And in that plan, catching the satellite in the space by the manned space vehicle is something that we can imagine now. But it was only possible to go to the space via the telecommunication technology in 1980s. And now, after that, the national security and what that is has changed. And if the chips are not included or software, we cannot find any weapons without the software or chips. So infrastructure, including the network, needs to be enhanced and strengthened. And we need to think about the development of the software based on that. So DoD has provided the major budget to the different entities, and Carnegie Mellon was one of them. And SEI, the Software Engineering Institute, was established. And today, as a keynote, we also hear again from Hasan Yasar. And if you're involved in the computer virus, I think you know the CERT, the response team, and CERT at the Carnegie Mellon at SCI actually was established in 1988. And JP-CERT was hosted by the Japanese ministry, and now it is the JP-CERT independent. But in the United States, it started in SCI and became independent later on. But SCI in Carnegie Mellon still has the leadership in CERT. So Hasan has been the key figure. The researchers at the SCI have been focused on the software engineering. And the latest movement of that is the DevSecOps. And of course, it was started with the budget of the DoD. And again, it takes 6 months, and now it's reduced down to 1 week. And realizing such cycle was realized by Nicolas Chaillan, who has been involved in that effort. So the framework of computer science and the way of thinking needs to be promoted. And so we hold this DevSecOps Days as an event. So this is an event in Japan, but it is hosted by Resilience Japan, which is a company. And here, he is the only person who actually organized or set up. So Mr. Nirahara is the vice president of that. We don't have a president with me, but I am a chairperson. And then the top advisor is the Dr. Wells, who was with the DoD. So the new software development and concept and specific in the cyber warfare, how do you protect your nation? Helping in the area of the research and development and licensing of the major technologies, we can act as a contact. Talking about myself from 2014 to 19 for 5 years at the SDF, I was helping the Cyber Command together with the Chief of Staff, Mr. Kawano. I was representing Carnegie Mellon to help him. When it was established, it was not the official program which was disclosed, but after some time, in the national document, it started to mention that with the cooperation of the Carnegie Mellon, the cyber team is being established in the self-defense forces. So it's now public. The engineers, for example, are the people working in this space team at the SDF is recruited by the Ministry of Defense now. So for 5 years, from 2014 to 19, I was contributing and working with the SDF. So in that sense, I was helped and supported by DoD. And the contact for that was ACI, and Scilab was also helping the Japanese self-defense forces. I think I already talked for about 15 minutes, so I'd like to hand the microphone back to Mr. Nirahara.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tomabechi. Without further ado, I would like to introduce Nicolas Chaillan, who is giving us the keynote. Let me discuss the audience today. Nearly 1,500 people have registered for their participation today, and yesterday, English and Japanese channels together mounted to 2,300 views yesterday. And in terms of registration, I believe that people are tuning in from 16 countries around the world, not only limited to Japan, UAE, Vietnam, and Thailand, and other countries, even though majority of the audience, 70 to 80%, are Japanese tuning in from Japan, but there are also non-Japanese listeners from around the world. Now, I would like to give it to Nicolas.
All right. Good afternoon and good morning, everybody. Very excited to have the chance to share with you the journey of the DoD move to Kubernetes and Istio. And we'll be sharing a few slides today and try to walk you through the journey of the DoD, and we'll take your questions. So if you have any questions, make sure that you put them in the chat box so we can try to answer as many as we can. We're going to leave about 10 minutes for questions at the end of the session. All right.
Yes, please. Yeah, and before to begin with, can you introduce yourself a little bit? Why? How is the first of all, probably the audience wants to ask you about, most curious about is why did you accept to speak at this event, and what does it mean to expand the community into Japan? Can you start with a little bit,
Sure.
talk about that, and then
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah, so just to introduce myself, I'm Nicolas Chaillan, the Chief Software Officer for the Air Force. I'm also the co-leader of the DoD Enterprise DevSecOps initiative, which aims to bring DevSecOps to the entire Department of Defense. I came from the commercial side. Obviously, you can tell with my French accent that I was not born in the US, which is also interesting. You have a French guy at the Pentagon trying to fix the Pentagon software to move to DevSecOps and move at the pace of relevance. The reason why we want to really share with the rest of the community, and that's really critical to the success of everything we're doing, and why we are actively open sourcing our source code as well, is to make sure that we can have that baked in security and trust, and have a lot of people involved in checking what's going on and making sure that the code is where it needs to be, and also by working together, we are just stronger and faster, and really reinventing the wheel is just not the way I get things done. And so we partnered with multiple open source and foundations, including the Linux Foundation, the Cloud Native Computing Foundations. And we have about, I would say, 10 or so countries now working with us all over the world, including you guys in Japan, which is very exciting to see. So that's kind of the backstory behind why we participate in pretty much all kind of events to share what we're doing and get feedback and try to move faster together.
Sure, thank you. So over to you. Go ahead.
All right, sounds good. So I'll be starting with a few slides, but as you can see, we obviously need to think about timeliness, and for me, it's really the foundational benefit and return on investment of DevSecOps, and we need to rapidly adapt to challenges. At the same time, we need to work as a team, and for us, it's a pretty large team, and with quite a lot of different technologies, and that obviously is even more complexified by having to bring it with us, even to space, which is also more fun, and with quite a few sensors and needing to be more agile and modular, so we can move things around and be more flexible and be able to adjust and adapt based on the mission, based on the events. And so very important to be able to be more flexible. And of course, we have quite a few countries. We talk about it today. Working together is critical. We have quite a few partners across the globe, and that's exciting. And really, when I think of the problem, right, and why do we care about DevSecOps? There's a couple of components, right? There's the timeliness piece we just talked about, moving at the pace of relevance. But then you also have the baked-in security need, so that the software lifecycle can be increased, and we can deliver new capability faster without impacting the cybersecurity and the security of our software. And so having that baked-in security is obviously foundational to the success of the DevSecOps initiative. And we also want to improve and increase visibility across the entire enterprise. And you'll see that to do that, you need to bring agile, lean, and enterprise services in an organization of the size of DoD, which is probably the largest organization in the world. To be able to push such a big culture change, we need to bring enterprise services so teams don't reinvent the wheel and don't get behind by having to rebuild or develop pieces that could be done centrally. And so we created the DevSecOps initiative back when I started 2 years ago. So it's all pretty recent. And we created two main teams. First, it was a joint team across the entire DoD. And that's exciting to see that although we're very big, we did come together to get this done. And so we created the Cloud One and Platform One. Cloud One is the cloud office to bring both classified and unclassified clouds. And then platform one is the DevSecOps team that brings managed DevSecOps capability to be able to onboard and support different DoD teams rapidly, and bringing the timeliness and modularity and enabling that reuse of code and capability. And one of the foundation there was to make sure we would not be locked in or getting locked into either an infrastructure or platform. And so we decided to use the open source Kubernetes, which is was created by Google and is now part of the Cloud Native Computing Foundation. And also we obviously use containers, and we'll talk about these kind of reusable Lego blocks to be able to bring software capability, very much like a Lego block concept, where we can reuse these Lego blocks and centrally accredit them. We created this Iron Bank, which is the centralized artifact repository for DoD of hardened containers. And Iron Bank and everything we do is open to the world, so feel free to go and check it out. We have a few links on this slide, and you'll see that everything is open source and can be reused. And really, the repo one is a source code site. That's where we put all the source code. Everything is in code, and you can check it out. And then the Iron Bank is the centrally hardened containers. And so when you access these websites, you can create an account and be able to have direct access to this. The baked-in cyber side, the baked-in zero trust, and the baked-in behavior detection is foundational. And I'm not going to get too technical, but we use a concept called a sidecar container that is tagging along all the containers to be able to have that baked-in zero trust. And zero trust for us is really about denying all the traffic and having strong identities per containers that can identify and be authorized to communicate with a specific list of containers. So container A to talk to B has to be whitelisted, and by default, that reduces the attack surface by having a denial communication east and west traffic by default. And we'll talk a little bit about that today. But some of the critical pieces for us is also to bring that scalable microservice architecture, and we'll talk a little bit about the service mesh and how we use things like Kubeflow for AI machine learning, deep learning, Knative for serverless, for function as a service, to be able to be agnostic to the cloud provider, and making sure that the code we build and the containers we build can run on any environment, from a jet to a bomber to a space system to a weapon to a nuclear systems to a business system, on the cloud, on premise, or at the edge. You'll see also we have this concept of an authority to operate, and the ATO is what it takes for software to be approved to be used in DoD. And so this concept of an ATO usually takes between 8 to 12 months, has been completely disrupted by the concept of DevSecOps by creating what we call the continuous ATO, which is a continuous way to deliver software multiple times a day, as often as needed, by accrediting the platform, the DevSecOps pipeline, and the gates within the pipeline, and the runtime cyber stack. That is what we talked about in zero trust and behavior detection. And by trusting that process and those gates, and what comes out of that pipeline is accredited automatically multiple times a day. And we have to train quite a few people. We have 100,000 people we have to train. So obviously we want to bring self-learning capabilities, but at the same time, we don't want to have biased content. We really have a tough time finding the right quality content of training that is not just pushing one company versus the other. And so we partnered with the Linux Foundation, the Cloud Native Computing Foundation, and O'Reilly the books to be able to do just that and train. We're training 100,000 people this year, and bringing state-of-the-art DevSecOps curriculums to the employees of the department. So here's a few links for you if you want to check out some of our videos, some of the training content, some of the services, the repo one, which is the source code repo, Iron Bank, which is the container bank, the registry one, which is the container registry. So you can check out all these different links. There's a lot of information there, training content you can reuse, and everything is open source. So feel free to use it as much as you can. And if you have good things to contribute, you can even push it back to us on the repo and have a two-way street there. We always want to learn and improve what we're doing as well. So why did we pick Kubernetes and containers? Well, the first aspect is Kubernetes is able to abstract your software, and as an orchestration tool running containers, Kubernetes is going to be able to abstract you from a cloud provider or platform. And because the CNCF created a compliance API verification process, we can now really make sure that we're not getting locked in to any product. And at the same time, containers are immutable, and we can centrally accredit containers and centrally harden, secure them. But it's in an automated process that can scale, where we can receive updates multiple times a day for both open source products and commercial products. And Kubernetes will provide a lot of added benefits, including resiliency with self-healing. So containers that crash can automatically restore. We have that baked-in injection of the sidecar container. So the sidecar, for people that don't know what a sidecar container is, a sidecar is a small container running alongside all the containers running on Kubernetes. And what we can do there is we can inject different capability, whether it's cyber, logs, or telemetry monitoring. And these sidecar will be running no matter what workload. And so the development team doesn't have to know there's a sidecar container running. All they get is to deploy their containers, and the team can centrally inject these cyber capabilities as a sidecar container, and it's going to be running no matter what. And we can update them independently from the rest of the software, so we don't have to coordinate releases, and we don't have to synchronize updates across the teams. And that brings a ton of value to be able to release software at a different pace. The concept of containers as Lego blocks that can be swapped with no downtime because of Kubernetes and load balancing and modern routing, that enables us to be very adaptable and be able to update containers in real time multiple times a day. And everything we do is automated. So we use the concept of infrastructure as code, or GitOps. We'll talk a little bit about GitOps today and how we use it. It's foundational to the success of the team and how we scale. But Kubernetes also bring the auto scaling aspect, where if you need more compute or more memory, Kubernetes will be able to scale automatically and use the cloud elasticity to scale up and down. And really that gives us a lot of resiliency as well, and makes us more adaptable. So that's really kind of the reasons why we picked Kubernetes. Also, of course, Kubernetes is leading in the world of orchestration today. There's not many competitors left. So it's pretty much the de facto winner. And when you look at the complexity of the DevSecOps stack, and you have all these gates and all these tools, and that's just an example. We have 200 plus containers, so we have many more options, but these are some of the options we use. You can imagine if you had to run some of these containers, some of these applications as virtual machines, it would be a very painful if you have dozens of these deployments, different teams, different classification levels, and then you have to update all these tools. You will not be able to keep up and keep all this updated. And for us, using containers makes it self updating and streamlines the process of centrally updating these Lego blocks. And so really the only way to build a scalable DevSecOps stack is using containers. You can imagine we have dozens of teams having dedicated enclaves, dedicated DevSecOps stack, and each of them with dev, test, staging, production environment. That gets very complex very quickly if you're running virtual machines and it just doesn't scale. And so it's even more complex if you're running this across multiple classification levels like we have to do for data reasons like unclassified, secret, top secret, and so on. That makes things even more complex because now you have dev, test, staging, and prod across multiple classification levels. Often what that means is each program in the DoD like F-35 or F-22 or whatever team ends up having 20 of these environments. And so using containers lets us centrally update and accredit these Lego blocks. When you think of the layers for DevSecOps, you have the infrastructure layer, which could be a cloud or classified cloud on premise, embedded system, a weapon, a jet, a bomber. And yes, we run Kubernetes on the jet itself as well. And so this infrastructure layer can be accredited separately. And then we put Kubernetes on top. So we have different options for Kubernetes. We use both OpenShift, Convoy, Rancher, and VMware Tenzu. So we have different options. And then on top of that, we're gonna have our CI/CD pipeline with hardened containers. We have about 200 containers now approved on the repo. And then on top of that, to manage the traffic between containers, we call that east and west traffic between the containers. We bring that service mesh, and so we picked Istio for service mesh. It's also open source, and we use Istio also to bring the zero trust enforcement and ensuring that we reduce the attack surface. So container A talk to B has to be whitelisted. And then what's left on the application layer is very small. And so our teams that have to build these mission software on top of the stack are left with very, very little to do when it comes to cybersecurity, when it comes to all the testing and automation we have to build. And so they inherit a lot of the work done by the bottom layers, and that really streamlines the accreditation process. And then we bring this continuous monitoring stack, which will continuously monitor not only the behavior of the containers, but also continuously scan for CVE, and also enforce the zero trust model. Platform one was really foundational to the success of the scale that we can see now in DoD and why we're able to move so fast. That's because we provided the capability as an enterprise service. So all these teams that you see on the screen, and that's a lot of different teams and a lot of different agencies and a lot of different mission needs, both on the business side, the weapon side, the space side. And so that really makes things very complex. But yeah, by having that centralized team, we can just move faster together. And so we created quite a few services, and you have the list there on that website. But the first one was obvious. It was a source code repo, repo one. That's where we put all the source code of the containers, all the automation code and infrastructure as code, and all the Kubernetes distributions. Everything is there. That's where the source of truth is. For us, all of the open source code is on that repo, so feel free to check it out. And then we have the Iron Bank, like I said, where we have the compile binaries and sign containers from the DoD. So those are the hardened containers. And then we have the platform options. You know, like I said, we support Day2 Convoy, Rancher, OpenShift, VMware, and others to be able to have access to Kubernetes that's already secure for the DoD, so people can just use the code and deploy an instantiation of Kubernetes with different distributions and different options. And then, you know, for an organization the size of DoD, we wanted to bring options, right? One size fits all when it comes to enterprise services. Already the only the best way to end up in a situation where you have customers that are not happy and customers that end up using shadow IT or creating their own options. And so you want to bring options, and you want to have few options, maybe not too many options, but not just one. And so having options was foundational to the success of Platform One. And so we created two main concepts. The first one is a party bus, which is a multi-tenant environment where we provide a DevSecOps managed service. Teams can just go and have access to the party bus. They don't get to pick the tools. We pick the tools for them, but they get to use it, and it's already accredited and ready to go. And we have it at multiple classification levels. And then we have the Big Bang, and the Big Bang is really a dedicated instance of Platform One for larger teams, so they can pick the tools. They can instantiate it at different classification levels, different environments, could be on premise, could be on clouds, and they get to pick the tools, like I said, and it's a dedicated enclave. So that gives them the flexibility of picking the tools and getting things done. So that's definitely a great option. Now, training is foundational. You know, DevSecOps moves so fast. Teams really have a tough time keeping up with what's going on. And so continuous learning is probably going to be the differentiator between leading teams and teams that just get behind. And so we wanted to bring quite a few options when it comes to training. Like I said, we partnered with the Linux Foundation, the Cloud Native Computing Foundation, and O'Reilly, you know, the books. And we also brought some dedicated custom training with the DAU with Sean Brady and Hasan here today. That helped us create quite a lot of content with the DAU DevSecOps Academy. And on top of that, we wanted to also be able to embed people of Platform One into the different teams to be able to do full onboarding event, like a 2 months onboarding, to help the teams move to DevSecOps by embedding people into their teams and be able to build a complete minimal viable product that they decide and release it to production. So there's something tangible that comes out at the end of that 2 months of time. That is really critical. And the training we brought as well in terms of self-learning with the Linux Foundation and O'Reilly are accessible at any time. And we try to give an hour a day to our people so they can go and learn and keep up with what's going on. And I think that's really foundational to the success of the teams and making sure we don't get behind. So a lot of people ask us, you know, what are some of the key DevSecOps ingredients? And the main one, obviously, is the Kubernetes and the containers. We talked about that. But then you have that GitOps mindset where everything is code. You don't log into your SSH and start typing commands that will just make you drift from your source code. You want to fix everything in code and deploy them with a pipeline. And so for us, everything is code. We don't let people connect to the production workload and make changes, whether it's networking changes or configuration changes. Everything is in code. and that's foundational to the success of the team. Of course, having hardened Lego blocks, hardened containers is critical, but then the continuous monitoring piece where we have centralized logs and telemetry, we use Elasticsearch, Fluentd, and Kibana for that. And then the zero trust stack using Istio and behavioral detection with tools like Twistlock or StackRox and Anko for the scanning, the container scanning piece is also critical. And then we bring, of course, the concept of chaos engineering, which came from Netflix initially, which is about trying to crash things on purpose so you can become more resilient by doing it proactively instead of reactively, and being able to, for us, even kill containers every 4 hours to make sure that they're not drifting, and having that concept of a moving target defense. Moving target defense means that your bad actor, if you were to get access to one of the container, if you restart that container to immutable state every 4 hours, is going to have a tough time being able to stay or laterally move into the system. A lot of people don't know what a service mesh is, but it's pretty foundational to succeed in adopting microservices. And honestly, if you don't have a service mesh, you're probably not going to succeed, period. And so the service mesh is enabling teams to decouple and release software independently. So if you have different teams using different programming languages, and we support 16 programming languages, at Platform 1, so we have a lot of different options. But if you look at the service mesh and what that does, it's managing the traffic between containers, but it's letting you abstract a lot of features that you don't have to build within your application anymore within each microservice. For example, if you have a microservice in Java and one in Python, for example, they need to authenticate, they need to talk, they need to be discovered, they need to be able to use load balancing and routing, they need to encrypt, and they need to have policies to be allowed to communicate. If you were to build this within each container, you would have to update these libraries per container and per programming language. That becomes a very big burden very quickly, and now you have to coordinate releases, and by definition you're going to get behind, because at that point each team needs to be aligned on the same release schedule to be able to release software. And that's the opposite of what you want. You want to have teams in microservices. The reason why we decouple monolithic application into microservices is because we want to make sure that each container can be a standalone concept and not be tightly coupled with the rest of the system. So you want to be able to release it at your own pace. And so, the service mesh brings you that flexibility and brings that as a sidecar container. So it's running alongside the container, but does all this stuff you see here, which is both the management and discovery, but also the routing, the A/B testing, the load balancing, all the zero trust, and also the encryption as well. So this is obviously very critical and foundational to the success of microservice teams. The infrastructure as code benefits are pretty obvious. It enables you to have no drift between environment. It's a push button deployment. You can take your code, push the button, and it's going to be instantiated exactly as it is. Your code is a desired state of your environment, and it's immutable, it's replicable, it's automated. You have no human in production making mistakes. You reduce your attack surface because you have no human, so no SSH, reduced inside of threat. Everything is code, networking, test, configuration changes, everything is in code. We use Terraform to make sure we're not locked into a specific cloud provider, so the code is going to work across environments. And then GitOps is kind of the evolution of infrastructure as code, and really brings you this concept of everything is in Git in your source code repo. Your source code repo becomes your source of truth of everything and becomes your crown jewel. If someone was to get access to your source code repo, you are in trouble. And that's where having that central source code repository with everything is code, even your passwords and keys as a sealed secret, so it's encrypted on the source code repo. Everything becomes auditable. Your compliance is directly there. You have disaster recovery. All you need to back up is your source code repo and your databases. You can push back, deploy, and roll back. You have complete enforcement of change management and configuration management. For us, using Kubernetes, we pull from Git, which means your CI/CD tool does not have access to your production or staging environment. They come and pull, so the production environment pulls from Git, which means your CI/CD tool does not have any keys of your production environment, so that reduces your attack surface and remove humans from production environments. So the Kubernetes cluster will come and pull from Git every minute or whatever that you decide. We use Argo CD for that, which is an open source project part of the CNCF. The last piece I wanted to share before we take questions is the continuous ATO. And the continuous ATO is this concept of a way to continuously accredit software and making sure it's where we want it to be by accrediting the platform and the DevSecOps pipeline and the process within that pipeline, and making sure that we have those mandated gates for change management, for testing, for cybersecurity that are baked into the pipeline, but also that the software coming out of the factory is also running on that Kubernetes platform with the Sidecar container security stack we talked about, that has that runtime behavior detection and zero trust enforcement. So it's both the pipeline gates, the runtime gates with that zero trust and visibility with EFK, and then we authorize teams to use the software and to use the platform. And what comes out of the pipeline is automatically accredited. That is really game changing, because now you can release software multiple times a day, as often as needed, and what comes out of the pipeline is already accredited, passing the gates and passing your tests and your scans, and really enforcing change management by having multiple set of eyes on code to approve code changes. So if you have questions, feel free to reach out to us. But there's also this email here. Again, there's a website. I'm gonna put back the website, and I guess if you have a question on the chat, let me know.
So thank you very much, Nicolas. I'd like to welcome questions. I'm checking the chat. I'd like to, while waiting for others to ask questions, I have several questions, if I may.
So to begin with, what does shorter cycle of deployments and means to DoD? For example, if you're Amazon.com, they are deploying like 50 millions of deployments per year, which means every 10 seconds they are deploying new features. And if you're a private company, that kind of the software life cycle to be shortened, and in a smaller cycle, shorter cycle means the source of the competitiveness. You can understand that as a private company, but what does it mean to DoD and US Air Force?
Well, we have competitors too, right? And we have different nations that we're competing against, and so to keep up with the pace of relevance, we have exactly the same issue. And we're really no different, I guess, from an Amazon, although our customers are the warfighters and the taxpayers, right? We want to make sure we do right by our citizens and our allies, and at the same time, we have one of the largest budget on the planet to build some of these systems that are more and more complex. And so by one decoupling the monolithic applications into smaller code bytes and smaller microservices, we can now enable reuse. So we're gonna save money. We're gonna be more efficient. We're gonna be more flexible. So if we want to swap modules around, you can do that. but you can also react to events, right? There's cyber events, there's different things that can happen in life, both in AI, machine learning, deep learning, where you have this continuously learning machine learning algorithm. If you're not able to push these models and be able to do that, even sometimes while flying a jet, right? Then you just get behind, and the more behind you get, at some point, it's going to catch up and caught up with you, so.
Okay, thanks. Looking at the chat window, but yeah, let me ask you one more question to you. And you mentioned that you trained 100,000 people in a year, so which means you have 100,000 subordinates under you, and a lot of budget under you also. And how do you enable such transformation of the human side, mindset side of the people to bring to the new things? Last time I heard, even under DoD, that we are not Google, we are not Facebook, we are not Amazon. And why do they have, how did you convince them to understand, to move forward to the new things? What are the tips to do that?
Well, I think honestly, a lot of people were already pushing when I started to really start embracing what they see at home, right? You have all this amazing technology at home, and then you go to the DoD or the Pentagon, and you're back in the 50s, and people were tired of that, right? They want to have the same tools and the same collaboration tools and the same IT quality and experience that they have at home on their devices, mobile or laptops, cloud, that they have, on the DoD systems. And so we really had to take a step back and start, embracing that. And I think we had to push from the bottom up and the top down. And so at the same time, we have all this funding, and we had quite a few programs, spent 3, 4, 5 years to build the requirements and using waterfall, and realized by the time we deliver the capability that the requirements were wrong, and we just didn't have room to learn. And by the time we delivered, the thing we delivered was completely useless. That's not so good for the taxpayer, and we want to do better than that. And so really embracing agile and lean and continuous delivery of capability is really the only way to build software in 2020. I would actually say it's borderline criminal not to use DevSecOps in 2020 to deliver capability, because there's just no way you're going to succeed, and there's no way you're going to be able to compete with anybody. And there's no organization on the planet that does not have competition. Even the government has competition. And so the culture push for us was one, the empowerment at the lowest level, and by providing also this self-learning capability where anyone can go at any time learn, and it's not just 2 months or 1 month and then you learn and you're done, which by the way is nonsense, because DevSecOps moves so fast, and we are learning multiple times a day, and if you're not learning every day, you just get behind. And having these one-off events where you're going somewhere and you learn and you come back, and all these obsolete way of teaching is just completely going to become obsolete, because there's just no way universities and existing training centers will be able to keep up with the pace of DevSecOps and IT. So really, for us, it was all about bringing these capabilities directly in the hands of our people, so they can consume them as fast and as much as needed.
Okay, thank you. So I got a question from the audience about your technology. Under your technology stack, do you use AWS Government Cloud? And it's run by AWS. And do you also use self-hosting, like a secret region, top secret region also? Or you're using other cloud vendors with dedicated region?
Yeah, we have multiple options. We're a big customer of Amazon, both the government region, the secret region, and the top secret region. And we also use Azure. So we have Azure Government, Azure Secret as well for the secret region. And then we have a lot of on-premise deployments on different systems, and that includes a lot of VMware, vSphere, and embedded systems, and we run Kubernetes on real-time OS. So that's on the real-time system. So that's a lot of different edge use cases as well.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think it's time now, and maybe lastly, can you say a little bit, for example, DevSecOps tips for the Japanese audience to make the transformation enabled?
Well, I think the number one piece is really to partner and have that enterprise service. And I think the fact that the DoD created this chief software officer role is interesting. I was the first one in the government, but I do like the concept of it, to have that single point of contact to empower teams move to DevSecOps and Agile and Lean and clouds and all that kind of concept, I think is critical. So I would say, one is having that right top-down structure and really building these enterprise services without a one-size-fits-all mindset, and really think of the customers. And for me, my DoD teams are my customers. Although we're all government people, we still think of them as customers and think of it as a company. So Platform One for me is a company providing a service to the DoD programs and teams. That's how we start thinking the right way, instead of mandating things, instead of pushing different things. We now can provide a service of quality and track that quality and track those options and bring more options and really succeed together faster. So that would be my probably number one recommendation. Is if you're not taking DevSecOps seriously already, you need to do that if you don't want to be obsolete within a year or two, because your competition will be able to move on average 550 times faster with DevSecOps than without DevSecOps. So I don't know anyone that can compete and be 550 times behind someone else.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Fantastic to have you today.
Thanks for having me. Absolutely.
Thank you. So stop the screen sharing and move on to the next speaker.
Yes.
はい、では、次の、
So the next speaker we'd like to introduce is Ms. Malu Milan, President of CryptoPon.
Ms. Milan, thank you very much for attending our event tonight.
Of course, so nice to be here with you all. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you very much for accepting to be a speaker as the last minute. And can you introduce about yourself? And you have 25 minutes, including Q&A. And yeah, now the screen is shared. So please go ahead.
Sure. So a lot of people know me as Malu Milan. I'm a seasoned executive, have spent my career looking at risk and building shared platforms, shared services for large corporations. I've been in the forefront of digitization. Since the beginning of my career, I was automating semiconductor manufacturing operations. So risk was really important. Lean, Six Sigma, and all those methods that you bring quality forward through the automation process. I spent 14 years after AT&T with Motorola, along the veins of what we're discussing here of building shared practice, shared services. That was the core of what I built, the COEs or Center of Excellences, across IT with big focus on business continuity. So identifying risk, protecting the enterprise from the risk found, detecting, responding, and recovering, very much along the lines of what you see in the NIST privacy frameworks and the NIST CSF frameworks, as some of you may know them. I was a chief technology officer function for international markets for PepsiCo. I did a stint 1 year at NASA. I did a program, an IT program. And then I spent 6 years at Microsoft running quality and business excellence, and that supported all products and services as the company moved from being a product company to being a services company. After that, I started my own consulting company, and then one of my clients was Capgemini, built the cybersecurity, privacy, and GRC capability for North America, supporting 92 of the top accounts and growing the funnel. And I'm doing consulting engagements over the last couple of years in very large Fortune 100 companies, and a lot of focus on AI and how to really drive the integration of DevOps with cybersecurity and privacy within the context of what matters most, right? And so the purpose of this session for you today is to do a little deeper dive in, why does privacy matter? And how does that help you build the defensible narrative to avoid millions of dollars or euros in fines? So with that, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to kill my video so that you guys, so we have better, I don't know, am I still, I'm still on video here. Okay, there we go. All right. So I'm the president and founder of this CryptoPwn. You can find my website, www.cryptopwn.net. You have my email there. I know some of you in this session, I'm an active participant of defining and building the NIST privacy framework, working with the Institute. I was the spokesperson for ISACA as the editor-in-chief representing them to provide the final feedback to the session, the privacy framework. And then I also participate with some of you in developing new standards like the P2675 and Secure DevOps with IEEE. So why should it matter that you build a defensible narrative, and how do you go about that for your business? So, it matters to you if you're not very clear about how to answer the following questions. The first one is, how do I measure my cybersecurity and privacy posture? Carnegie Mellon has been in the forefront in industry of helping us understand maturity. But when it comes to cybersecurity and a privacy posture, there are a lot of ways to attempt to measure it. And it's very difficult depending on a lot of factors. So figure out how is it that you're going to measure your posture. And your posture is important in context of how do you defend, your enterprise, your business, your customer, particularly from a data breach or from lack of regulatory compliance, which ultimately implies fines or, other forms of damages. The second question is, how do I compare to others? Is there a measuring stick? Is there any way to say, okay, in a scale of 1 to say 3,000 points, where do I land? For a company of the size that you're evaluating or the size that I am, how do I know how much to do, and how do I keep the main thing? The next question is, how likely am I to be disrupted across 4 key categories: identity, data, device, and apps? Anytime we're talking digital transformation, a lot of us in CTO and CISO roles or DPO roles have to focus on those 4 elements, because there's a lot of risk associated across those 4 categories as you work through the development lifecycle. The next question is, how do I shift left in the secure DevOps landscape? We talked about how we're building platforms as shared services, but the stack is large. And I'll give you a perfect example. One of the projects I just finished is for a very large tier carrier that was going through a very large M&A, global entity, more than 5,000 data sources. The IT services, to a large degree, are separated from the engineering services. And that, in many cases, that was the case also with Motorola and even with Microsoft. So how do you shift left at large to protect the enterprise when there's so many components that have to come together? And then the last one is, how do we integrate cybersecurity, governance, risk, and compliance, and privacy, governance, risk, and compliance? Because they're very different things. Cybersecurity, as we just heard the last presentation and some of the sessions yesterday, very, very driven by infrastructure, networking, and platform and code, but very little understanding of data, data governance, data metrics, and key performance indicators that really lead you in a mature road to privacy governance, right? So that's what this session's about. So what I'm going to share with you today is a 7-step approach to become breach ready and building a defensible narrative. This is a practical and proven approach I personally have been part of in the last 3 years. I've used it tremendously. Some of you have heard of the GDPR or the CCPA or the privacy framework and many of the regulations that are pushing the protection of consumer or protection of PII, right? Personally identifiable information. So the 7 steps are as following very much a lean approach. The first one is the define, right? So what is your as-is condition? You know, what is it that you are trying to measure, and how do you define your condition against that measurement framework? The second one is to actually measure the gap in your posture from relative to where you are to where you want to be. The third one is to analyze and prioritize through ranking what's most important. So for example, to land it, we just heard a session about, you know, how do we need to build platforms using Kubernetes containers and how to build that as a shared service. So that's a perfect example of if in your strategy, you're trying to prioritize that as a key performance indicator of behavior that will ultimately lead to success or lower risk, then that would get a higher ranking, you know, than other factors. The fourth element is to actually create that improvement plan, that improvement posture plan, and deploy the remediation. In the case of shared platforms, that in itself, building a shared platform is a remediation, right? To improve the maturity posture of an organization. And then you move to a very hard step, which is a control plan. And for those of us that, you know, do a lot of audits and help companies become compliant and mature in their cybersecurity and their GRC posture roll up and privacy posture roll up, is the idea of immediate and real-time discovery, detection, and response. So to do that, you really need real-time visibility when something is not going to plan. So how do you approach this? Well, step 6 and 7 is to integrate what I'm going to share with you in the following slide, which is what I call the get well into secure DevOps and agile program lifecycle, is integrate that into the way you do your business today. And 7 is to target applying a core cyber and privacy set of controls that are aligned to your business right into your life cycle. In other words, rather than trying to execute a governance risk and compliance audit, you know, once a year, 3 times a year, depending on how often the regulatory controls require you to do that assessment, is integrate, shift it left, right? And do it real time as part of the agile methodology. So is it applicable to everybody? And I would say just about every firm I've talked to, there's particular nuances to the type of industry you're in. But yes, all markets, all industries need a protected solution, both from a cybersecurity, as you guys already know, but also from a privacy and compliance perspective. For example, if you're in healthcare, clearly you're going to need more focus on HIPAA, but that does not exclude you from the CCPA or the GDPR or the privacy regulation requirements for that industry. And the same applies everywhere else. Everywhere where you are touching a natural person, there's applicability. And the applicability lies not only from a controller perspective, but also from a processor perspective. So if you are providing services as a third party to somebody else, then by all means, you are kind of part of it. You're in the game. I'm going to show you a role case study of a company that I helped. And this actually is a real-time monitor, it's a snippet of a data feed that comes straight from all the Microsoft cybersecurity controls that are monitored. In this particular firm, as you can see, the blue line is a firm with a similar seat count. The red is the industry average. As you notice, Microsoft wasn't really publishing that information. It was being collected, but it was not published. And it was not until they had a bunch of breaches and there was a lot of pressure on GRC that data became available, as you can see in the middle of May of 2020. The global average, this is every company that uses the Azure cloud. That's their cybersecurity posture. And then the score, the pink line, is the firm that actually helped follow the methodology that I'm going to show you in the following slide. As you can see, we started with the lowest of all. This is a third-party Microsoft partner was actually running their cybersecurity and their Office 365 and their Azure platforms. And as you can see, we started the improvement plan, and the pink light basically shows you how our score ultimately ended up being, basically superlative to seat count equivalents or industry average or global average. So obviously, you can use this type of information in court. We are using this particular tool. It's called the Shield. It's from a Microsoft partner called Infinite Consulting that built this particular technology. But the idea here is that you are cognitive of what is it that you're targeting, right? So in this case, we had a target of 215 controls that needed to be met, and we had a way to real-time monitor whether those controls were being implemented or not across data and devices and infra and network and of course, logins. Moving on, I'm going to show you how to run a simplified framework to integrate your cybersecurity and your privacy get well program into your ongoing secure DevOps frameworks. So the first thing is to define the privacy program, okay? Create a discovery approach to what is it that your firm is doing today. How do you define privacy maturity today? Have you done data privacy impact assessments in any way, shape, or form? Where are those documents? What are they telling you? And then from there, create a roadmap. From that roadmap, what works for us, what has worked really well for me and my customers and the firms that I've worked for, is to create a risk management and a privacy maturity framework that are integrated. Those need to be supported by data privacy controls. Again, as you're coding, it's not enough to just say we're part of the development team. What is important now is to say, what are my data sources? What are my data governance controls? What are my data privacy controls? And then basically have an agreed upon output that gives you a baseline of compliance, a document of compliance that says here's where I am from a maturity perspective, and it's very much okay to leverage CMMI and say in a level of maturity from 1 to 5, where are you? Well, if it's not repeatable and it's not documented and it's not auditable at any point in time, real time, even if it's not automated fully, you're not even at a level 3 as an example, okay? Create your strategic roadmap and then create a private data protection plan. In the case of the EU, as an example, there are 99 articles that you got to worry about in the GDPR, but you also have to bring integrated controls. So this framework has a perspective of you're a global firm, you have consumers all over the world. You could have folks in California and the rest of the United States and Canada and Latin America and the EU and Asia. So you need to create an integrated control set plus the 99 articles of the GDPR to have a holistic view of the world to be able to accomplish this plan. And then you create an organizational awareness and readiness communication plan that you share with the executives and with the folks that are driving operations, development, and all of your IT services. And of course, if you have consumer, face to consumer, of course, all those roles need to be made aware as well. From there, we also create a risk management index. So the holistic view of all those items above tell you, okay, here's where we are. The risk management index is then shared with the executive team members. And then from there, we place priorities. Based on those priorities, we would say, okay, now let's kick off the privacy program plan. The privacy program plan brings policy. So you're going to have a policy, might be you will use NIST 153 as an example, as a foundation of your cybersecurity framework. You will implement all of the policy requirements of the CCPA, for example. So all those are policies, and then you review all your policies and make sure you have a way to track them. You create your privacy by design team that also helps you guide the organization. So you don't want to be the lone ranger, the single person on the outside, right? You create that, and then you create a risk plan. The items, I'm not going to read all of the details in the slide just for the sake of time. This slide will be, the whole deck is going to be made available to you all, and you have my contact info. You have further information. You want further information, but you definitely want to have a privacy policy, a data classification plan, an education and awareness plan, and an ongoing risk assessment methodology. You want to be able to publish a privacy architecture and a privacy by design document, as well as the business process and consent management process that you follow, and your data risk management index. These are key. If you do end up with a data breach, these are key to building that defensible narrative to protect your firm, from very significant monetary damages. Then you go into the protect phase, where you actually are implementing the privacy policy, the data classification, the risk assessment into your DevOps risk loops. So think of it as cybersecurity and privacy by design built into the agile methodology. And so you're constantly working through that. So for example, you would not release code into production if there wasn't a data classification done for the data that's consumed by the objects in the code. It just wouldn't happen, right? So this is part of the protect. Consent management is another important piece of it. If your code is going to be using data from consumers, is the consent policy in alignment with the consent process that's built into the code? In many cases it is, and I actually have a customer right now who's having some challenges in that space. And there's a lot of this that happens, particularly in machine learning and AI, and that it's assumed that it's that other thing, and that the inferences made there are completely independent from the development life cycle. They're not. You have to build that in to have a proper data protection plan. You got to be able to produce the items in blue, your privacy architecture, the document that shows how you remediate it to your CIS basics, cybersecurity basics, your privacy project management, program management tools, consent workflows that are documented, the policy management itself for the project, and then the data subject rights. How are you going to exercise those data subject rights? For those of you who may not know, for example, the right to be forgotten, how would you exercise that as part of that code? Are you going to be building that in as part of a core foundational framework that all software has to follow? Or is that something that you need to do a one-off because you just, in your firm, you may not have enough of this need of managing data subject rights? And then the last element is monitoring, right? How do you monitor for the actual event of a breach, and how do you report against that? And then once you have that, how are you creating the equivalent of what's called an Article 30 report in the EU that is applicable also to California and other countries, in that if you can show that you had a risk management program, you showed you have a data request and response plan, you have a breach and incident response plan, and your DPIA program integrates your secure DevOps lifecycle, then then you have compliance tracking ongoing, is going to be less likely that you're going to have major fines, because you did all the things that are expected from you, right? Like nobody can ensure nobody can say, for sure, nobody will ever break into your house. But if you followed all of these specific expectations, then of course you would most likely be viewed in a more favorable light. From a compliance perspective, there's 4 key frameworks that I'm going to refer that, you can look yourself up, or you can, you need help, assistance with that. Many of us in these sessions can take you through them from an ISO perspective. From a privacy perspective, the GDPR and CCPA are important. From a regulatory perspective, I put them in red because the damages, the punitive damages are significant if you have failure to comply. Some of you, DoD, very familiar with CMMC, where as of June, now there's going to be an impact in terms of your ability to do business. So this replaces the NIST 800, 171, and the 171 Appendix A and the self-attestation. That's no longer valid. Now you need to have a third-party attester. So, and of course, GDPR and CCPA, there are fines. GDPR is 4% of net revenue, or 20 million euros. CCPA, you're going to have some fines. They're really minimal on the DSR, and we're going to speak a little bit about DSR versus breach. The breach is $7,500 per consumer per incident, with a cap of twice a year. So if you do the math, those first 2 are pretty significant. Then the third item here, your NIST CSF and the privacy framework, they work with each other. Please look them up. They really are foundational to, if you cannot meet either one of these 2, NIST CSF and PF, then most likely you're going to have struggles with the ones with the GDPR and the CCPA. And then of course your FIPS and your PCI in cases where you're dealing with particularly financial firms. So key items for you on privacy is there's core breach response foundations, are data governance for breach response readiness, takeaways. What I mean by this is that the data governance aspects of how to manage a breach are key. The DSR process is not the key player in a data breach. It is the data classification, it is the data lineage, and it is implementing those controls in those frameworks that I mentioned in the slides prior. The key actions for data governance function and integrated plan to support the breach processes cannot be taken lightly. If you're a firm of significant size and you don't have a data governance function, I would question how effective and how mature your integrated plan is to really provide security in your foundations for your firm. The third one is PI discovery, which needs prioritizing context of a data catalog. What I've seen is that a lot of companies do a really good job in PI discovery, but there is no catalog. So when everything is hyper important, then it's really hard to prioritize. And the last 2 items, the record of processing activities, and then of course, make sure you have a CPO, CDO-like function that can help drive the catalogs. And then in closing, avoid the fines, keep your customers, breach prevention, detection, and response in context of new privacy regulation requires a simplified integration plan, as I shared with you in this prior presentation, to strengthen your cyber privacy capabilities as part of the secure DevOps lifecycle in your firm. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and open for questions.
Thank you very much. So we're running out of time, but I want to keep the event interactive as possible. So I get a question from audience, and it's about the organization side to make the DevSecOps in place. And then what do you think about how do you think about the number of the people required for DevSecOps in place, and what roles should be there to bring it in the enterprise?
Okay, so the way I see this is you can be one person, or you could be like my role at Microsoft, where I had thousands and thousands of engineers, right, across many organizations, and everybody coded, right? So the important thing is become aware. This applies to everybody, whether you're one or thousands or hundreds of thousands, okay? Is if you become aware of the regulation, then the size of your governance is highly dependent on the size of the firm and the level of support that you have from the executives to make this a priority, right? So the stick is really on the fines, right? So I would answer the question with another question. I would say, depending on the size of the company, the question is, if you calculate the potential amount of fines that you have in millions of dollars or thousands of dollars, is that risk okay? Because ultimately the CEO is accountable for paying those fines or for losing those customers, right? So if you happen to be, advising the CEO, like I am in many cases, that's where the conversation needs to happen. If you're not, then find a way to bring that awareness, and you can calculate the business case very easily. As I said, if your firm is supporting, is collecting consumer information, just multiply the number of consumers times 7,500 times 2, and there's your answer. That's your business case to say, this is important. Let's start building a governance practice to integrate that into the development lifecycle. And this is something that needs to go in through training. So there has to be a training plan. When you go through slide 6, there's a lot in that slide. That is the slide, that methodology, something that I use with 92 customers across all North America for very large accounts, for a consultancy that has 150,000 employees, so it's pretty big, but the size varies, and hopefully that answers your question.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. So measuring the size of the risk is the important thing, and depending on that, the answer is different. But you have to visualize the size of the risk at least at the beginning. So I understand. Thank you very much. So yeah, thank you very much. We're happy to have you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good day and good evening.
Thank you. And Malu Milan さん、ありがとうございました。
Ms. Malu Milan, thank you very much. And now we would like to move over to the next speaker session. Let me introduce the next speaker. This is Mr. Mark Miller, who has spoken to us yesterday. He is going to talk about how to start the DevSecOps.
So Mark, it's your time. It's your time. It's
9:30 in New York City.
Yes, go ahead, hit it.
All right, thank you so much. What an exciting event! This is amazing to see Nicolas again. Nicolas and Hasan and I were in Washington D.C. about this time last year doing an event like this. So it's really good to see everybody getting back with each other online like this in a global conference. I'm going to be talking today about, it's going to be a lot lighter as far as technology goes, because I want to talk about how DevSecOps started and what it means, what we're trying to accomplish with DevSecOps. So I'm hoping you're going to be able to take away with you what the foundations of how it started, which was is an interesting, there we go. So this is a very brief history of DevOps and DevSecOps. So I'm going to call this the world before DevOps, circa BD, before DevOps. In 1949 through 1950, W. Edwards Deming was working in Japan to help restore the post-World War II manufacturing economy. Originally, he was there to actually help with the census. And then the people from Sony and I think Mitsubishi and a couple of the major corporations in Japan knew what his background was and asked him to help with formulating a plan to restore Japan after the war. So the story of Toyota Total Quality Management begins with in Japan with Deming and others within the community. One of the things that he said was the basic premise that he worked off of is that when you improve quality, it automatically reduces expenses. When you improve quality, while increasing productivity and market share. When we're thinking of this in a business sense, what we want to do is to be able to think as a business, is what we're doing a quality product, and by producing that quality product, everything falls into place as far as productivity, marketing, and expenses. So what I would like to do is say, you know what, in DevSecOps, let's replace quality with security, saying when you improve security within the DevOps pipeline, within the development pipeline, you will reduce expenses while increasing productivity and market share. Now, Nicolas and Malu were talking in different ways about this, but when you focus down on the very thing that most people are going to want to think about when they're with DevSecOps is security. How do you integrate security into the DevOps pipeline and community? Again, Deming, I love this guy and what he was talking about. So one of the things that we're finding is that people are trying to do mass inspection, large amounts of inspection. And what Deming says is you cannot inspect quality into a product. You have to build quality into that product. And by doing that, you're going to get that return that you're looking for as far as the quality of the thing that you're building. So supply chain management, how does that work? The first thing that we want to talk about with Deming is when you're talking about supply chain management is minimum suppliers. You want to have as few suppliers as possible, the trusted suppliers that you know that can provide you with what you need to run your business and do your job. The second thing is you want to find the most quality parts from those suppliers. If you have a supplier that you trust, somebody that you work with, you need to talk with them and speak with them to find out the quality parts that are going to come from them. And then once those quality parts are provided, whether it's open source components, whether it's application software, whatever it is your suppliers are providing, you'll need to be able to track and monitor those things when they're in production. So minimum suppliers, quality parts from the suppliers, and then be able to track and monitor those. Move forward about 30 years, 35 years, and you have Eli Goldratt, who wrote a book called The Goal. Yusuke, has The Goal been translated into Japanese? Do you know if it's in Japan?
The goal is goal in Japanese also.
Okay, good. So is the book in Japan? People can get this? Because this is an important thing for people.
Yeah, we have the published book. Yeah, I think so.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So within this, Eli Goldratt came up with the idea of the theory of constraints. It was industry changing at the time in 1984, and it is still changing. The whole DevOps movement is built along the concept of what Goldratt was talking about. So the foundation of his theory is every complex system has a set of constraints within it, and it is your job, it is your obligation to find out what those constraints are. Some people call them bottlenecks, some people call them the constraints. They're talking about the same thing, because the constraints within the system are what controls the speed of output from the system. So the biggest bottleneck within that supply chain is going to determine how fast you can run. No matter how fast everything else is running, everything around it, if you have not optimized the bottleneck, the speed of your system can only be as good as that constraint that you're looking at. Goldratt lays out 5 focusing steps on what you can do to actually take advantage of these bottlenecks. Number one, identify the system's constraint. Look, and you'll hear people talk like Courtney Kistler talking about value stream mapping and actually doing value mapping. And one of the things that they're trying to do is identify things within the system that are not working properly. It doesn't matter how much you optimize locally all the small parts of the system if you have a bottleneck that is controlling the speed of the system. So identify the system's constraint, then exploit that constraint. What that means is you want to do whatever you can to optimize and make that constraint work at its capacity. Because that capacity, up to the point where something else becomes a bottleneck, is what the constraint of the system is. Subordinate everything else to the constraint. It doesn't matter if the production before the constraint can produce much, much more than the constraint can use. That's a waste of time and resources. If the constraint can't use it, then back off and put your resources towards the constraint itself. Then you want to alleviate the constraint. You want to get away from that constraint. You want to alleviate that bottleneck. And then what you do is we call it, in the United States, we call it rinse and repeat. So that what you want to do is repeat to the next constraint and do it over and over and over as you're attacking the bottlenecks. That's the theory of constraints, the 5 focusing steps. So what happens now? We've got in 1984, we've got Goldratt, who's written this for the manufacturing end. He also took the theory of constraints and wrote a marketing book on it, how you can market. He built another one for project management, which is called Critical Chain. That's another one I'd like you to look at, another book by Goldratt called Critical Change. And that will talk to you about project management. So in 2009, John Allspaw and Paul Hammond at the Velocity Conference got up in front of the audience and said, you know, we're deploying 10 times a day. And it was almost like there was a gasp in the audience. You can look at this on YouTube. It was recorded and you can watch this actual presentation on YouTube. Because at the time, software was monolithic. It was one gigantic piece of software that was deployed every 6 months to a year, if you were lucky. And so John and Paul got up and said, you know, we're deploying to production 10 times a day. And it changed people's mindset as to what was possible. Patrick Dubois and Chris Bytart, using the ideas that John and Paul talked about, put together DevSec, I say 2009, it should be DevOps days, not DevSecOps days. In 2009, Patrick and Chris started DevOps days in Ghent. I think they thought 12 or 15 people were going to show up. 70 people showed up. So they knew that they had found an idea that people wanted to work with. Then following on the heels of that, Dave Farley and Jez Humble wrote Continuous Delivery. This was a seminal book. This was telling people for the first time there is a process on how to do this. This book is still used today. You know, it's 10 years old, and we see it all the time. It's a phenomenal book. Then at that time, John Willis and Damon Edwards brought DevOps Days over to the United States, where it had a huge, huge following. I can't stress enough that when an idea, a community idea is right like this, it takes on a life of its own, and that's what DevOps Days has done. Then in 2013, Gene Kim wrote the Phoenix Project. I'm giving you a list of reading sources when you're done with the conference here. The Phoenix Project is one of the books that the industry, the DevOps industry and community talks about the most. This was Gene at his best, telling people, how do you implement the theory of constraints within a developer environment? It's critical, I think, if you want to understand and get started with DevOps, that you get this book right away. Get the goal to get the foundation of the theory of constraints, and then read the Phoenix Project to hear how it's implemented with DevOps. The thing that happened here too, and Gene was very, very clear about this, is you need to emphasize performance of the entire system. Never pass a defect downstream. This is repeating Goldratt, isn't it? What we want to do is we want to look at the entire system. We don't want to locally optimize. We want to look at the entire system. Then in 2014, based upon the success of the Phoenix Project, Gene did the first annual DevOps Enterprise Summit, which brought large enterprises to tell their story. People like Disney, people like Nike, people like Verizon, all came and told the world the story about how they were using DevOps. It's mind-changing when you can go to one of these. And Gene has this conference running later this month. If you're interested in hearing what enterprises are doing, you might check out the DevOps Enterprise Summit. Yusuke, I'm going to take a breath here. Are there any questions I can handle at this point?
Let me see.
Okay.
Not yet.
Okay.
Somebody commented, "Hey Mark, long time no see."
Hello.
Maybe you met somewhere in the world.
Oh, yes, I probably have.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, good. Then in 2016 was the first annual State of the Software Supply Chain Report. This was one of the first times that the industry actually got together. I think we had 3,500 responses on this one. And it gave an overview of what the software supply chain was looking like and how people were growing. It actually aggregated things that people didn't even think about. One of the things that always disturbs me when I see this slide from that report 4 years ago is, look at this. There were 31 billion downloads of open source components in 2016. I'll give you a spoiler alert. In 2021, we're expecting over 1 trillion downloads. That's how fast the use of open source is growing right now. But keep this number in mind, 31 billion downloads of open source components in 2016. Then in 2016 also, Derek Weeks and I co-founded the All Day DevOps Conference. It was almost as a joke. We just said, you know what, we're going to do an online conference. Nobody had done it at any kind of scale for DevOps before. And so in 90 days, from the idea till when we actually ran the conference, we had 13,400 people registered for that. And in 2016, that was unheard of. That was almost what we imagined the entire population and community of DevOps was. So we were just blown away by the response to that. We did it in 15 time zones, 15 hours and 54 sessions, but it doesn't seem that big a deal anymore either. Look at the conference that we're in today in Tokyo. I mean, this is going all around the world right now. The idea that we are confined to our local and regional environments no longer holds. It's pretty remarkable. Then in 2017, the Software Supply Chain Report came out again. And what we found was, let's see where the downloads are in here, because this is what's crazy. So we're looking at just the downloads now are 52 billion. So you see how quickly it's climbing just in a year. And then we got the FTC, the Federal Trade Communications Commission, revealed the failure to access applications for vulnerabilities. People had to start thinking about security now as part of their developer pipeline. 2017, second annual All Day DevOps, which 30,000 people registered that second year. Think about that, 30,000 people from around the world. This was the year of, I called it the cultural transformation, because what had happened is most people, when they thought about DevOps at that time, what they were thinking about were the tools and the processes to implement those tools and what could happen to their developer pipeline. In 2017, after we finally started to get historical reference from companies around the world, we realized that the transformation of the company itself in believing in DevOps and getting the culture ready for DevOps has to happen before you implement tools or implement solutions. That's why we call 2017. I knew it a little bit ahead of time because I was looking at all the sessions that were coming in for all day DevOps, and I saw so many people submitting their sessions to talk about cultural transformation. It was a trigger to say, oh, the industry is turning towards this. And in 2018, the DevOps handbook came out. This was years and years in the making. And so this is still applicable today. The DevOps handbook is, it's Gene Kim, who you saw the Phoenix Project, Jez Humble, who did the continuous delivery book with Dave Farley, Patrick Dubois, who started DevOps Days, and then John Willis, who brought DevOps Days to the United States. So you can see that these are heavy hitters when it comes to who knows what about DevOps. Then in 2018, the Software Supply Chain Report comes out again, the third annual Software Supply Chain Report. And this is when we started acknowledging that breaches really are happening here. It's critical to understand that middle section here that says exploit time compresses 93%. That means instead of having 45 days to fix a known vulnerability within your system, that is compressed to 3 days by this time, because the adversaries will get the same information that you get, and within 3 days, they can start attacking your system with known vulnerability tools. Think about that. They're at work within 3 days. How quickly are you looking at and looking for known vulnerabilities within your system? 2018 all-day DevOps keeps growing. Then 2019 is the 10th anniversary of DevOps Days in Ghent, Belgium. That's remarkable. That was a quick 10 years, right? That Patrick and Chris started that. This is how quickly that grew. Last year in 2019, they had 72 events around the world. These are organic events, just like you're at today with DevSecOps Days. I'm trying to catch Patrick. We're going to catch Patrick with DevSecOps Days, and with your help, we'll keep going on it. It's gratifying to see this because it means that the community has found a need for what's going on at these events. So let me take a step back here and move into the new section here is, why are we putting sec into DevSecOps? Why do we need security as part of DevOps? This is Shannon Leitz. If you have not had a chance to meet or talk with Shannon, it will be the highlight of your day. She's fantastic. She wrote the DevSecOps Manifesto. I call her the godmother of DevSecOps. She's remarkable in what she is providing to the community. And so as part of that DevSecOps Manifesto, which you can read on devsecops.org, she talks about how we can incorporate security and what it will do to our development pipelines. I love this quote, right? The purpose and intent of DevSecOps is to build on the mindset that everyone is responsible for security. And if you're listening here as a developer, if you're listening here as operations, as you're listening here as an accountant, if you're listening here as a lawyer, everyone is responsible for security when it comes, because the whole world now is running on software. And when everybody is aware that is their responsibility to work with security, then we start to work as a group and a community together. In 2016, the RSA conference in San Francisco, we finally had a full day of DevSecOps workshops that became part of the RSA conference. Alan Schimmel and I were working with the RSA conference to do an entire DevSecOps track, which hadn't been done before. I think that first year we got 200 people to show up. Last year we had over 1,000, meaning, again, it's growing. Even in-person events are growing for that. In 2018, DevSecOps Day site launched. That was where you are now at DevSecOps Days. That's when we launched that site. And John and I were talking on the back channel because at first, the industry itself was fighting back, saying, why do we need a new term? Why can't we just say security with DevOps? And it turns out that John was one of those people that then he started to understand what was happening, because he was talking to CEOs and CTOs and COOs. And when he would talk about DevSecOps, talking about the security of it, their eyes would light up and he would understand, oh, they're understanding what's going on. So he said, he wrote a great article called DevSecOps. It's just a name, get over it. So I'm going to go kind of quickly through these because I know I've got about 5 minutes left here. So we launched the site. Then we actually did a book called Epic Failures in DevSecOps. This is a free download for you if you'd like it. There was a bunch of us sitting around a bar in Singapore one night talking about how we had completely hosed different projects in our lifetime. So we wanted to document those. So if you want to see how people have failed in DevOps and DevSecOps, we've got a series of books for you. Then in 2019, this came about. I mean, we're so happy now that Tokyo is part of our community of family at DevSecOps. And thank you so much for the people that have put it together to make it happen the first time here. I want to remind you, this came from Deming too. You cannot inspect quality into a product. That's one of the main takeaways I wanted to remind you of today. That if you're not doing security as part of your build pipeline, you're not going to be able to inspect it in at the end. So in the same thing, Gene is saying the same thing, emphasize the performance of the entire system. Little brief reminders for you. So here's things I want you to take away today. Local optimization does not increase efficiency. That's the theory of constraints. It's just the bottom line. It's actually a waste of resources. Automation. It's impossible to manage security in environments now because they're so large and complex without automation. It's impossible. And then security is for everyone. So Yusuke, thank you to the Tokyo team for the invitation. Thank you to the organizing team. It's been fantastic so far. You're doing a wonderful story. Thank you everyone for listening to my stories. If you like this deck, if you'll send an email right now to info@devsecopsdays.com, my auto reply is on and you'll automatically get a response with the link to the deck, the link to the software supply chain reports I mentioned, and some other stuff. So please send me an email. Thank you so much. I hope that was worthwhile.
Yeah, thank you very much. Since we are running out of time and there's no question in the chat window, do you have any other last message to Japanese audience, probably for the next year?
Yeah, I hope I can see you next year in person.
Sure.
It'd be wonderful to come and see everybody, but I really look forward to helping the community build there and make sure that you guys stay in contact. Anything I can do to help, please let me know.
Okay, thank you very much. はい、では、マーク・ミラーさんありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Mark.
デミングの話がありましたけど、デミング
It was about the theory by Deming. PDCA cycle is well known in Japan, especially at workplace. And Deming is the one who conceived the concept of PDCM. Just-in-time or Kanban method have also been strongly influenced by the theory developed by Deming. And Toyota's Japanese management style, winning the world in their 80s and 90s, led to the influx of American CEOs asking for lessons by Deming. But he was eager to teach Japanese companies. The backbone of Japanese competitiveness benefited greatly from Deming's, and just as the case was with the Deming's theory, DevSecOps can be the source of vitality for Japanese companies and SDF. And that is what that was my personal take listening to his presentation. And that is one of the reasons that we are sharing this event with you in Japan. So it's been a great source of pride as an organizer of this pride. So now let me now introduce our next speaker,
Yes. Dr. Wells.
Dr. Linton Wells.
Dr. Wells, hi. Yes.
Hi.
Yeah, hi. So, Dr. Wells, I introduced about yourself at the beginning of the event, but please give a little bit introduction of yourself and go ahead talk about the cyber resilience and what it means to the audience.
Hasan.
Yes.
So,
go ahead.
Most of my professional life has been spent at the interface between policy and technology. Both as a naval officer and then later as a civilian, including as Nirahara said, Hasan said, as the DoD CIO for a while, acting CIO, and then later at the Center for Technology and National Security Policy, and now largely at George Mason University, although I also still spend time with the Defense Department. I'm very glad to be associated with Resilience Japan as well. So, would you like me to share my screen, or will you share the screen from there?
You share your screen. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So. Can you see it?
Yep, there you go.
Let me go to slideshow. Okay. So I want to talk about cyber resilience, really distinguished from cybersecurity, which is the more common term, and DevSecOps, but not in a vacuum, but in the age of accelerating change. Think about four things. What is resilience and how do you build it? What do we mean by an age of accelerations? How do you plan and engineer for resilience? And how do you integrate it with DevSecOps and education? And I'll talk some more about next steps. So resilience can be defined as a combination of coping capacity and adaptability. And coping capacity basically means you have to anticipate, withstand, and recover, and then you adapt. And this fits well because it aligns with the four phases of resilience that the National Institute for Standards and Technology use. But there are actually three different types of resilience. There's cultural resilience, operational, and infrastructural. And cultural resilience means is an organization willing to stand up and fight back if it's under attack. And this is not just a technical issue. This is based on ethics and principles and governance. Similarly, operationally, are your networks resilient and your telecommunication systems, are they able to deliver critical internal and external messages? This is what the military would call command and control. And then you have the financial resources to tide you over through the crisis. And then for the infrastructural, think about the essential services that you have that are based on interdependent infrastructures. If your power goes down, that takes out your telecommunications, often takes out your transportation as we get to a world of smarter cities and interconnected autonomous vehicles. So do you understand the growing interdependencies among the infrastructures on which you depend? Now, resilience is not just bouncing back to where you were before the disruption. The idea is, how do you leverage the stresses and shocks in order to bounce forward? How do you wind up so that you're stronger at the end than you were at the beginning? In other words, don't just bounce back. How do you prepare to bounce forward better? The difference between security and resilience is that security often is thought about kind of locking up and hunkering down to try to keep bad things from happening. Resilience recognizes that bad things are going to happen. Your networks are going to be penetrated. And so how do you achieve the organization's goals under any level of shock or stress? How do you fight back, and how do you emerge stronger? So when you're building a capacity, and that's what resilience is. It's not a plan, it's not a program, it's not a strategy, it's a capacity you build for the organization. This is something that leadership has to do at all levels. It has to be done from the factory floor all the way up to the C-suite to encourage resilience among your people. And you have to do this by not shooting the messenger when they bring bad news. So treat resilience, that capacity, as a positive business asset and resources. Don't consider it a cost center. It's really a profit center. The other point that's critical in this is adapting. As the columnist Tom Friedman has said, basically evolving from Darwin, it's not the strongest or the smartest that survive, but the most adaptable. So we have to learn from these shocks and stresses. And the point about that is, no lesson is ever learned until behavior changes. Typhoon comes by, earthquake happens, you observe a lesson. The next one comes by, you re-observe the same lesson. You can never say that you've learned until you have changed your behavior in order to cause yourself, your organization, to be doing something different. In terms of growing, Nassim Taleb, who wrote about black swans, has also talked about anti-fragile. What are things that benefit from shocks? I mean, one example, for example, is a certain kind of options, commodity and stock options. But you need to have the agility to analyze the shocks and respond effectively, again, adapting to the change, not back to where you were before, but to the new normal. For example, after COVID, we are all living in a new normal. It doesn't do any good to adapt back to where you were before the crisis. You have to adapt to what we're facing now and going forward. So there are no easy answers. There's no silver bullet, no one single solution. This would be built on the foundation of ethics, principles, governance, and the ethics in this case. For example, if you have, say, a cybersecurity crisis, what is the response of leadership? Does the leadership sweep it under the rug and say, be embarrassing to hear about that? Or does it say, we have a problem, let's learn from this problem, and let's wind up stronger? That comes from the top. That's not a bottom-up type of thing. Continuous improvement. We're back to where we were with Nicolas to begin with, sort of thing Mark talked about. What your measures are have continuously, collectively promote continuous improvement. It's what Dr. Tomabechi said earlier about the capability maturity model at Carnegie Mellon. You have to be careful about brittle. People who seem very well off, organizations seem very well off, but when something bad happens, they collapse quickly. How do you build in sort of robustness as well as resilience to, you know, and you have to do this. You have to find this out by exercising and testing the solutions against challenging scenarios. It's not enough just to say, we're doing well, we're resilient. You may not be until you've tested it. Persistence is essential. This may take years, several iterations. Many companies have, you know, tried and failed several times before they got it right. Now, sometimes you're not going to be able to bounce forward. Okay? If you look at a case like this, you start off and then the recovery comes up and then it's just not working out. And the point there is you have to be able to pivot. As part of the adaptation process, you have to be able to pivot to some new business model. So let's talk about the age of accelerations. Dr. Schwab, who was leader of the World Economic Forum, has postulated that we're entering a fourth industrial revolution. The first in this case was the adaptation of water and steam to production and transport in the 1780s. The second was adoption of electricity in the 1870s, which also brought with it divisions of labor and mass production. The third was kind of what we think of the information age in the 1960s and 70s. But now it's just beginning this fourth revolution. The fusing, accelerating technologies are going to blur the lines between the physical, the digital, and the biological spheres, with just incredibly profound implications for many, many areas. And in this area, as I'll get to, the DevSecOps thinking becomes absolutely crucial. Tom Friedman has talked about an age of accelerations. If you look at this slide, if some factor, say computing power per unit cost, doubles about every 18 months, in 5 years, you can have 100%, 18 months, you have 100% increase. In 5 years, 900%. 10 years is 10,000%. 15 years, 100,000% change. Now that curve may level off, it may accelerate. There may be a step function change, kind of like quantum computing. But the point is, a linear projection of where you are now cannot possibly work. In addition, biotechnology is changing even faster than information. Robotics, from autonomous vehicles to drones to production systems, are becoming ubiquitous. Nanotechnology is proposed to break out in everything from energetic explosives to biotechnology. And then the energy impacts underpin everything are global. So I try not to think in terms of just stovepipes, but think in terms of brine, bio, robo, info, nano energy as kind of interconnected things to which you can now add additive manufacturing, 3D printing, artificial intelligence. Again, you cannot just expect to get where we're going with linear projection. If you're planning and engineering for resilience, in addition to the technology change, you just can't talk about silos. There are all these different layers, from a population to climate to urban public services to water systems, electric power, communications, transportation. All these planes intersect with each other. And analyzing risk, you need to understand the interdependencies among these, what a cascading casualties mean, and then how much of this can you measure. The idea is look at the stakeholders' perspective. An adversary is trying to attack us may have a very different perspective than we do. Again, change perspective, change behaviors through training exercises, education. Designing in is almost always better than trying to add on afterwards. There's some estimates that for every dollar you spend in the advanced mitigation phase, you save $4 over what you would have to spend if you waited till the recovery phase. So how does all this fit into DevSecOps? First of all, the whole idea about the integrated development environment, this continuous evaluation of risk-tolerant tools, getting to continuous ATO, the fact you've got to work on processes, these repetitive processes to get to maturity and pursue automation with zero trust. These whole thought processes are what apply not just in DevSecOps, well, in that world, but really to the entire adaptive processes that you need to apply in these age of accelerations. It's never just technology. It's always people and organizations and processes and technology. And part of the issue is the developers and the security and the operators come from different cultures. And so there's in addition to everything else you got to pull together here, recognize that the language these people speak and the thought processes may be very different. There's a whole class of problems called wicked problems, which are basically complex problems. And the thing is, when you begin to change a wicked problem, because it's made up of lots of other small problems, you start to change the whole problem. And therefore, the answer is going to be iterative. You have to build a little, test a little, make adjustments. Again, the whole DevSecOps model of folding things and continuously evolving. This is not unlike the military concept of mission assurance. And again, it's that you have to be able to stand up and fight rather than just give in. Per Mark, security is for everyone, but the hard part here is you have to convince the leaders. It's not enough that the junior officers or the people on the factory floor understand it. How do you convince the C-suite that there's a basic need for this? To get your education, to get your sustainment, they have to be willing to invest in it. Nicolas talked about training 100,000 people, moving self-learning, the CSO, DAU, DevSecOps model. And then this whole idea of turnkey service mesh. How do you train people outside of that very structured Defense Department environment where you have the CSO, Defense Acquisition University training, and those kind of teams? As was noted, most of present cyber education does not incorporate this. You have the cross-cultural issues, but university processes are bound up with things like accreditation. You can't just throw out a new course and then go on. So how do you change fast enough? Some ideas are certificate-based approaches, templates, vice degrees. But too often, one of the problems is that innovation stops when you get to ATO. I got ATO, ball, cross the goal line, spike the ball. It isn't. You need to do continuous evaluation or the reliability is going to degrade over time. Almost done here. So one of the things we talk about with integrated approaches, one of the things we're doing at George Mason is looking at community resilience. And the focus here is to look at, again, the focus on the community, sharing knowledge, economics, integrating platforms, research and teaching. And this all comes together, which we can talk about when we have more time. But the idea about tying together things like power and shelter and water and food and communications and health and nutrition. Again, in a DevSecOps model, how do you evolve these kind of things together and get different cultures to talk across boundaries? So next steps, recognize that the true talent for cyber resilience is scarce. Just like lots of things follow a scale-free network, the talent of hackers is very, very, just like the talent of baseball players or small players, small wrestlers, whatever. There are a few that are really great and many that are just average. So how do you use training to adapt that? But also, how do you involve DevSecOps to get the people out of the processes and standardize the processes? Personnel, how do you get access to non-traditional talent? The traditional government workforce without cross-pollination between industry is not likely to work. And then lastly, here are the intersections between IT and OT, the things like generators and transportation systems. These are different cultures, again, as the IoT begins to proliferate. So let me stop there. I know time is short. I'll be glad to take questions.
Sure, thank you very much. And I have a question on chat window. And the question is about assuming, do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, assuming resilience, how does the blockchain technology would be applied in place on the enterprise?
Well, I think blockchain is really very important. And I like to think in terms of distributed encrypted ledgers rather than blockchain per se, because there's several different types of these. But one of the things it gives you better transparency and accountability. And so whether it's used for financial accounting, whether it's used for smart contracts, whether it's used for land titles in the developed world, one of the key parts of resilience is you have to be able to understand what's going on. Going back to this capacity is that you have to have replicable processes. And it seems to me that one of the things that the distributed ledgers do is bring you closer to replicable processes. Now you can circumvent the blockchain if you control the root at some point within one organization. But nonetheless, I think by and large, this kind of whole idea about modern fintech and the financial technology and distributed ledgers can go a long way by giving you better confidence in what you're seeing is actually closer to truth rather than being hidden.
Thank you. So taking advantage as an organizer, may I ask a question to you?
Sure.
Yeah, so looking at the world is, the whole world is about COVID, and how do the whole world, does the whole world should react to this situation with resiliency? I know you're advising to, for example, Governor Koike from Tokyo Metropolitan and other political leaders among the United States and Japan. And what's your suggestion now to the leaders from the private and also the government?
So I think you have to address this through an ecosystem approach. I mean, part of the problem is no one has all the answers. And these, like climate change or the COVID or food insecurity or whatever, no one person has all the answers, and you have to have some kind of an ecosystem addressing the problem. And that for me is kind of some combination of the private sector and government and civil society and academia. An example, for example, is regulation. It used to be that industry would innovate and then government would regulate. But the problem now is that there are not enough people in government. The technology is moving too fast to do effective regulation. So you get cases where the FAA tells Boeing to self-certify the effectiveness of the 737 MAX. And so there needs to be another party in this, and that party has got to be the stakeholders, the flying public, the pilots, whatever, who have a stake in this. And so you begin to build an ecosystem that's more than just government and business, but government, business, and stakeholders. At the same time, I mentioned community. At the bottom up, you have to be working at the bottom up in order to try to listen to what the people are trying to tell you and address their problems. And then in the middle, you've got to be building the capacity through things like education, things like institutions to sustain that. So it seems to me the way you build resilience moving beyond COVID is you put together a system that has a bottom-up component, a top-down component, and then a strong middle component.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And ではですね、次の
Okay, then let us move on to the next speaker. We have Ms. Michelle Watson, who is the CEO of Cyber Intelligence Partners. Michelle, are you with us? I think she was with us. So this time, in her presentation, she will talk about 5G. As I mentioned at the outset, this spring, Michelle, in Boston at the Harvard Graduate School, she made a presentation, so it's based on that. At that time, the first person, or the Professor Joseph Nye, asked a question after her presentation, and he evaluated the presentation very highly and asked a question. So based on that questions, she'll be presenting on 5G. That's what I understand.
Hello, Ms. Watson.
Hello, how are you?
Good, good. How are you? Thank you for attending this event for the first time in Tokyo.
It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure to join. Thank you for inviting me to come and speak.
Yeah, thank you very much. And yesterday we had more than 2,000 views on YouTube, and
oh, wow.
Yeah, whole Japan is now waiting for your presentation.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Let me get to the screen.
You have 55 minutes, including question and answers.
Okay, very good. Let's see. Okay, just a little lag time. This is a topic that's very near and dear to my heart, 5G. Actually, I gave this presentation in March of this year, and I was surprised at how much has changed in the 5G world since then. And I'm happy to say that the changes have been somewhat better for the US and Japan, and somewhat worse for certain Chinese companies. But I'll get to that in a moment. 5G is a huge topic, but today I'm going to cover 4 aspects. What is it? Why is it so important? Who are some of the key actors today? And there's a new, very important US-Japan 5G collaboration that I'm very excited to share today. And then we're going to talk a little bit about just the data points of the current situation today. So when we talk about what is 5G, people always ask me, what does the G stand for example? So we know that's generation. So 5G is the 5th generation of mobile wireless communications. And then when I say that, they say, okay, so what's the 1 through 4? And so I put together a little bit just for some background. It's kind of interesting. In 1G, what we now call 1G, was launched in Japan, actually in 1979, and brought the world the cell phone. 2G came in 1990 and brought us text messaging. 3G launched also in Japan in 2001, created the mobile internet, and 4G in 2009 enabled the application economy and much faster speeds that mobile video streaming just exploded. So let's look at 5G, a couple of data points there. What is it about 5G and why is it so important? We're just looking at a couple of facts. First of all, less delay. Video gamers and financial institutions know how very important lower latency is. Also improved reliability, 5 nines, and that's a sustained 5 nines. Enhanced density, the ability to support up to 1 million devices per square kilometer. And anyone who lives in rural areas like me, I live outside of DC, and very rural area, and we have no broadband, and I wish I had 5G. I don't even have 4G, but it's very hard to get really good connectivity because there's so many people, especially since COVID, trying to utilize the same network mobile stations. Next, greater volume. What does that mean? So throughput of up to 10 terabytes per second per square kilometer. Increased mobility. Services can remain connected while a user or system device travels up to 500 kilometers per hour. And this will really enable autonomous vehicles. And better efficiency, energy efficiency, significant reduction in power consumption compared to 4G. And I recently saw a billboard by actually Samsung that said 5G is to 4G what a computer is to a typewriter. And when you think about that analogy, I think it's pretty apt. So let's talk a little bit more about why. A couple more big data points about why is 5G so important. First of all, 5G has been called the central nervous system of the 21st century networks, and it's going to be a centerpiece of all our new technologies. as 5G technology lies at the center of technology in the industrial world, it's going to evolve into what we call the next generation internet, the industrial internet. So bottom line up front, what does all this mean? 5G is actually less important for its own technology than it is for the explosion of the world-changing and emerging technologies that will run on 5G. All of these new and emerging technologies will be interwoven with and dependent upon 5G. And taking a look at a couple of these, you see from AI to machine learning, robotics, 3D printing, quantum, but also virtual surgery. All of these will be dependent upon 5G to be deployed and to be ubiquitously available. 5G will be real-time, a command and control system enabling, as you see, smart everything. And a lot of us have, smart homes. I have a smart refrigerator, but it'll be so much more than that. It'll be smart factories, smart construction. And within a decade, we believe that 5G will drive the factories, manufacturing, logistics, all of these industries and applications that you see here. Telemedicine is a big one, I know, especially going on during COVID. It's not very mature now. 5G will make it truly the next best thing to being there. Then we look at 5G. There's also a downside to all these 5G benefits. The biggest one is security. It's going to be a greater attack surface. With the explosion of what we call the Internet of Everything devices, the attack surface is going to grow exponentially. So there's just going to be newer and more ways to be breached. And for our cybersecurity risk management folks out there, your skills are going to be needed more than ever when 5G is fully deployed. So how does 5G threaten our national economic security? From my perspective and my colleagues, one word: China. The nation that leads in developing and widely deploying 5G technology will have an important first mover advantage with significant economic and national security implications. 5G is arguably the most powerful tool today in the arsenal for economic warfare, even more than trade wars, which is saying a lot these days. So I say here that 5G is the newest battlefield for the US-China economic warfare. What does that mean? 5G figures extremely important to China and the CCP goals, excuse me, for global economic domination. And this depicts just how important 5G is to China and to their economy. I got this slide from one of my Chinese colleagues from Hong Kong. It's very interesting. It shows 5G at the epicenter of all the most important technologies, applications, both civil and military. But when we look at 5G as the new battlefield, it's important to understand that in this race for 5G dominance, we must be aware of China's most vital national economic and industrial policy goals and how critically 5G figures into enabling the CCP to reach these goals. So I think arguably, looking at all the industrial policies and national policies, I think Made in China 2025 is perhaps the most important, most strategic. It was first announced in 2015, and it's also leading to what we call the fourth industrial revolution. And the CCP founded or patterned Made in China 2025 policy on the basis of Germany's Industrial Revolution 4.0. What are the goals? Microsoft, Made in China 2025 is just one of their key policies. And looking at these 10 technologies, these 10 tech sectors, excuse me, it's interesting because one of my colleagues at DOJ's China Task Force said that these 10 targeted industries could have been used as a roadmap to China's espionage and IP theft activities over the past 5 to 6 years. So why is that? If you look at these 10 technologies, and if you look at the activities that Chinese government, Chinese companies have either bought or stolen, forced IP transfer, insider threats, thousand talents, all of this to acquire the technology to create first moving advantage, or to create dominance in all of these 10 technologies. That's exactly what's been happening. And one of the things that we look at a lot is the CCP doesn't want to just be number one in this. They first want to defeat the US and our industrial allies, such as Japan and Germany, and then dominate the US, and then dominate the rest of the world. Unveiled, as I said, in 2015, China we're 10 years in, we're 5 years into this, and they're ahead of schedule. We think they're going to reach their goal before 2025. And the other thing is that it's very clear that China needs 5G to underpin all of these technology sectors in order to be dominant. Okay. It's impossible to talk about 5G in China without talking about Huawei. So just a couple of background points on Huawei. For those of you who don't know, Huawei not only is the #1 5G equipment manufacturer in the world, they are China's national champion. They are arguably the most important company to Huawei in the technology sector, and to enable them to become the global economic power that they are planning to be. But a couple of other data points about Huawei. They've been subsidized by the CCP, since its founding in 1987. Their founder, Ren Kimura, who's also a close friend of Xi Jinping and is a very, very important member of the CCP, a former officer in the PLA, and intel suggests that he is still a member of the PLA. PLA was Huawei's first customer, and we know that the CCP has shared IP with Huawei for competitive advantage. And we know that Huawei has shared and must share intel with CCP and the PLA going forward, if only because of the National Intelligence Law of 2017. And then rob, replicate, replace. What does that mean? It's actually a term coined by the Assistant Attorney General, John Demers, here in the US, the DOJ, and he calls it the unofficial policy of the CCP, or an unofficial policy. And it means where Chinese companies will rob a technology or IP, and then replicate that technology, that product, and then replace that company first in China and then the rest of the world. And a famous example is Northern Telecom, which is why it's been said quite often that Huawei is the 21st century Trojan horse. Now let's get into the key actors today for 5G, what we call the big four, Huawei, Ericsson, Nokia, and Samsung. And then if you look over here, you see what the market share is as of last year, end of last year, of these four companies. And it's changed a little bit in 2020. I'll get more to that in a moment. But the numbers, although are different in 2020, the ratios are not too different. And the other actors in 5G, well, they're not companies in this race for 5G global dominance, are clearly the US government, which has said that 5G is a national security initiative. But also the US has no 5G equipment manufacturer in the US. So that leaves us without our own company to have as a 5G champion for us. So what do? What are our alternative strategies to Huawei? Talk about that in a moment. And whereas China's perspective, 5G, they're going to be #1 in 5G, whatever it takes. And again, we know that Huawei is their #1 5G player. ZTE is in there, but not as big as importance as Huawei. I'm sorry if you hear snoring. That's actually my dog is under my desk.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Anyway, so those are the key actors in the traditional 5G world. But this is a very exciting new change. This is what I would call the new actors, the new 5G actors. And this is what we're going to call disruptors. And these are just some of the companies that are involved in what a new association called the O-RAN Alliance. What is that? O-RAN is the Open Radio Access Network, whereas 5G and the Huawei's and Ericsson's, Nokia's, Samsung's, those are traditional RAN. They are closed hardware, software platforms that these companies offer just theirs. You cannot mix and match and choose different software and hardware. But in the O-RAN solutions, you can. So there is a big push now for the US to adopt an O-RAN platform 5G strategy. Now, the O-RAN Alliance is part of that. There's many US companies that make up the O-RAN Alliance, but also Japanese companies. There are actually 27, probably more now, 27 global mobile service operators that are the core members of the O-RAN Alliance. And the strategy is software and hardware companies coming together, open platform, open systems to compete with the traditional RAN manufacturers. And it's working. All I can say is that there's a tremendous amount of collaboration going on. And most notably, last month, Rakuten and NEC, in partnership with Altiostar and Intel and other US companies, launched the first cloud-based open RAN end-to-end virtual platform. And it's become a model of success that Japanese and US companies are collaborating behind to make this more of a robust service offering. And this is what I referred to in terms of the new US and Japan collaboration. The private sector companies are collaborating. And again, these companies here are just a few examples. It does appear to be a solid alternative to these Japanese and European big four that I mentioned. And we see where Secretary Pompeo is particularly leading the charge, if you will, supporting the O-RAN collaboration with Japanese companies. He was at a FCC Open RAN forum last month. And one of the things he said was this quote: "The tide is turning against Huawei as citizens around the world are waking up to the danger of the Chinese Communist Party's surveillance state." And this is important because it gives the O-RAN Alliance, the O-RAN platform strategies, an opportunity to then compete with Huawei and the other 5G actors. So what is the situation today? Where are we? Look, just very, very high level. 5G, as I said, is a national security imperative in the US. We know that the US government banned Huawei in 2019. But most people don't know that in 2018, we'd already banned Huawei in all the US government networks. And then we also know that since the middle of last year, the US has been on a diplomatic campaign to all of our allies and other countries friendly to the US to basically ban Huawei because of the lack of security, because of the high risk of information being stolen or being replicated or being listened into by the CCP. But also other initiatives. Congress passed a RIP and replace bill, and that was just earlier this year, where Huawei and ZTE, which is embedded in many rural networks in the US, all of that is to be replaced. And Congress funded $1 billion to make that happen. But also, the situation in terms of where's Huawei now? Huawei is still the leading supplier for 5G, and they are the lead on every continent except for North America, which I thought was an interesting data point. But Huawei's not doing as well since COVID as they did before COVID. And we know that many countries have shunned or reversed their decisions to use Huawei. And there is a list of several pages now that gives what countries are using Huawei, which ones are banning them, and which ones have a hybrid type of solution. We know that the UK completely reversed their decision to use Huawei in July of this year, basically saying, given the Chinese CCP and the Chinese government's reactions and actions and activities surrounding COVID-19, we no longer feel that they can be trusted. So that's the bottom line. We know that France followed suit somewhat. Germany came out last week saying we're looking at deciding to go somewhere other than Huawei. And so we're seeing this as cascading events happening where nations are starting to not siding with the US per se, but agreeing with the US that they are an existential security risk within their own government networks within their own country. And I have a link here. Anyone who wishes to see like where are countries and who's doing what, really too much to put in a presentation like this. So I put this there. Anyone interested can go and look at the list. And then I just leave you with this thought that China uses every lever of power to expand their 5G market share around the globe. One of the things I heard, and it was a terrible story, where Chinese government was negotiating to send COVID PPE to a certain country. And they said that they wouldn't send it to them unless they agreed to use Huawei for their 5G. I won't say what country it is because they're still kind of not sure if they're going to go with Huawei or not. But this kind of blackmail shouldn't be allowed to happen. And this is where this whole 5G race is more than just a choice of governments and companies for network technology. It's truly about security, trust, and the rule of law. So with that, it was very kind of quick. I streamed through that, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Yep, thank you very much. I have a question in my hand from chat window, I mean. Yes, how do you, aside from such, geopolitical competition, aside from that, he's asking about the electromagnetic waves interference. Is that the 5G's such wave is affecting the human health as well, and then how do you view on that, and is there any discussion happening in the US as well?
Let me see if I understood the question. Are you talking about the electric magnetic pulse, or are you talking about the harm from the radiation?
Yeah.
From
5G.
the 5G networks.
Yeah, the latter is the right one. The wave, actually interfere, and also it affects the human health as well. And then.
Right. There was a study done in the UK on this, and there were people that were actually tearing down some of the radio networks that they were putting up for 5G. And they did a study and said there was absolutely no human health detriments to these radio towers. From my standpoint, I'd say that I don't see technologically that there would be a high human risk, but that's not my area of specialty. I also do believe that some people are maybe looking at this as a threat, and maybe using that as maybe a reason why they want to take down some of these 5G networks. I don't believe it's a risk. And I think preliminary research would agree with that. But I'll be cautious and say there's still a lot more research and a lot more test cases that could be done to have some sort of true decision on that. So I'll take a little bit of both ways, but I would be very surprised if it represented kind of radio microwave, because not microwave, type of radiation harm to humans.
Okay. Yeah, I have another question. It's a technical question. He's asking, if you use end-to-end encryption, no matter you use Huawei 5G devices, he thinks it's no problem if the encryption is perfect. And then, but you know, even if you use end-to-end encryption, do you think you still have to avoid Huawei devices? That's his question.
Yes, and this has come up a lot if you have end-to-end encryption. However, with Huawei, the ability to, if it's a Huawei 5G kit, you've got the ability to have backdoors, the ability to listen in, even with encryption, it's very high. And they can build into the code, obviously access and doors and all that. So end-to-end encryption on top of that does not mean that you are completely safe. You cannot design any network, no matter how you encrypt it, it is 100% foolproof. I'm not an engineer, but that is my non-technical answer.
Okay. Yeah, we're running out of time, and thank you very much for your night to join our conference. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you.
That was Ms. Michelle Watson. And after this, we will have Mr. Joe Saunders.
Good evening, Joe. Are you there?
Yes, I am. Good evening and good afternoon, or good morning, I mean. So thank you for the invitation.
Thank you very much for joining us. So today, what are you going to talk about today?
So I plan to talk about how to build security into the DevOps process.
Thank you. So please introduce yourself and share the screen, and you have 25 minutes, including questions and answers. Go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you. Yes, my name is Joe Saunders. I'm the founder and CEO of Run Safe Security, which is a security company that protects software that's embedded on devices, embedded on systems. And what I had hoped to talk about today is ways to build security into your DevOps or CI/CD pipelines. But first I wanted to start with just a quick story. And that is that there's a little secret that most hackers know about attacking systems, whether they're embedded systems or IT systems, or even 5G base stations and other embedded software. And these attackers most often have a little secret that is well known to all of us, as it is well known to them. And my company picked up on this based on our own experiences doing security research. And it's a simple phenomenon that attackers actually know where all the vulnerabilities are. And the reason we know this is we've done studies with North Carolina State University around the most common vulnerabilities and the most severe vulnerabilities in Linux operating system and in other open source software. And what we found is that 40% of the vulnerabilities of a certain type are the most severe vulnerabilities that are out there as rated by the CVSS severity score. Yet, and there are often a problem that scanning tools looking for vulnerabilities and patching don't always solve the problem. In fact, only about half the time do they solve the problem. And so I guess the secret is that patching and scanning is not a complete answer for security in software. And in fact, other systems, there's a security gap across other types of technology that we have come to rely on. Encryption, to Michelle's point, isn't always 100%. And other tools, whether it's intrusion detection or other network defenses like firewalls and and even identity authentication, it's not a complete enough solution today for creating resilient systems like Dr. Lynn Wells had talked about. And the reason for that is because attackers do know where the weaknesses are, they do know where the vulnerabilities are, and it seems they have all the same information as defenders. And so they are often going towards those areas where there are not solutions. So traditional tools don't fit the modern process of supporting software development. Often we see that scanning tools, which allow you to identify vulnerabilities and correct them in the software development process, actually slows down the developer. And so there has to be a more optimized approach that increases security and increases the speed in which developers can produce new features and release new code. So I hope to answer then why for the movement towards DevSecOps. First of all, it turns out that over 90% of IT organizations are exploring or implementing DevOps to accelerate their solution delivery. And the reason for this, and the reason they're adopting DevSecOps, there's really three primary benefits: speed, in which you release code; quality, to achieve resilience in your software and to constantly improve your code; and then also to build security into the DevOps process. Now, Gartner, the analyst group, has said that DevSecOps is becoming a much more mature offering. You can see this curve. This is a common hype cycle curve that Gartner uses around the adoption of technology. And often what you see is that new technologies go through an initial amount of enthusiasm, and then there's kind of a drop off for a while where people were suffering from inflated expectations, and then they become disillusioned before they reach then that fourth curve, or that fourth area, the slope of enlightenment. And you'll see that's where Gartner, as of July of 2020, has placed DevSecOps. Now, DevSecOps is, as Nicolas talked about, continuous improvement. It helps to achieve higher code release schedules, improvements to features, a more innovative offering for whatever system you are deploying. So with the continuous integration, continuous delivery, and now the continuous integration of security to help increase the resilience of your systems. Now, one shift that we have seen at Run Safe Security is that the people who are making decisions about security are oftentimes no longer a subject matter expert on security strictly, but instead they are the leaders of the DevOps systems. They are the head of software development, and they want the reason is they want a say in the software tools or the security tools that their developers use. And the reason for that is it affects their productivity. As I mentioned earlier, many different kinds of security tools can slow down the release of new features. They can slow down or hurt the productivity of developers. So there's a need to automatically build security into the process without slowing down developers. And you can imagine a world where we are releasing code faster and we have a greater and greater need for workforce development, whether it's DevOps or security or software development. And if we create a lot of iterative processes that involve human interaction, then you can see that that would slow down the process. So what if you could build security into the process without slowing down developers? That's the aim of DevSecOps. So part 3, and this is my final section, is building security into DevSecOps, and what are some good techniques to do that. So at RunSafe, we offer a product called Alchemist that does apply protections to software. But more broadly, it's important to consider inserting security into 2 parts of your DevSecOps process, whether that's a part of your build process or a part of your deployment process. Building security in when you're and building in automatic security protections into your software development process without slowing down developers at build time is one method. But then also, if you are receiving third-party software, if you've already received open source software or third-party libraries that are a part of your development process, then you can still build in protections for that code that you're not even writing. And that is one of the most profound aspects of DevSecOps. We've got the software that you write, but also the software that you get from open source community or business partners. And it's no longer feasible to review software code manually. And so there is a tremendous need then to not only protect the code that you write and automate that process, but also ensure that you have protections in the code that you receive from either the open source community or third-party providers. So you can imagine if you are using open source software, whether it's Postgres database or Linux operating system or web servers of different types, those may have, to Michelle's point around 5G, they may be built from open source communities in other parts of the world, which you may not know who the person is who wrote that software. So finding ways to protect even the open source software that you receive is a tremendous opportunity and one of the great benefits of DevSecOps. I've heard Nicolas Chaillan from the US Air Force say many times that we all use open source software across our products. And the reason for that is because we simply don't want to have to rewrite every single version of code in our own way. So reusing is a great benefit. So with DevSecOps, it is also a great opportunity to insert security, and so we can increase our productivity and protect our systems. So with that, I'm happy to turn it back over to you for any questions about building security into the DevSecOps process. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll call for questions to the audience. Let me, while we are waiting for the audience, let me ask from myself. I know, of course, everybody should know that the open source and then, developers getting much harder and harder to ensure the quality in terms of security, in terms of the function itself. It's getting harder. And how do you view, for example, other technologies such as like scanning tool? You can scan the OSS. It is if it is a latest version or not, and also you have the hardening tool itself, and how the client, how the the developer mix those kind of set up the technology to fully self-confidence, to have the self-confident about their code.
Absolutely. So I do think there's multiple things that developers can do, and certainly scanning should be a process that we all employ to find weaknesses in our software, and we should always continue that. We also should practice good hygiene and update and apply patches. But the challenge, of course, is that the attackers have the same information. They can run the same scanning tool on the same software and find out, what does everybody know where the weaknesses are, and then find weaknesses that are not being detected by scanning tools. And so it's not sufficient or complete enough to rely simply on scanning tools. And therefore, combining scanning tools with good other practices, plus adding security protections in there, independent of the scanning results, is a more complete solution. So if you operate a defense in depth approach on your network defenses, you can certainly operate a defense in depth approach towards hardening your own software. And what we have found is that as we deploy software to the cloud, whether, whoever the cloud provider is, they do a good job of network defenses, but the runtime aspects of software protections are really part of a shared responsibility between the cloud provider, but also the enterprise's own security practices to protect their software.
Mm-hmm. I understand. Thank you. And I got a question from audience, and I picked this one. You said that the third-party provided software is protected by Alchemist, your solution. And how does it work actually? And is this going to change the source code itself, or what's happening? What's the background technology in there?
Yeah, the background technology was actually based on our experiences doing research for the Department of Defense, and specifically its program DARPA, around creating software protections in software itself. And the fundamental premise that we took on was if you assume that your supply chain has been compromised, and again, Michelle's conversation around 5G manufactured items, if you assume the supply chain is compromised, how can you still protect software despite a compromised supply chain? And the way, the great promise of software is that from every device, let's say it's a drone, the same software in every drone should behave the exact same way. With the same inputs, you should get the same outputs. Now, the problem is that if there's a vulnerability in one drone or in one piece of software, that same vulnerability exists on every other drone in that fleet. Let's say there's 100 drones. So the great challenge then is how do you ensure, and our idea around RunSafe was to ensure that the software remains functionally identical, but is in fact logically unique. And what we actually do is we relocate in memory where functions get loaded. And so every drone, in the case of the drone, would be functionally identical but logically unique by relocating the functions where they are in memory. And the reason that's helpful from a security protection standpoint is that we are relocating not just the functions but the vulnerabilities. And so attackers rely on determinism to know where the vulnerability is and the weakness is for their exploit to work. So we have figured out a way to make it so the attacker can't find the vulnerability, and therefore their exploit would fail. So that's the approach.
Okay, thank you. Just I smiled as Dr. Tomabechi just came to me and saying that Resilience Japan is can distribute Ransef's Alchemist.
Well, thank you, Dr. Tomabechi.
So thank you very much. It was fantastic to have you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate being invited.
Yeah, come back next day as well. ではですね、次の、方って誰だ
So
っけ
now, who will be the next speaker?
私ですね。
Oh, it's me.
はい。では私
So let me give you some short presentation, and it's we are a little bit behind from the schedule, but we would like to catch up with the recess. So we are about 5 minutes behind from the original schedule, but I don't think this will be a very big problem. So what I'm going to talk about today is, can you see? I'm going to talk about the cyber threats of AI, ML, and the Japanized way of a DevSecOps implementation.
はい、今伝言がちょっとありまして、あれでしたけども、始めていきたいと思
So
います。
let me start.
はい。はい、始めていきたいと思います。で、このタイトルで。
So this is the title of my speech. And what I'm going to talk about today, there are 3 major points. The first, well, many people came up and made a speech in today's event and has become a very great event already. But first thing that I would like to talk about is what made me to organize this DevSecOps Day Tokyo. And the second point is to talk about the cyber threat of AI and ML. So I have written a book about this. So as a writer of this book, I should be talking about this topic. And the third point is about the Japanese way of a DevSecOps implementation. So from 2015 or so, I have been engaged in this business of improving the business and the business processes, leveraging on the data science. So around 2015, the machine learning and deep learning, of course, those were in existence. However, it was a little bit difficult to mention that as an AI, and embarrassing because AI, artificial intelligence, probably your image is Doraemon, the comic character.
そうですね、方が多いかと思うんですけれども、そういうののイメージと人工知能が被ってしまって、なんかこう機械学習とか深層学習でできることってかなり
What can be done with machine learning, deep learning is very much limited. But if we adapt it as an AI, that will be a little bit misleading. So that's the reason why I was a little bit hesitant in calling it as AI. But I thought that there was a very big changes that we have seen. That is back in March 2016. The AlphaGo won against the Istio, and with that, AI and the deep learning have came under the spotlight. And until 2018, the machine learning, deep learning, why don't we call that as AI? So I was a little bit sort of having a problem whether I should be calling it as AI or not. And back then, the very significant society was established, and that helped the society to understand that the deep learning and machine learning is a part of the AI. And but back in 2015, I didn't want to call it AI, so I called this book that AI that is to be implemented in the work. And 2015 and 2017, AI-related technologies have been come onto the market one after the other. Google, Microsoft, IBM came up with a cognitive-related API, and TensorFlow user group came up with the official version in 2017. So the many of the AI-related technologies came into the market, and that was very interesting. Machine learning related, the technologies were changing the society as a whole, and also the back-end technologies became new. So how those technology would influence the society was what I was very interested back then. And nowadays, 2018 and after, how I see this industry. I believe that all those technology that became the base of the innovations are already available. So this is the time to do the deployment and algorithms. We are already seeing the very good algorithms available, as you can see from this slide, and also the mass data processing database and a TensorFlow, those kind of convenient tools became available, and a cloud has become prevalent. And so I think that the source technology is available, and where those technologies will be applied, that will be the focus of my interest around 2018. And now, the evolution of the underlying technology that support the data science, I think, is a plateau right now. And the machine learning, including deep learning, is to learn the pattern from the statistical processing. So the solution that they can solve is to identify the picture to see whether it is a cat or dog. However, it cannot come up with the imaginary creator like the unicorn. And looking at the past trend, what will be the tomorrow's volume? That is something that the deep learning can do, but it won't be able to detect the sudden booms. So without any the past data, the current AI or the AI data would be unuseful. Even if when we say we are going to have the DevSecOps in Tokyo, some companies are willing to be the sponsor, but the other companies say that the DevSecOps is too early for Japan. The reason why those companies are saying such kind of a comment is because they cannot predict what is going to happen from the past data. And the generation technology, it can draw the reference desk picture, but they cannot innovate the cubistic picture. So the people's hunch and instinct, those are the capabilities that are not available with the current AI. And we are not sure how the people come up with the hunch and instinct. And on top of that, the sensing processing that comes from the five senses of the people are not available in the market yet, though they are valued as very important. And the Japanese Society for AI, this year's theme is to focus on how to develop the AI technology that will not rely on a pattern learning. And what we have discussed there was probably it's going to be a simple manipulation. So what will be the prediction for the next AI technology? To overcome those deep learning challenges and to come up with the next generation AI technology that has some hunch, instinct, and bodily sensitives, it will take extra 20 to 30 years from now. But having said that, though the element technology may not undergo the very big evolution, but the Japanese societies are undergoing Society 5.0 already. So the reason why I mentioned that it requires 20 to 30 years to come up with the next generation AI is because so there is a method called CNN, but that core technology was the idea K algorithm called the neocognitron generated by a Japanese person called Kunihiko of Fukushima back in 1979. And it took 33 years from then for the Professor Hinton to come up with a thesis in 2012, who was the professor of the Toronto University. And Professor Tonari knew the Toronto University in 2012, but some people say that that is just a matter of the faster computing power that allowed this to happen. But it seems like the other researchers, their reaction is the fast computing power. And for your reference, Japan is investing some money into come up with the next generation AI. Tokyo University, as well as a cognitive research lab, while working on coming up with the next generation AI technology, but we are trying to develop the next generation who would have the skill for AI. So this project has started out. And why we decided to have the DevSecOps days in Tokyo. So AI-related technologies, element technology evolution is at plateau right now. But on the other hand, the Society 5.0 is progressing and social transformation is happening. In hindsight of that, the cyber attack is becoming more fierce and that threat has become more serious. And the various attacks are happening, and even right now, the most recent cases, if I were to point out some, would be the 7Pay. They needed to scrap their new business. And also, most recent case is the Docomo's, the inappropriate linkages mechanism to the bank account. And how to solve those problems? We should be reviewing the software development. That's my understanding. But unfortunately, and I don't know why, but we don't have that kind of the basis or the cultural basis here in Japan, and I wanted to change that. And that is the reason why I decided to host and organize this DevSecOps days in Tokyo. The cyber-related industries, what we are doing is to do the ex-post and recovery. And we are trying to defend based on the current existing system. And in order to promote the Society 5.0, the AI industry will be the key player there. But they themselves are just talking about the scale, use cases, and accuracy. And this in itself is a great thing. But on the other hand, whether they can be systemized, that kind of discussion should be taking place is what I think. And then the system development ability and the power itself, though they are the source of the competitive edge of the services and the companies, however, the Japanese IT or the system integrators, they have not changed so much for the last 30 years. So before internet, before AI, we are still in that phase. So I thought that there must be some kind of big changes to take place. So my idea is that the industrial structure should be changes, and I would like to see these changes to happen from bottom up, starting from the grassroots community. AI, ML is a cyber threat is the next topic. The background is that the Japanese government is promoting Society 5.0, and this is the one of the pillars for the growth strategy. The government is trying to increase the GDP by data times AI usage. And this has been already baked in the growth strategy in 2016 or 2017. And the overall picture of that is called Society 5.0. And healthcare, nursing care, those various societal challenges to be solved with data is this idea of a society 5.0. And one of the problems that we are seeing at the moment is the redelivery rate of the mailmen or the logistic companies. And it looks as if that the delivery rate is 20% at the moment, and the 740 million parcels per year, and 90,000 people are visiting the household number of times, and unnecessary cost is at 160 billion yen. So how this problem can be solved by using the data NI? So the smart meter is going to be installed in all the households in Japan, but using that meter, depending on the usage volume of the electricity, one will be able to tell that what kind of electric appliances are being used in that household. And leveraging on this data, one will be able to tell whether the people are in that house or not. And using the ML to project that, and just create this delivery route of those households that the people are there. And that will reduce the CO2, the usage of gasoline, and reduce the redelivery rate. And this kind of the research is done by some of the companies already. And today's theme, DevSecOps, why don't we apply this concept to this problem? DevSecOps to see the security in the total software development lifecycle. So the starting point is here, the planning. And why don't we think about the threat model here? Creating this system, what kind of a cyber threat will be there? So that will be the starting point. And then in case of that previous use case, when you come to think about that, if you know whether the people are in the house or not, will be very scary thing. If you are sure that no one is in the house, then you can actually steal the things from there. And if you know that the children are the only one that are in the house, then you can actually kidnap them. And if you are sure that the people are in that house, then you can actually do this knock on door cells, or you might see some rape criminals happening. And if the very important person is living there, then assassination risk will increase. Creating this kind of a service, if the data leak from some of the process, this kind of the threat may happen. There are some companies with a smart meter equipments, and the power grid companies may be the source of the data leakage. Delivery companies and their subcontractors and drivers, the terminals, mobile phones can be the source of the data leakage as well. And at the same time, the companies who come up with the projection model for this use case might be the source of the data leakage. And actually, last year, this is a security company called Secom experienced this issue. The Secom received this notification that someone has actually came into their house, and the Secom's security person actually went there and became actually a criminal, stealing the jewelry from that house. So let us think about the AI cyber risk. Not only AI, but all the systems, including the people's information processing, we go through this process of input, data processing, and output. So if the attack happens in any point here, the hacking can be possible. So this is the hacking that happened on input. So there was a chatbot by Microsoft, and the user actually make them learn the garbage data, and this the chat came up with a discriminatory abusive language, and this sort of made the account to be suspended. And this is to hack the learned model bug. So this is a stop sign was recognized as speed meter. So if we were to go into this autonomous driving, this kind of a misuse will be the critical thing. And there are some cars that are reading the speed meters already on the road. And I believe this is a Honda's car, and the Tekka Ippin, that is the Japanese ramen noodle or chain stores panel, was misrecognized as do not enter. And if this is autonomous drive, and if it won't stop, and that may cause some car accident. So this is not to hack the bug, but this is a kind of the bug that was discovered. But on the flip side of that is that you can intentionally do this. And there are other things. There are left and right, the two cars, they are the yellow cars, and it looks as if that they are cars, but there's a noise in between. And because of that noise, the picture on the right-hand side, AI recognized that as an ostrich. Well, people cannot think of considering this as the ostrich, but the machine is having a different cognitive senses. And then if you, without having a lot of the noises, if you just manipulate one pixel and then that the one in the middle, BGG, this was originally the deer picture, but because of this small dot there, AI 85.3% thinks this is airplane. And the left-hand side, this is the horse, but if you add one black dot, then it will be recognized as a frog. So this is called the one pixel attack, and this can be done as well. And then, and you can actually hack the output as well. Without manipulating the input data, you can actually manipulate the data itself. This is not the AI, but this is a cyber attack that the Iranian nuclear facility had experienced. This is the disruption of the centrifuge. The monitoring, it says it is regular, it is operating regularly, but taking the long period of time, they tampered the data. Thus, it destroys this equipment. So on a monitor, it looks as if it is operating properly, but in reality, the equipment has fallen apart. And Evan is from the American NSA. I'm sure that he is not going to talk about this, but please look forward to his speech in the afternoon. And then coming back, so you never know when the attack will happen in what format. So once again, the DevSecOps will be mandatory for any type of a software development lifecycle. And to run this life cycle with a very good cycle, I think that is important in improving the life cycle industry as a whole. And then lastly, the Japanized DevSecOps implementation. AI Society 5.0. While we are seeing that, how are we going to securely create them? The event itself, I know that the other speakers are going to talk about technology side, so let me talk about more high level. And this is what we are learning from the US and how should we be implementing that in Japan. So actually, we should first understand that the environmental situation is totally different from US to Japan. The engineers who are engaged in software development, are they in-house or outsourced? The 72% of the engineers are the in-house engineers, and just 30% or so are the outsourced, like IBM, Accenture, and others. But whereas in case of Japan, the in-house engineers are only 25%, the remaining 75% are the outsourced, like NEC, Hitachi, Fujitsu, NTT Data, or CDC. So the outside people come to build the system for that your enterprise. in case of America, your engineers will create the system. But if you want to try out the new things or the immediate emergency things, and then they would ask the outsiders to help them. So that's the difference between two countries. So how the software developments are done here in Japan, and how DevSecOps environment and how the systems are changing with the new threat. Well, this is the flow. The first, the user side will consider about the spec changes and ask the SIRs for the code. And SIRs will investigate the impact, and they will come up with the policy and then provide a code. And the user side will see that code and then sort of discuss about the details, create the plan and scale the budget, and then the SIRs will start the development and testing, and then the user side will do the user testing, and if they accept, and then that will be put onto the production, and then issue the bill and make a payment. And this the one that is written in red, those are the software development directly related work. But as you can see that in case of a Japanese system development, many are the documentation paperworks. Vendors and users, there are a lot of the papers are going back and forth. So here in Japan, user is not involved in a software development process. What they are doing is a vendor management, a paperwork. And because they are just engaged in paperwork, they do not have much knowledge about the software itself. So when the SIR come up with a quote, you would not be able to tell whether that is expensive or cheap or the appropriate work efforts. I wouldn't say that SIRs are lying, but the client company do not know the reason why the SIRs have come up with that kind of estimates. So they just have to believe what the SIRs has come up with. And because the internal codes are mixed up and they cannot look for the competitive bid. Nicolas mentioned that you have to make sure that the vendor lock-in should not take place. But here in Japan, we are in this situation where we are heavily locked in with certain vendors. And that TIC's problems let us that we should not be locked in with certain vendors. And Nicolas is trying to do something about this vendor lock-in situation. So if that is the case, and then if there is a vulnerabilities found in the system that you're using, we are talking about open source today, but the open source vulnerability scan tools are available already in the market, and I'm sure that Cameron is going to talk about that. However, with the current environment, SIRs would not like to use such kind of a tool because they will be criticized for just letting that high vulnerabilities remain in the system. So SIRs do not have the incentive of using such kind of a tool. And for me, I think this is a threat to the Japanese economy as a whole. So the software development competitive edge is the source of the competitive edge of the economy as a whole. But in spite of that, the technology that they have is dependent upon SIRs, and because of that, they are losing or in disadvantage with the competition with the competitors. And for the global companies, they will be losing in a global market, and the core industry supporting Japanese economy will be declining. And SIRs will be in a trouble in the long run because they will be enjoying a good profit in a short period of time. However, if their client companies are deteriorating, and then that would hurt their financial as well. So what should be done is to create a system by yourself. DoD too have decided to create their own system. So we have to follow the suit. So the basic architecture policy, it should be designed by the internal people, and manufacturing orders and a code level quality check. Those people should be developed and hired at the company. And not to pay for the requirement achievements, but just to pay for the engineer resources. What kind of resources of level of the people are working for how many weeks or so, this is the payment, a kind of a thing. And just make sure that the very important module to be created in-house and the other system to be created together with the outsourcee. So avoiding the vendor locking, but to have this development quickly with the help from the external resources. And Nicolas too are trying to do this kind of a thing. And this is a proposal to SIers. So this is not a good environment for them. So what the SIR should be doing is to support their clients for them to do the internal development. However, there must be some kind of a dilemma because this is what you're sort of cannibalize your existing business. So for those young people working in SIRs, I would recommend you to tender the resignation and then to work for those companies that develop the system in-house and leverage on these new technologies, assuming the DevSecOps, like the cloud natives, a container, Kubernetes, and microservice. Or another option is for you to start up the venture companies, which you can actually support this internal system development. So right now, DevSecOps market is 18 trillion yen. And this requires IT system development industries, industrial restructuring transformation. But the first step in doing this is to make sure there's a DevSecOps concept to be penetrated. And what requires to do that is a community activity. And that's the reason why I'm doing this DevSecOps Tokyo. I'm not saying that the SIers need to exit from this industry, but how the Japanese industry can promote this DevSecOps, the current relationship between SIers and companies, I think there is a problem. So there should be some changes to be seen. And that's my point. So now, community activities. Well, if you find the DevSecOps to be interesting, please participate and participate as a speaker next year. And last but not least, these are the sponsors to this new initiative that I started out. Thank you very much for your understanding and cooperation. That will be all for me. Thank you.
Hi. 私が喋ってるので、私が、チャットウィンドウを見張ります。あ、恐ろしいって書いてありますね。恐ろしい。何が恐ろしかったの？
It says here, I'm looking at the chat page. I don't think I've received any questions. I don't think I can ask myself any questions.
So this is the person who says this is scary. The reason for the vendor locking is the behind the lack of the capital available. So this person says that it is difficult for the Japanese companies to do so. So my answer would be that we are the ones who need to change that. And this is the person who has been raising a lot of the questions. Noblesse oblige. We need to change the people's mindset to donate more. I think that is important. Yes, thank you very much. And then the Japanese DevSecOps proposal, that's great. Thank you very much for your comment. If you have any questions, I would love to answer them. Why don't we make the society great? This is a question from Dr. Wells. So let me answer that question. His question is, how can we increase confidence in the cyber AI, cyber security of AI algorithm? Well, I think this is difficult because although I sort of alarm this, but I don't have any specific idea yet. But in implementing the AI, or I think that we should employ the DevSecOps approach. The current AI sort of are saying that we are using this good use cases, and accuracy is at 99%. Yes, that's a great job that they are doing. But if you really want to do it, one needs to build the system, thinking about there might be some possibility for the rape crime. So I think that the problem is we have to make sure that we would thoroughly do this DevSecOps. And the replanning society is sponsoring this seminar because those people who are leading the Japanese industry have started to think about this. I think that's the reason why this society is willing to host this seminar. So that concludes the morning session, and we have Dr. Tomaguchi. And we only have 15 minutes until the afternoon session to start. But please enjoy your lunch for the afternoon session if you don't have much time left.
Thank you for a nice session. I will need to, it's almost midnight, so I will drop off. But thank you.
Bye. So
DevSecOps, probably this is the word that some of you may have heard this for the first time, but DoD at the Nicolas level, their budget is 4 trillion yen, and the number of resources is hundreds and thousands of people. And not on the level of the container level only, but the top level people, the understanding. I think that the software industry in Japan should understand their thought process. The vendor locking, it would be okay if the vendor side will do that. So the enterprise at top, if they have a good communication, that will be okay. So if you have a great transparency, then this, I think it will be possible. Be it the deep learning, deep learning is just a software development. And if it becomes deep learning, and then to do the training on this existing or the finished tool will be the critical thing. But they will be embedded into the softwares. And that will be the subject of DevSecOps. So the concept of DevSecOps, I want everyone who are listening to this to be the evangelist. In our company, I assign the Nirahara-san to be the evangelist, and I want them to spread this idea in the Japanese industry as a whole. And the run safe software, NSS, former NSS 0.3, and they are the contact person in licensing in. So if you want something that you would like to implement with regards to DevSecOps, then please contact Mr. Nirahara. So enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much. So we are 20 minutes behind from the original schedule. So we would like to have 10 minutes break. And then we would like to start the afternoon session from 1 o'clock Japan time. And the first speaker for the afternoon is Mr. Hasan Yasar. So now we would like to conclude the morning session. Thank you very much.
DevSecOps Days 東京は DevSecOps を推進するためのコミュニティ活動に賛同してくださる多くの企業、団体から支援を受けています。プラチナスポンサー、レジリエンスジャパン、ソナタイプ、データドッグ、レッドハット、ゴールドスポンサー、マイクロソフト、コグニティブリサーチラボ、Google クラウド、シルバースポンサー、ブレインパッド、HRD、プロファイルズ、講演、アメリカ大使館、カーネギーメロン大学ソフトウェアエンジニアリングインスティテュート、カーネギーメロン大学サイラボ、日本ディープラーニング協会、テンソルフローユーザーグループ東京、経済産業省。
Modern software applications consist of 90% open source components. These open source components often contain security issues. As we rely on open source software, companies have to reconsider their approach to security. Traditional manual processes based on whitelist and blacklist do not scale. They can really hold you back, especially when competitive advantage relies on speed of software delivery. That's why it's essential to build quality from the very beginning by adopting a shift-left mindset. Shift-left means integrating security practices early in the development lifecycle before your project reaches the finish line. Sonatype's platform helps you to automate open source governance early and everywhere in order to scale DevOps within your organization. Visit sonatype.com today for more information.
Because we've been this way from the start. Because the solution for one can be harnessed by others. Because clouds that compete can still connect. Because innovation needs collaboration. Because a revolutionary approach to software can transcend enterprise IT. Red Hat. Our code is open.
ビッグデータや AI 技術が脚光を浴びるデータの時代がやってきた。巨大企業もベンチャー企業もデータを大きな経営資源と捉えビジネスに取り入れようとしています。15年以上前からデータ活用の可能性をまっすぐに信じてきた私たち。今こそ一緒にデジタルトランスフォーメーションで開けるドアがたくさんあると思うのです。
持続可能な未来につながる扉、成長し続ける最適な意思決定、
データ分析の民主化、
顧客体験を磨き続ける世界、意味のある仕事を作る、
誰も想像できない大きな成功、イントゥリアンの
製造の矛盾化、できたらいいなを形に、
仲間の笑顔が未来の笑顔を作る。
HRD グループは科学的なアプローチで人事や組織の改革を強力に支援しています。今、多くの企業がデジタルトランスフォーメーションに取り組んでいるのではないでしょうか。デジタルテクノロジーを活用することにより、営業やマーケティングの見直し、業務プロセスの自動化が様々な企業で実現されています。では、人材や組織に関してはどうでしょう。一人一人の才能や個性に合わせた適材適所の実現や効果的なコミュニケーションの実践はデジタル化とは無縁の勘と経験に頼っているのが現状ではないでしょうか。このような勘と経験に頼ってきた人事や組織の課題もデータにより解決する時代になってきています。私たちの提供するディスクとプロファイル XT は科学的検証に裏打ちされた人材測定ツールです。一人一人のモチベーションの源泉やそのポテンシャルを見出すことで組織や人材の課題を解決します。全世界でこれまでに6000万人、10万社、日本でもこれまで120万人以上の顧客が効果を実感しているソリューションです。これからのデジタル時代の企業における改革の本質は人と組織のトランスフォーメーションにあると私たちは考えています。HRD グループのディスクとプロファイル XT が組織や人材の改革を可能にします。効果的なコミュニケーションによる組織力向上に興味のある方はディスクで、社内の適材適所の実現や人材のポテンシャルを見出すことに興味のある方はプロファイル XT で検索して、ぜひ一度ホームページからお問い合わせください。DevSecOps Days 東京のコミュニティ活動は皆様からの支援で成り立っています。今後のコミュニティ活動への支援にご興味のある方はお気軽にご連絡ください。
Keisuke,
Oh, yes.
what a day so far.
Yeah. What a day.
I'm,
Yeah, it's a.
I must be tired.
Yeah, it's a big day.
It is. Yep, but it's going so far very well. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
yeah.
Great organization.
Yeah. So we are back and we are live now. And actually, we were counting 10 seconds, and then right at the point you started to talk, and then yeah. So so we had a pretty big discussion in this morning, and we are also welcoming Mr. Hasan Yasar. Like yesterday, he gave a 3-hour lecture to us, and oh, I have to switch into Japanese. So
once again, we had Mr. Hasan Yasar yesterday, but today, once again, we will be hearing about some of the challenges you might face when trying to implement DevSecOps. People who have been watching through the morning, you might be tired, but I do hope that you enjoy until the end of the day. Lie down in front of the camera. We won't see you, so just relax and listen to all the presentations. So then, Hasan,
over
please.
to you, Hasan.
Thank you so much, Yusuke. Thank you so much. Let me start sharing my screen.
Yeah, we see it.
Yep, can you see that? Great. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm really excited to be part of this first DevSecOps Tokyo event. And I spent a good amount of time yesterday. It was very well. I received the good questions and tried to answer all of them. I wish we had in-person meetings or in-person class so we can discuss more and we can talk more. But it still is good because we are in a virtual setting. So I'm hoping next year we'll get together in person so we can discuss more. So we spoke a lot of DevSecOps so far. We spent a good amount of yesterday and also today. Nicolas, Mark, and Malu and other speakers, everybody give a good spiel about the DevSecOps. But I'm going to talk about a little bit different topics. I know we said everything is great, DevSecOps is great, but there are some challenges to implement DevSecOps successfully. So when you're starting your journey, I'm sure you'll learn a lot. You will do DevSecOps tomorrow when you go to your office, or think about yourself, what you learned from today, and how can you implement DevSecOps, where you start in your organizations, what you should do. So I will give you a quick tips, and I'll cover up the common challenges and some solutions so we can really tackle the problem. So I'll get a lot of good tips for you. So this is me, by the way. I spent a lot of time in the software world and for years in developing a software, secure software, and being instructors and teaching a DevSecOps since 2015. And I have been in Agile DevOps for years. And also I did a lot of work with the IEEE and the research organization as well. But I really felt the DevSecOps speed. So this is really a simulated environment. So everybody's asking what the speed means. That's what the speed means. So when you compare how we were deploying a software and 20 years ago or before DevOps, which we heard from the Mark this morning, we were deploying a software in a 2-year cycle sometimes, or we are deploying a software maybe a 6-month. With the DevOps, we are deploying software and literally in the production environment, sometimes in a millisecond, sometimes in a day. So when you really compare the speed, kind of like put a simulated environment, it looks like we're driving a motorcycle and no helmet on it. So when you drive the motorcycle with the wind, your face looks like that. When you have a security, then you don't want to open your mouth that you're breaking the security. That's what it is very difficult to get security into DevOps environment without breaking the rules, without breaking the build, and get security into DevOps environment. It's very challenging. So I was able to spend only 15 seconds. It was very hard to close my mouth. So I really felt the speed. All right, let's talk about it. So I'm going to cover up a little bit DevSecOps, what it is. I know we heard a lot today, But I'm going to say one more time what is this, what is the DevSecOps, what are the differences are, where we can start, and diving into the challenging and some actions, what we're supposed to do. And lastly, we'll cover up the session with the DevSecOps platform, sustaining kind of maintenance and other component as well, and what's next. So let's quickly take a look one more time what the DevOps definition it is. So I opened up yesterday as well. I'm going to say one more time. That's the official definition from IEEE, by the way. There are many definitions on the industry. There are many definitions from the people, typically you may ask that, but there is no official definition, which is from IEEE right now, and from 2675 IEEE documentation as DevOps standardization that will be published sometimes end of October. So DevOps is a set of principles and practices. I know it's not just in DevOps. We're looking for whoever has the right in the software application lifecycle, they are responsible for delivering a software that is requiring a constant communication, a collaboration between each of the stakeholders. So stakeholders are just not the dev and ops and security people. Stakeholders are the business, like architects and design, legal team, whoever has the right to say in this pipeline, they are part of DevSecOps, DevOps movement. So DevSecOps is the really integrating security with all of the software engineering practices. So it's not a middle term, it is just adding a security in everybody's mindset, in everybody's work, what they can do. So ideally, if we do the DevOps right, we don't need DevSecOps technically, but we have never done the DevOps right properly. That's the argument. Because we always going fast, we always would like to deliver something on time to the customer, and we often ignore or did not pay enough attention for the security pieces. So just a little bit background here, when we look at any engineering principles, like a software that we are building, there are quality attributes. Like the quality attributes basically, modifiability, reliability, and security is one of them. There are 12 main factors. So we're supposed to have a security in everywhere in life cycle when we design the systems. But when we go really fast, we ignore the security element. That's the reason as a community, we are calling as DevSecOps, we are calling as specifically, we have to have a security in our life cycle. We cannot ignore the security. That's what we are trying to say. So we have to do the job done right properly. And other things I would like to call out specifically again, when you would like to implement DevSecOps, you should have some maturity in DevOps first. Like what the DevOps we learned so far, it's basically adding automations or continuous integration or continuous delivery or a pipeline. Once you have an infrastructure ready, it's much easier to have security in place. Like it's much easier to have automation, all the security activities, like security testings, or the security integration, or the pen testing, or fast testing. All type of security activities can be done easily with the full DevOps environment. So we have to do the proper work. Let's continue. And a couple of things about the principles of DevOps. And just gonna recall again, it's basically featured deployment. It is iterative incremental development. So in the lifecycle perspective, as you can see on the screen, like we have engines running automation perspective. In every life cycle, we are delivering one feature of the work. Like features can be a specific, a small batch size work, or it can be a one capabilities, or it can be one of the functionalities that you would like to deploy with your users. So these are the possible examples really you can use on the DevOps environment. So we have to use the right metrics to monitor our environment. We have to use the continuous feedback throughout the environment as well. Like continuous feedback means whenever we do any changes, we have to feedback to the team members. Like really, we have to get back to all the stakeholders. We have to share information, all the stakeholders together, so we can build up a transparency. We can build up some information that we can share amongst team members, which is creating a team engagement with all stakeholders. So what are the benefits of DevSecOps? The main benefits of DevSecOps actually is repeatable steps, first things, and also reducing the errors in our deployment and development environments. So if you do proper deployments, if you do automations, you're eliminating any manual steps in your steps, like everything automated. That infrastructure's code is one of the component, or the security testings or the SAST analysis test. These are the couple components we are able to repeat every steps. Then with the concept of the deployments, which is again, different type of deployment you may use, and we have availabilities all the time. And most important one is responsive to business needs. That includes the security as well. So when we say the responsiveness, think about that if there's a breach in your systems and how much you can be quick or how much you fast, then you can patch your system on time. If you don't patch your system in the production environment it's running, it will be a zero-day vulnerability for the adversaries. No matter patches available is out there, it's available in the community, maybe vendor release the new patch. If you don't update your system, it will be zero-day. So that goes back to the question, how can we update our production environment, fixing any vulnerabilities as quick as possible? That's what DevOps is going to bring to you. That's how you can build up a pipeline with the right processes, right infrastructure, right practices. You can patch any type of incidents on time. I know patching incident is not that easy job. It takes time, right? Usually have the right automation, deployments, and testing, validating. So you don't want to open up another breach in your systems. That's important. But if you do practice all this DevSecOps component, you should be able to patch anything on time and then in the work. Two other important benefits of DevSecOps. One is the traceabilities. That is also important, and we heard about today. If you are building any systems, there's a data element in it. How are we going to make sure that data is properly touched from the developers and how the developers are connecting, what type of work has been done, who is changing the code, what type of changing code has been done. You should have a really traceabilities from inception all the way to the production environment. So you can trace back all the work has been done with the right versions. It is also important to address the basically data bridge or any responsive to the work as well. So traceability is not just looking for what is done for audit perspective, and also it's important to know what has been done in production so we can go back and take a look and do any type of patch vulnerabilities as easy as possible. So last element of the DevSecOps is basic continuous feedback. So feedback is an important factor in DevSecOps, which is creating a communication between the stakeholders. So when we have a continuous mechanisms like getting any type of alert from test cases or getting alert from the production environment, see how the production environment or how the system is behaving. So we can really feedback to the team to let them learn either system performance or the system vulnerabilities or a type of attack vector, so we can monitor it, feeding back to the team so team can do proper work to address any of this and on time. And plus, we are learning by collecting the feedbacks on time. So when we talk about the security, we would like to really think about security and implement from inception, from the beginning of the work we do, and always through the life cycle. It is not a one-time job. It's a continuous job. If you do the future requirements, like what type of things we are going to build, we have to understand what the security requirements are. When we design the systems architectural, we have to design secure system. Like we have to understand what the components are, how the components, they're going to interact each other. What type of security mechanisms are we going to use? Like what type of encryption are we going to use? What is the communication mechanisms are? What is authentication mechanism? So it's really start from the architectures and design with the right requirements. And based on the research, if you are able to design system properly with a secure mindset, including architecture design phases, we are able to eliminate 50% of the security problems by doing the right architecture, right design. Because most of the vulnerabilities are based on two factors, either a design problem, which is a flaw in the system, or it can be a bug in the system. So bug is basically leading an exploitation of the systems. If you do a security properly in early phase of life cycle, as in the requirements and design architect, we're able to eliminate 50% of the security problem. Other 50%, it's the bug. So bug are basically any type of vulnerable defect in the systems. So if there's a defect in the systems, that is going to caused by the exploitation of the system. So adversaries will take an advantage of the bug in the system and exploit that. So to eliminate any type of bug elimination or a defect, we do a lot of testing. We have to do more testing. That includes static analysis, dynamic analysis, or the pen testing, or any type of testing you can do, eliminate the bug in the system. So if you look at the overall perspective, things has to be connected together. It's not a one person's job. It is not a one phase of job. It's not just doing the static analysis and life cycle. So we have to think about in every phase of life cycle, not think and also implement as well. Let's talk about the challenges. So we are covered up the basics. So I'm going to cover up the challenges, the 5 things that based on my research, based on what I have been getting so far, there's 5 common challenges. So these challenges are related to the security assurances, some organizational barriers, some quality aspect of it, and important is the skills and with the guidance. So I'm going to go over each of them in details. Let's start from the lack of assurances. When we say assurances, like really understanding the industry where we are. We have to really understand what type of the organization we are in. What is our standardization that we have to follow up? It's not really clearly defined. We always think about the compliance perspective that we have to follow up with either the finance sector or a health sector or any safety critical systems. We look at that perspective, but it's not really clearly defined what assurances are. So instead of waiting what industry is going to tell us of each of the standards about the security assurances, just start with your engagements with your team members. Start to talk about other peer of organization. See how they are doing the security assurances in their work. Like this is a good opportunity for you. DevSecOps Days is one of the elements. You can talk to people, you can discuss how they are doing it, attending the conferences, learning what the industry is looking for, what industries think about the security perspective. Definitely learn from others and sharing your experience. When we go to the next one about the business perspective, so we have to really understand what the business needs in terms of security. So when we really talk about the fundamentals, we have to understand what type of threats we are in. What is the risk of the business? So we can really tie with the security of the business. Understand the business context. Understand what is the rank in the business. What is really important factor for us? Because one of the difficulties in the security perspective, we don't know what is enough. Like we do a lot of security testings, like static analysis, an example. Which one is related to our business? We don't know. We're just doing either spending more time for testing or less time. If you spend more time for testing and our business owner says, I don't want to spend more time and money, I should go fast and push the feature into the production so I can get more users, I can get more money, I can get more work. So really we have to tie with the business perspective, what is our strategy in organizations? Based on the strategy of organization, we can define what the risk factors are, we can define the right mitigation, so we can really tie with the security perspective with our business insurances as well. Then when we talk about the projects, we really have to tie with the project needs. So we start from organization, we are going to the specific project right now. And when we do the project, really map the reporting data from tools for the VM perspective, understand what the project security tools we have to use, what things we are measuring, review the code changes for any security documentation, and look for any type of changes and approval for incident purpose, like start from organization, go all the way to the project. We can do the project-based work as well. This is another factor. So when we build up a project base or the system or application-based security thinking, we can really take that same work that has been done on a specific projects or a specific modules can be used in other projects as well. So we don't want to spend more time for same type of security analysis or same security work in the same modules over and over and again. So sharing that component with across the project is also going to help you to address the project assurances and security. Let's go to the next one. I know this is a very important topic like organization barriers, which is about the culture. So we heard from the Dr. Wells this morning, yes, it is a people problem. It's a culture problem. That's the first problem we will see that. So when we say the cultural problem, there is a couple elements in the cultures. So first one is the poor stakeholder collaborations. That's the reason actually DevOps started back in 2009. And since that day, we are talking about how can we do better in our work? Because lack of coordination, lack of collaboration that caused the problem in the software development world, that operation team got the reaction and they fixed that. So we have to really fix the stakeholder collaboration. What we can do to fix the collaboration problem or the communication problem, we really start to think about as a whole team together. We cannot dedicate the specific teams to each other. So we cannot say you are a QA team, you are a testing team, you're a security team. There's no, we all together in the same boat. If ship is gonna sink, we're gonna die all together. We don't wanna be in this one person, another person. We have to work as a team to save the ship. So like we have to really get the dev and ops and security team together. Let's build up a learning culture. Let's build up a culture that we learn from our mistakes. Let's build up a continuous mindset, understanding what the health of the systems are. We can focus on the partnership. We can get the stakeholders agreement together. We really put the people together in the team so team can work in the same mission, same goals. There are many techniques can be done. Like one example, quick, I can give that. Build up a team culture by sharing the same information or using some Friday afternoon time, have a tech exchange, learning from mistakes. If somebody's making a mistakes on the breaking the build, or they're making some mistakes on the security perspective, instead of penalizing them, have a post-mortem, analyze the work, what has been done, and try to feedback the team and good work so we can really work as a team together. So next one is the pipeline security. So, which is kind of organizational related, but it's also important to build up a right software pipeline, which is DevSecOps platform, which is tooling perspective. So integrating all the tools that we are using it, such as static analysis tools, such as the DAS tool, which is the fast testing tools, for any tools should be integrated into the pipelines. When we integrate it, we have to make sure that we are monitoring all the data, like the MTTR as an example, or MTTD, mean time to recovery, mean time to detect, and how much we are able to address the vulnerability. So based on the pipeline, we can collect the data, and then data will fit into our collaboration as well. We can share the fact. Instead of saying the hypothesis or without knowing what is the truth behind it, instead of saying something that I have suspicious on, it's not gonna work, it may not work, let's use the data for a communication perspective. It is going to help a lot to improve the overall knowledge of organizations. So when we talk about the pipeline perspective, we cannot really get one tool is just standing up by itself. Really, we have to connect the tools together. We have to have a repository management. We should have issue tracking systems. All tools should be talking each other so we can insert a security in each of the components. Like if I am collecting requirements in the beginning of life cycle, it is going to be an issue tracking system. If it is an issue tracking systems, then I should write a security stories. When I do the testing of the security stories as part of my CI system, or maybe under the code review, we should refer back to the security stories that we wrote at the beginning. So which is requiring some traceability. If you remember, I said at the beginning, I said we should really trace the system. To trace the system, it is requiring a fully integrated pipeline. If your pipeline is not integrated, you cannot build up a security automations. You cannot collect the right data. You cannot share the artifacts between the team members. So now we are saying that we will are collaborating. So suddenly, if your pipeline is not integrated, there is no way you can really connect the dots. There is no way you can automate that process. Next one is making a security as a priority of organization barriers. Like we always say that it's important for us, but we're not making a priority of organizations. We're not making a priority of the work that we would like to do. What we should do, make it a prioritization. We have to change the culture using evangelists, maybe doing a security championship, maybe creating a plan, maybe creating a small team, build up the prioritization, put in the checklist and make sure that it is going to be addressed in our life cycle, addressed in part of the code review, and should be addressed in our deployment, should be addressed in our test cases. When we do that, try to think about a simple. Really don't overwhelm the systems. Start from the baby steps first. If you try to make everything in your pipeline, it is going to be very difficult for you. Start the very basic steps. Maybe just getting a basic code review probably, or just getting a basic security scanning from your CI perspective, and so you can grow and up and continue integrating security. And as I said, at the beginning, it's kind of a mindset changes. Then the third one is the lack of quality. So what does really quality means? I think we're supposed to have as part of the security should be quality, right? We ignore that. So why we are ignoring? Because we never really think about the security as one of the architecture quality attributes. That's the reason we are talking about DevSecOps today. We're going to continue to talk about DevSecOps still because we are not addressing quality attributes as a security. Why? Because we are bringing security in too late into the game. What that means is it too late. Like once we find out anything in our system is up and running, we address the security after learning in our infrastructure. Something is discovered, something is happening, then we are trying to address the security as a reactive. So because we're not putting a security as the first priority, we are bringing too late in the system, which is based on some reaction of the system we discovered, something we discovered in our the running system. We are trying to fix that. When we do that, our quality is really going down because we're not able to define security properly in the last stage. It's becoming always a reactive mode. So we have to be a more proactive mode. What we can do be a proactive mode, we have to start security early in the life cycle. We have to understand for any features we are talking about, we have to tie with our compliance perspective. We have to tie the security with our objective, with our organization. So think about the security first-class citizens from the beginning and define the proper mitigation strategies for each of the security requirements. Another important is the quality. So it's kind of related to what I said before. It is a lack of confidence in the release. We are releasing something to the production environment, but we are not sure because we are not spending enough time to our systems. It's not resilient in our system they are building because we never really think about a release perspective as how much we are confident in the release. Do we have automated mechanism for the compliance perspective? Are we able to audit ourselves based on our security requirements? So we always release something because we are not putting a security as part of it, which is going the quality down again in the production environment. So one important factor, thinking about DevSecOps, it's going to increase our resiliency. Resilience is about the readiness of the infrastructure. Resilience is about the readiness of our systems up and running without breaking any type of outage. That includes security. That also performance part of it. So building a confidence in release is important. How we build that? The confidence, doing a lot of integration testing. We have to do more delivery and then the less deployment. So eventually, when we do more delivery, continuous delivery, so we can do the more continuous deployment with the high confidence in the work. So more testing, more automations, and then more practicing makes us really resilient to all these components requiring the right infrastructures at the beginning. The complexity of systems is also important because we are not building a just basic web application anymore. Such a very basic business application is a 3-tier, minimum 3-tier, right? But if you're building a lot of services, a lot of components, it is very difficult to understand and address the security. So remember I said at the beginning, think about a project, but each of the project has a component in it. So what we should do, we have identified what type of components we are working on it. What is the metrics that we're supposed to collect it? What time are we going to deploy application? And drive the security policies in every phases of our components. Each of the component has its own considerations. Like one example, you may define the microservice as an example. Each of the microservices, think about the quality of the complexity or quality in the microservices concept. Think about each of the services are independent from each other's. And put the security component in your microservices definition as an example. So your architecture should be very modular. Each of the modular you can address the security by putting right policies, right testing, and that will go into your production environment. So this is my favorite topic actually, lack of security skills. It will continue. Like we don't have a right skill set team members. We don't have a right skill set that understands security. It will be continue based on the DevSecOps survey I have been doing as a part of community the last 5 years. Always you find out that there is one security person, there are 100 developers. So how are you going to really match the security skills is very challenging. Even though when I teach the class in the CMU as a graduate class, and these are the CS students, by the way, they're graduate level. They don't know the security. They are trained with the computer science. They know what to write a better software. They know what to write algorithms. They are very good understanding functionalities. They can address all the quality attributes. When it comes to security, they're not able to do that. Let's start from the business perspective, right? So business people are either the salespeople or whoever did the business analyst or data analyst. They don't have a security skills at the beginning. What we should do, we have to change our conversation with the risk, with the quality, and explain to our customers, identify the specific risk that we are dealing about it. I always say the risk because security is based on the risk. How much you can tolerate as a risk of organization that you can do the more security. It's kind of related together. Because if there is any problem in your organization in terms of your code, maybe technical problem, maybe some vulnerability, it's going to create a risk for you. So really identify and talk to your customer what type of architecture problem they may see. What is uncertainty for their components? What things you can ask, what things you can add into the business needs, then you can drive the security skills along the business needs. And developer skills, which I said a minute ago, developer, it's not trained properly in the schools. They are learning when they see a problem in the security perspective. They are learning because the knowledge, it's keep increasing. Like today's, we may have a different type of vulnerabilities, we may discover that. So it's kind of a living things. So living things like we may discover new vulnerabilities, we may have a new technique, somebody's going to discover that, maybe adversaries will getting a new components, some based on the tools. Like 10 years ago, there was no Docker, right? There was LCX component for Docker. Now we are talking about Docker. So if anybody graduated 10 years ago, don't expect that they will an expert understand the Docker security problems. Same is true for Kubernetes. So that it's kind of like a growing and living things. What we should do, we have to change our developer mindset or organization mindset, let them learn from their mistakes. That's the reason we have said at the beginning with organization problem, we would like to make sure team are learning from their mistakes. It is true for the developer's perspective. Change the behavior, let them learn from their mistakes. And an organization, motivate them, do the proper security training. We don't want to get a training once in a year. Let's get a training as on demand. Let's give an opportunity for the developer to learn from their mistakes or learn from the static analysis tools. One example, if you have static analysis tools, static analysis tools find out any security vulnerabilities in the code, like the weakness of the code. So your tool should help the developer to write a better code to address the specific security problem. Like if there's a SQL injection, instead of tool says there is a problem in this piece of SQL code, SQL code, let your tools or your systems giving a recommendation for developer how to fix. First of all, what is the SQL injection problem it is, and how it's going to be fixed on a specific language. It's important. So they're going to learn. So build up some learning mechanisms for any type of work they do, so they can build up a knowledge. And other things you can do with the code review as an example, build up a code review, not just looking for the code styling, bring the expert into the team members. So expert, like a security expert or whoever has a knowledgeable, let's give them some idea, some knowledge or reviewing their code before really going through the build process. Remember at the beginning I said, if you're able to fix any security problems early in life cycle, it's going to save you 50% of time in the future. If you do more testing, more security than at the beginning, it's going to save more time, either a costing of the rework or be ready for any responsiveness. Another one is the auditor perspective. Auditors, they don't know the security components. They're looking for more compliance perspective, right? Each of the compliances, which is HIPAA or the SOX or many other compliances, is a security element in it. So let's train the auditors to understand what the security requirements are for the work, like understanding working relationship, understanding with team member, what the teams are feeling, Give them some common standards like OWASP Top 10 or NIST 853 or many other standards you can give to the auditors, so the auditors have knowledge of it enough to understand and look at the systems. Like if you talk about the GDPR as an example, which we heard this morning too, like when we talk GDPR, maybe specific data elements we have to address. So how to address the data elements, we have to understand what the requirements are. We have to understand common standards about the data requirements. So auditors should understand what the security requirements are. They should not look at for the checklist perspective. They have to understand what the components are of the system. So it's our job to teach the auditors, here is an example. Here's the common vulnerabilities I'm addressing. Here is the test case I do. Here's my formal discussion. Here's my formal methods for addressing any type of securities in my life cycle, which is going to be the training for the team members, training for the auditors, training for developers. So it's kind of like a building knowledge for everybody else in our organizations. So the fifth one is insufficient security guidance. So what that means really, as I said, kind of related at the beginning as well, we didn't have enough security resources we can apply. So why is that changing, even though we have many standards out there, but it is not really addressing our specific business needs. So if we look at for the longer term sustainability for the security resources, like what we can do, we can really start and build up a knowledge basis. When it's small, we can expand it more and building up some security architecture for organizations. For the work we are doing it, creating a policy for assessing specific gaps and try to map the policies domain-specific procedures, like what the development are, what is onboarding guidance, what is our test strategies, what is our goal to spread security responsibilities across multiple people, like really build up the resources, be ready for team members. What you can do as a quick example, when you learn any type of security breach, share it with your team members, analyze some data breaches, get together as a team, ask the question for a team member. If we were in a situation, how can we tackle that problem? How can we solve the problem? See that we are learning from others. Think about how can we solve the problem, what we should have done it. If we were in a situation, what we should have done properly when we build up the systems, and then we can learn and have some brainstorm, some experimentation. So you should be ready if something happens to your systems. For the standardization, really don't go to the big bang right away and start with a basic framework to address that. Like, let's say if I'm gonna use the security standards in my organizations, don't really boil the oceans. Like, don't go to a big standards, like maybe the OpenSAM, maybe other standards. It may be difficult for you to implement it. Start with the basic standards. Start with the basic top 10 as an example, OWASP top 10. So if you look at OWASP top 10, and you will see the top 10 vulnerabilities. Start with the basic one, like input sanitization as an example, like looking for the type checking or the variable creation. So start with the basics, then you can improve the knowledge and based on each of the work. Start from the work and try to make the policies in the work environment in detail. And last one is proactive monitoring. So we're not really do proper monitoring. It looks like we are monitoring just production environment with the security perspective, but we are not sharing that monitoring with the rest of our organization team members. This is lack of our communications. This is lack of our continuous feedback. What we should do, we have to do the proactively monitoring every life cycle, from the ops pieces to developers. So developers should know what we are gathering in our production environment, what type of attacks we are seeing, what the port numbers as an example. If you don't share that information with your dev team, with your architects, with the business needs, how do you expect that they will learn from your organization domain? That's really saddening me because I saw so many cases, we are not sharing as the security operation team, ops team, what we find at our system. We are not sharing our dev team because we don't trust them. But adversaries, they already know your system. They already know what type of vulnerabilities or what type of data you're using it, because they're attacking your systems. But when it comes to the sharing, we always becoming more defensive, not the sharing our team members. We should do that. So that's the reason we are always reactive for any incidents. We're supposed to be proactive. To be a proactive, we have to be alert on time. We have to monitor our security postures. We have to monitor our production environment so we can be as proactive as possible, so we can be alerted. We should be ready for any incidents, any new threats, any trust problems, any company verification. We can be ready to deploy and check it out. So 5 challenges, which is more implementation detail. And this one is more about the DevSecOps environment. So we build up an environment, looks like great, right? We are building and deploying the software quickly. There are 2 main problems on DevSecOps environment. I don't say problem, maybe challenging. One is effective usage of pipeline. So we are spending a lot of money and time building up a great DevSecOps environment. Maybe you are buying a service from the vendors, maybe AWS, maybe Google Cloud. No matter where you are buying a service, ask yourself how much effective you are using it. Effective means your developer, are they able to use it properly? Do they have a DevOps skills? All the stakeholders are accessible to your environments, all stakeholders? Do you have an onboarding guidance? So try to think about, as a user perspective, how we are thinking as a business owner, how we are thinking as a developer, as our user, to give them a great systems. Same is true for a DevSecOps environment. We have to give the right guidance to our team members. We have to give them a right architectural documentation, what they have to do, what the common services are. What is the API that we can use, the common API for other communications? What is our test methods? So give the information for team members, or build up, if you don't have anything, as a team together, build up some documentation, some guidance, some lesson learned, some wiki pages, whatever you can build it, so your team members can use the environment effectively. The other problem is maintaining the environments. Why we have to maintain an environment? Because of the cost or any type of updating problem in infrastructures. Remember, software itself we are building, and DevSecOps environment is also build up the software. If there is any vulnerabilities in your build server, like a Jenkins, an example, are you ready to update your Jenkins server? Do you have a backup plan? How much you can support the new tools? Do you have a backup environments? Do you have an operational support for you? How you really keep the base images? And how you build up the orchestration components? How you scale securing? How much you are paying for licensing? So think about that maintenance and cost perspective, so you can effectively use the pipeline and you can maintain the pipeline. I usually say that use the DevSecOps to maintain your DevSecOps environment. Think about agility, think about the security, think about effective usage, think about licensing, how we are building the software on the DevSecOps environment. As a summary, what is really next? So what you should do next, you learn the challenge, you find out some mitigation problem right now. What are the challenges? Assess your gaps. What type of problem you may have right now? Why you would like the DevSecOps? What is the purpose that? And what is the gap areas you need to improve? Is it a skill? Address the skill, give the training your team member, let them go to conference, let them come to DevSecOps days as an example. Train your team members based on the gaps, whatever you find it. Or if you see a lack of knowledge, or maybe a lack of tools, find out the tools. If you see some process-related issues, change your process. When you do that, look at the specific quick wins. Again, don't really boil the ocean. Start with the baby steps. Crawl first, you can walk, and then you can run after that. And then make sure that your team members are your champions. Empower them, help them. If you are a leader, if you are a manager, give an opportunity for your team members to learn from their mistakes, or understand, or teach them, or help them a culture, so empowering each others. So based on all this three facts, you can collect the result. See where you are. And we need to collect the data, right? Metric space is important. So where we are, based on what we assess, then we have to evaluate and repeat again. So this is kind of like a continuous. There is no limit for DevSecOps, honestly. Limit is your imagination, your automation, your quality, your capabilities. So you can really go fast as much as you can. At the same time, we're not sacrificing with the quality, with the security perspective. That said, this is the GitHub space, and you can look at more information from my team member. We have been publishing some examples to build up your DevSecOps environment. There are various training tools, and you can look at from YouTube as well. And then if you're going to get more information, and please reach out to the SCI website. I constantly post the blog or the webinar or the podcast I do, or some of my team members, they can do the similar thing as well. Ask and follow up any information. If you have more questions, I'm happy to answer your questions anytime, and send me an email or connect me through the LinkedIn, whatever the methods you would like to follow up. And I would like to thank you for everybody. Thank you, Yusuke. So I have a couple of minutes for the questions, and happy to answer the questions, Yusuke.
Yes, thank you. So let me see. There's a question from the audience. Is the security, net security is like a guardrail or a constructed road, which is like an infrastructure of the whole system?
So let's put a security to perspective. One is building up a secure infrastructures. So infrastructures in the pipeline that we presented should be secure enough. Like the securing pipeline is one element. All the tools, configuring the tools properly. Like if you have a Jenkins as an example, make sure that you are configuring your Jenkins securely with the right key management, with the administrative, with the password for the mechanism, so we can really secure the infrastructure. On your application, your building application on top of the pipeline, which you can put a security guardrails. Like you can put some constraints, some test cases part of the CI server. Based on the test cases, based on the test coverage, number of defects, or number of test cases, or number of any vulnerabilities, number of any tests that you discovered, you can put some guardrails on it. If you're using a container, one example, you can put a container security to see what is the vulnerability you discovered, what is the risk level of each of the discovery for the, as an example, a container security, like a 2 seconds example. So find out any type of vulnerabilities and then put some parameters around it. So this is kind of like adding a security guardrails on the application content. But I don't want to sacrifice anything in the pipeline perspective, because pipeline should be as strong as possible. We have to really monitor any abnormal activities in our pipeline, because if your pipeline got compromised, no matter what in application, adversaries, they can insert a malicious code into your application content. One example, if your pipeline is not able to monitor properly, your developers will make it a Docker container from a public sources instead of using your pipeline, or somebody can insert an image into your pipeline as your artifact catalog. Your developer can use the malicious container, push the code into it. So that's how it is important. Start from the infrastructure, then put any guardrails on application content.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. There's another question asking about, yeah, I think it's a good question at this time of the event. Once again, what exactly is the DevSecOps? Is it a way of decision making, or is it about organizational philosophy and theory, or what exactly is it?
Great. Yes, what is exactly it is? So it is all of the above. It's organizational policies. It is organizational thinking. So let's start from DevOps again. We set a set of practices and guidelines. So policies and practice. Policies are organizational direction, which is culture, communication, collaboration. The practice are continuous integration, continuous delivery, so put automation perspective. So when we say the DevSecOps, we would like to think about the security in our policies, in our guidelines, in our organizational culture. Let the people are talking about, let the team members are sharing the security knowledge. When we talk about the practice perspective, we have to make sure that we are putting a security in every practice that we do. Practice are creating issues, like cases in our application, create a security stories. If we are deploying a code into the environment staging or antivirus environment, make sure that you're deploying a secure code. If you are doing the testing, at the security testing. If you're writing a code, think about the secure coding. So every practice is a security element in it. So it is basically all of the above. We can think about the security as practice level, how we write in the code. We can think about the security in the organization as well. So what DevSecOps it is, really, it's organizational culture and also organizational practice. So DevSecOps is really helping to move fast. When you move fast means from any type of deployments, any type of coding to the production, we have to think about the security, implement security. So DevSecOps is adding a security into your daily life cycle when you build up the software.
Okay, thank you very much. It's about time.
You're welcome.
So thank you again for today's sessions, and thank you for your help.
It was pleasure. Yeah. It was pleasure to talk with you, Yusuke. Thank you so much, and thanks for everyone again.
Yep, thank you very much. はい、ではハサンさんのパートが終わりまして。
Now that Dr. Hasan's presentation is over, we would like to go to Ren Kimura, who is the CEO and President of Richelka Security, the first of Japan's red team kind. He founded the company, and Kimura's team is the group of benign hackers at the world standard. So I personally believe that he is the best hacking team in Japan. And as Hasan mentioned, the lack of security skills can be the source of vulnerability. That is why the security needs to be complemented from outside. And that is one of the reasons that he founded his company. And I think that Kimura's visual should be presented on the screen. Can you hear us? I'm sorry, I don't have a webcam. And he was at Scilab Carnegie Mellon up until last year. So maybe please talk about that as you talk this afternoon. Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Let me now share the slides. This is my slides. Hope you can see it. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. I am CEO and President of Richelka Security. Today, I would like to discuss some technical aspects of the software security under the theme of Introduction to Exploitability and Assessment. And because there is not a Japanese translation, and I am trying to translate it into the Japanese. This is my personal background. As has been introduced, I'm the founder and CEO of Richelka Security. I founded the company just last year, so it's been only 6 months. Software testing, automation, and also benign hacking are the areas of specialties, and I was working as a fellow researcher at Carnegie Mellon last year. This is a brief introduction of my company, and Red Team and TLPT are the areas of our business specialty. In Japan, and CTF will capture the flag hacking competition. Binger and TOTF, the leaders of these two teams and other state-of-the-art hackers are with us. These are the areas of specialties, and this is the area, and I was at Scilab, and fuzzing is the area of software vulnerability analysis. And the outcome of the research, I have discovered 12.0 security, and 12 have been issued with a certificate. Exploitability assessment in the area of academia is defined as on the slides. The weight of security risks or exploitation means attacks, and the vulnerability caused by the exploitability is assessed. And Microsoft is using this as well. And according to their definition, their security advisory report has a 4-scaled level of exploitability from 0 to 3. The larger the number, more resilient the system is. 0 is equivalent of the detection of exploitation already detected, and 1 is the level where the exploitation is considered likely. So, as written, Microsoft analysis has shown that the exploit code could be created in such a way that an attacker could consistently exploit this vulnerability. Now, this is an example of Microsoft exploitability assessment, an SMP, which was on a mail server. And exploitability assessment was also included in the advisory. And in this specific case, it was labeled as level 1, meaning that exploitation were more likely. And SMB Ghost was the report on SMB was released in March 2020, but it is yet to be exploited because exploitability code was not public. But 1 month after the release by Microsoft, we have released the research purpose hacking code of SMB Ghost. So Microsoft's assessment of the exploitability was correct, as has been verified by our team. Now, this exploitability assessment, how does it actually work? And what procedures does it follow? This shows the flow of procedure. I'm not a Microsoft person, but overall, the bug reporter is on the left end who discovers the possibility of a bug, which is reported to CVE numbering authorities, which in turn gives a numbering for CVE issuance. And working with CNA, Microsoft issues advisory on exploitability. And Microsoft original scales are used in terms of the level of exploitability. CSERT, or researcher team, then analyzes the exploitability. And what I would like to bring your attention to are the areas encircled in red. The reason I want you to pay attention to these steps is because we are currently working whether these steps can be automated. And I would like to share with you some spearhead cases. This is one of the famous cases. DoD data, Cyber Grand competition was held in 2016. This was a competition to demand the participant to automate cyber attacks using AIs. And the scoring were compared against. Discovery of vulnerability and assessment of exploitability and patch generation. These are the steps that needed to be automated. In this process, has been automated since 2016, and automation is now actively pursued. But before automation, let's take a closer look at the black boxes. These two black boxes, encircled in red, can be dissected as this. The blue box, reproducing failures. Having received the reporting of a bug, software testers follow these steps. Once the bug report is received, the technician tries to reproduce the setting where bugs can possibly be active. Once confirmed, root cause analysis step is taken. And the green box is the exploitability assessment. The root cause of a bug thus analyzed, and the runtime of reproduced failures will be cross-referenced to assess the level of exploitability by hackers. Similar steps are shown on the red square on the right. CVE, be it CVE or Microsoft or us, it really depends on who is in charge, but the steps taken are similar from one red box to another. So these three steps is the procedures that we are trying to automate. And DevSecOps is the perspective that we are currently employing. Those possible bugs can possibly be labeled with the level of exploitability. And then the bugs can be prioritized using automation system. And that will then allow the operator to extract the bug of highest risk and then to provide a patch for it. So reproduction of a failure, how can that be automated? The existing literature is as follows. AFLGO and bug redux are the two famous cases. And I would like to share with you the case of AFLGO. This was based on a paper released in 2017. Bug report or the patch for a given bug report and this is a technology to reproduce the entries to cause a bug. And gray box fuzzing, this is actually the area of my specialty, but gray box fuzzing tool is used. And specifically, the patch is received and the control flow graph gives a specified information as to which exactly which part was fixed. This graph chart with circles and lines, and this is the assembly flow or the structure of the assembly flow. And encircled in red is the area that have been specifically fixed. And the path that goes through this specific area, or the execute flow, will then be discovered with the fuzzing tool to narrow down the possibilities of such an exploitation risks. Fuzzing is one of the most popular way to find vulnerability in automated steps. The gray box fuzzing, or the spearhead gray box, the spearhead is gray box fuzzing. Rather than randomly trying to create gray boxes, more useful informations are recorded, as you can see on the chart shown on the right. HTTP or GET or these lines of information are received, and G or GE or GEP are very important tags because G then goes to a decision tree that comes with if bracket whatever. And this kind of setting will then be stored so that additional information will allow the automated system to narrow down other factors of higher importance. Now, program path needs to be observed. To this end, path needs to be labeled with numbers, random numbers, so that the path of the programs can be recorded and stored in a shared memory, so that they can calculate hash keys. Talking of the AFL-GO, the gray box fuzzing coverage needs to be complemented with the distance information. The bug producing, if you are to find any information related to the path that is encircled in red, G or GE or other descriptors are a bit away from the path, and the distance from the targeted path is then calculated. And smaller scores means that it is of higher importance. To come down to the ACCT or whatever label. Now, I would like to talk about the automation of root cause analysis. This is a very new research, and UseMix also had this presentation. Bug triggers that I mentioned is used to analyze the root cause of the bug emergence. This is really technical, so I shouldn't go into the details. And Bayesian estimation is used, or Bayesian inference is used. And the path is then traced, and Bayesian inference is used to calculate the maximum probability. Now, the bug then thus discovered is assessed in terms of the risk of exploitability. There are two specific areas of assessment of exploitability. One is what we would call symbolic execution, and the other is crash analysis. And I would like to introduce both of you. Target program is entered, and exploit code or exploitable code is created. However, performance and accuracy have certain correlations. In order to attain higher accuracy, performance sometimes needs to be lowered because higher accuracy means more consumption of time. In order to increase performance, heuristics needs to be much lighter. That means that the higher performance will lead to lower degree of accuracy, leading to the production of non-exploitable codes. So the median is now being pursued. Very accurate yet not so performing case is now introduced, and this uses symbolic execution. Targeted program is entered to discover the vulnerability. An exploit code is then generated. So this is a two-step execution. And this is about the bug find procedure. Bug find uses dynamic symbolic execution. Suppose that you execute program with initial input A, and then build constraints from trace, and the path trace is then observed, and SMT is used as SMT query. And under bracket number 3, input 0 equal G, this condition is then negated, meaning not enter is pressed. Before going to the constraint solving by SMT solver. And this large G is then entered to go through the same procedure. And conditions G, E, T are then compared, as shown under bracket number 3. And then you will obtain G, E. So you have to partially negate those conditions to flipping back to the path. To obtain not equal T, to finally obtain the condition GET. And this is how we typically discover the path GET. But this doesn't necessarily mean that we are covering the path by 100%. However, because all these paths needs to be interpreted, it is quite time consuming to the point that it is unrealistic. Now, how do you generate exploit generation? This step is akin to the process that I have just introduced. In that, it is dynamic symbolic execution. Exploitation scenarios are initially estimated and hard-coded. Stack buffer overflow and other scenarios are prepared. And under bracket number 2, constraints for the exploit scenario is added. And as was the case with the bug finder, constraints are solved by SMT solver. Bug generation and exploitationable codes can be then obtained. These are the processes of input, bug find, and exploit generation and output. And this is the automated path or the processes. To recap, elemental research have been introduced in my presentation. Reproducing failures, vulnerable point discovery, root cause analysis. If these can be combined in a rightful manner, automation is theoretically possible. However, it is still time-consuming. That is why human intervention is still needed. And elimination of human intervention is another next phase. And it was way too technical, but thank you very much for your attention. I personally find it very interesting and exciting. Thank you very much. We are yet to receive any questions to the chat box, so I would like to ask you a question. Talking of vulnerability, finding it and fixing it automatically, I understand how you work on it. But I have a question about CGC, Carnegie Mellon Fall Secure Competition. At Carnegie Mellon, David Bramdy, Professor Bramdy, I think you have met him many times, but he has a company named Fall Secure, and CGC was won by that company, and DARPA was the organizer of the event. And in 2016, they won the competition, and was it yesterday or last year? Pentagon had a deal in the order of $5 billion. And source code scanning was won by this company. Now, mayhem at CZC, well, different teams participated from around the globe. And the reason, what do you think was their strength that has made it possible for them to win the competition? Mayhem was the first prize, but internal specs was not disclosed. So I was wondering if you know the internal information. I think that Mayhem has won the deal with DoD. So I personally do not know the details of their internal contracts. But the technology employed, including the technology used by the software, they are very similar, be it fuzzing or other technologies. A heuristic component may be a bit different in terms of the level of sophistication. This is the area that I'm very personally interested in. I am a data science person. Even G and GE and GT and backup was concept is very interesting. I think it is more like a data science, even though it is labeled as security. AI engineer, especially in NLP, natural language processing engineers, may possibly be positioned as those more competitive. I agree with you. In my company, we do have security specialists, but AI engineers or computer science engineers are the ones that we need more. When developing automated processes, computer science needs to be fully grasped. I'll be introducing these people to you on other occasions. I have one question from the audience. Kimura-san can read the Japanese questions. For full automation, performance needs to be improved. For the full automation, lightning of the computer resource needs to be improved. That also leads to the need for the changes in algorithm. Have you been working on the improvement of algorithm? Usenix and other conferences or the papers are available. And this is a very active area of research. So private sector, there are a number of projects going on. So there are lots of white papers by business stakeholders as well. Thank you.
So let us move on, and thank you very much, Mr. Kimura. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll switch into Japanese.
Okay. So I'd like to speak in Japanese now. Next is Mr. Evan Dornbush. I think it's like 1 a.m. or past that over there. So maybe Evan is getting sleepy, but are you okay, Evan?
I'm doing great.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Thank you for waiting. How's the event so far? I know you've been logging for so long.
Yeah, I've been able to watch the last few presenters. It's been very helpful, very good. I'm really, really glad to be a part of this.
Great, great. So what are you going to talk about tonight?
Well, the talk is entitled How to Build an Effective Cybersecurity Workforce. I hope that's pretty self-explanatory.
Yep, great. So please introduce yourself and go ahead for your presentation.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, good early morning from the United States, and good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for your time. Again, really, it's a great honor to be here and part of DevSecOps Tokyo. My name is Evan. My company is called Point 3 Security. And at Point 3, we help organizations cultivate and measure their cybersecurity workforce through a gamified learning ecosystem we call Escalate. Speaking practically, this means that we help you with the challenges pertaining to cybersecurity recruitment and retention by turning your candidates into great employees. Along our journey, we've learned a lot, helping both private industry and government groups. The purpose of this talk is to share with you some of the challenges our customers have encountered as they had to rapidly scale up the number of people in their technical workforce, particularly the US military. And I'd like to share with you actions that they took to improve the outcomes of those challenges. And so if your organization is facing challenges with cybersecurity recruiting, retention, on-the-job training, hopefully by sharing with you today what others have done, This may provide you with some helpful insights to minimize your own growing pains. And again, the talk is titled How to Build an Effective Cybersecurity Workforce. Okay, so your needs are to bring on a lot of people and get them up to speed as quickly as possible. To bring on people, you need a system that transfers knowledge from those who already have it to those who also need it. The United States military has a schoolhouse in Pensacola, Florida, called the Joint Cyber Analysis Course, or JCAC. It is a 6-month, 40-hour per week program designed to take individuals from a variety of backgrounds and get them the knowledge required to conduct cyber mission. At a very small scale, one can go through an apprenticeship program whereby a young Padawan works individually with his or her own Jedi Master, and the two engage at their own pace, and the Master shares wisdom based on the unique situations that arise daily. Well, the US military doesn't have time for that. They need to upskill the workforce from dozens to thousands. And their instructors don't have 800 years to wait around for the chosen one. So what did JCAC do? Well, JCAC did what nearly every private sector industry also does. They shaped the curriculum around having the students rapidly iterate through several of the most adopted cybersecurity industry certifications: Network Plus, Security Plus, Certified Ethical Hacker, Certified Information Systems Security Professional, the CISSP. And this creates a way to industrialize the throughput for the highest number of students. So to summarize, we have a schoolhouse, and all of the students obtain several industry credentials. And this is great, right? We're done. We now have a cybersecurity workforce. Thank you for coming to my talk. Wait, actually, it turns out that the US military JCAC students would graduate and be assigned to mission functioning units, where a continuous criticism of the schoolhouse was that few of the students could actually perform mission. And the graduates, they weren't able to self-solve or work through problems. They didn't know how to work in teams. They didn't know how to estimate the time required to complete some issue. And so you see, JCAC was based on knowledge-based memorization, or a memorization-heavy curriculum. And unfortunately, that style of training doesn't really reflect how teams conduct mission. There's also a sustainability problem that was uncovered in this approach. Teachers cannot teach and also ensure that the curriculum is current, which is fairly critical in a technology-centric program. So the solution was to bring in a separate team, in this case, Point3 Security, to create a skills-based and hands-on curriculum. And the new approach was called the Cyber Operations Academy course, or COAC. And the COAC, like the JCAC, was 6 months, a full-time commitment by the students. However, instead of using canned lectures with multiple choice tests, we got rid of all that. And we had the students learn computer programming by authoring computer network attacks. Those same students then flipped their roles. They observed the attacks they just authored, and they developed methods of detection or mitigation. And then again, they'd flip the roles back and devise ways to then bypass those defenses. And this approach, learning by doing, it's far more effective. Student post-course gains exceeded even those gains observed at advanced college courses. And this makes sense. We had students on keyboard for 40 hours a week for 6 months, a complete immersion. And the students are covering things like system administration, programming, project management. We also included hacker culture, by giving time to review published research, published talks, and it was a far more effective approach. And so now, to summarize, we have a schoolhouse. It has some of its staff building learning materials, and it has other staff teaching those materials. And the students now are graduating with hands-on experience required to perform mission. However, the cyber school is expensive. Again, there's that full-time staff, and you've got a full-time commitment for several months from all the students, which may involve housing and other materials. And as with most finite resources, well, they're finite. So we have a fixed number of seats for the students. And what we found was those slots were given to people for one reason or another. They couldn't complete the course. And this is a very costly problem. You've spent money to, let's say, get 100 graduates. And at the end of the course, you end up with, say, 50 completing. And if you start to measure the cost, not per enrollee, but per completer, things don't look all that great. And it's not just a money problem, it's a time problem, because you're sending 100 students to school because you need 100 operators. But if you're only graduating 50, now you have to wait for another course to start and complete before you can get to that required number of operators. And while the problem I have listed for you on the slide, details the dropout rate is a problem, which it is, it's more than that. The deeper problem is that now you have misaligned incentives. So you have your cyber school. Is it cheap? No. Is it fast? No. And because the school is expensive and slow, there's going to be a lot of pressure to pass everybody. And there will also still be that pressure to pass only those who have the skills required to do the job. And so now you have these competing interests and there's a miscommunication on expectations. And this is going to have ripple effects and become a complete distraction from the objective of cultivating a top tier workforce. And so one way to solve this is to screen your candidates aggressively. For the third COAC offering, there was a 20-to-1 ratio of interested students against available student slots. And so we gave all of the candidates an assessment instrument. And overtly, that assessment instrument looked for technical skills. Someone who has no formal training, yet has skills and aptitude, that's a self-taught hobbyist. And that kind of motivation is a wonderful predictor of future success. Clearly those individuals, they've got aptitude, they've got interest in cybersecurity, right? That's a good thing. Behind the scenes, included in the talent screen, we also looked for something that we call task completion resiliency. That is, how much effort was put in before giving up, right? We gave the candidates, a hard test covering subjects that we know that they don't likely have any exposure to. So we're pretty confident that most will not get the right answers. And that's okay. But how quickly are they giving up, right? As a second highly correlated indicator of likely performance, we're looking for those who exhibit that resiliency of not giving up, of driving as much time as possible and performing as much research as possible. These are the people you send to your expensive schoolhouse. These are who you invest those finite training seats on. And there's an incredible hidden benefit to this process. The assessment instrument removes biases and preconceived notions. The US military has been using these technical screens to identify highly motivated and effective cyber operators coming in from non-cyber, non-technical work roles. Someone mopping a floor, or a linguist, or a truck driver. One of my favorite students, he pulled networking cable through drywall at forward operating bases, and we see this time and time again. And ultimately, this produces a more diverse workforce as well, which has several benefits to both the mission and to personnel. So lots to digest. Let's review. We have a schoolhouse. It's teaching the right things to the people that are most likely to excel in the cybersecurity industry. So it seems like all is well, except I have about 10 minutes left in my talk. So you know we're not done yet. So what new problem emerges now? Well, the problem is this is a wonderful picture of day one of graduation. It's a snapshot in time. It's this romantic singular event. But what happens the next day? Well, new technology happens. Mission scope evolves. Priorities change. What we cannot do is send everyone back to school for retraining every few years. We've already discussed that the school is expensive and time consuming. However, remember now, the schoolhouse is using a hands-on curriculum. And by outsourcing the design work to one team and the instruction to another, we also remember that the curriculum is evolving to keep up with those technology and mission and priority changes. So why can't we extend access to the learning ecosystem to the entire workforce, not just the students? Seriously, why not? Of course we can. So 24/7 remote access, no special software required. People can connect from their homes if they so choose. And the US military is calling this program the PCTE, the Persistent Cyber Training Environment. And they're using the analogy of an athletic gym. Soldiers need to keep up with their physical fitness. They also need to keep up with their cyber fitness. And just like with physical growth, investing as little as an hour each day, over time, we see those mental muscles grow. So we have a school with engaging materials presented to a passionate audience. And even upon graduation, those students are provided with lifelong learning opportunities to ensure continual growth and progression. So our picture is starting to look complete. However, we've got this nice picture, right? Again, like you've got these skilled people and they're doing great things for your organization. They're motivated, they're growing, and as they grow, so do the capabilities of your organization. They can do anything, you can do anything, everything's feeling pretty great until it doesn't. So just like everything was rosy on day one of graduation, you can't use a single day, a snapshot to understand the health of your organization. You don't have one cybersecurity work role. You have many small niche roles. You have incident responders. You have malware analysts. You have network monitors. You have a security operations center that's equipped with, network forensics specialists and host forensics specialists. And are these, are all of your people, are they where you need them to be? Do you have too many analysts and not enough developers? Force-wide, where are your strengths and weaknesses? Looking forwards, there will be attrition. People get promoted into new work roles or they depart your organization. So where will your gaps be in the future? And where point 3 is helping now is on a program called Hogwarts. I didn't name it. I don't know what that stands for. I apologize for bringing all of the US military acronyms into my presentation today. But with Hogwarts, there's this commander's dashboard that allows officers to monitor and predict workforce trends. Are we overtraining for a particular work role while undertraining for another? If ground conditions change and I need, a surge of, for example, penetration testers who are the people in my workforce that are not currently penetration testers, but could most quickly transition, and how close are they to being certified? With Hogwarts, it allows you to inventory your workforce and make deliberate training decisions, both at the schoolhouse, but also in terms of on-the-job training, or OJT, to impact those future requirements. And so we're good, right? We have a modern, effective workforce. It is the envy of all of your competitors. Close. So we have a well-equipped workforce. It's capable, it's professional, it's organized. Translating to my customer base, the U.S. Cyber Command, its forces are structured into 133 cyber teams. And some proactively defend and some defensively respond. Others attack or plan or coordinate. But you have 133 teams. There isn't one single self-defense staff. There are multiple self-defense teams. And this is because small teams operate extremely effectively. However, a side effect of working in small teams means that they're separated, and separated teams don't necessarily interact. And this has two negative impacts. The first is due to the fact that the force operates within a small social network. And when someone needs help, because they're in a small social network, the pool of people that they individually know and trust is fairly small, right? There's not a large group of folks you can go to for help or advice. And the second negative impact of working in these small teams is a little bit more pervasive. Close teams, they suffer from groupthink. And our way is the best way. Our way is what's always been done. And so the solution is to build up the interaction between the teams through practice. We're talking about workforce development at the team level, not just the individual level. And this is accomplished through competitive events called Capture the Flag exercises, where teams engage in mock scenarios. If done properly, while building team cohesion, your workforce is also learning from the other teams who serve as mock adversaries. And so this approach of Capture the Flag for team versus team practice, it's highly potent. It allows for a variety of strategies to evolve over time. After the event, you can incorporate post-competition debriefings, and again, build up that camaraderie between the teams, share that knowledge. So a highly effective way of transitioning from an individual learning curriculum to a team-based learning curriculum. And so to summarize, our young Jedi apprentices, they have learned from and then became Jedi Masters. They were placed where the Jedi Council needed them most, and then they're in a position to help and mentor other Jedi Masters, and continuously, achieve new things. So, are we done? I don't know. What do you think? That's the basis of my talk. I'm happy to take questions or other perspectives. But yeah, thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. So let me check out the chat window, and not yet. So let me ask a question. It might be a political question, and as you know, our Jieitai is a self-defense force, has their plan to expand their cyber force. Currently, they have 240 workforce, and they're going to be like more than 1,000 in 3 years or so. And what would you suggest with your experience seeing and helping U.S. military's cyber force to raise and nurture? And what was your suggestion to the Japan self-defense? So they're making up the training team, a specific training task force inside their team. And what would you suggest to them?
Yeah, I'll actually, let me back up my slides. I don't know that my response is political. I would honestly say...
doesn't have to be political, just...
yeah. Well, I would implore anyone who's serious about growing your workforce quickly to learn from the years-long, probably trillions of dollars, learned lessons that the U.S. military has taken, which were these 6 steps. Again, build a focused schoolhouse, right? A dedicated place, which could be physical or virtual, but make learning institutional. Get that curriculum aligned with not just book knowledge, but what what your individual objectives are for your self-defense forces. Put the right students into that schoolhouse. Screen them aggressively. Find out who has talent and interest and aptitude. Once students graduate, make sure that you're still providing them with the ability to perform on-the-job training. That's a key portion. Again, as technology changes, as mission changes, the students, lifelong learning, right? Everyone needs to continuously keep up, and because of the because of modern technology, it becomes easy to mirror what students are learning with what those in the workforce can also be learning. And then, if you align that workforce to a particular framework, like the United States private sector uses something called the NIST-NICE Cybersecurity Workforce Framework. The U.S. military has their own equivalents. They've got what they're called gunnery tables or joint qualification requirements. It's military doctrine for each of the branches, but the concept is all the same. It's not so important that somebody knows that password complexity is important. It's more important to understand why, right? What does having a complex password actually get you, and how do you define complexity? And once you understand where your workforce needs are, again, those people that are creating password policies from those people that are trying to, crack and break into your adversary's passwords, and you understand where your workforce needs to be, make sure that your teams are engaging with each other through competitive events. So my hope is that this 6-step summation slide really is a roadmap for anyone in private sector or in public sector on how to just stand on the shoulders of giants and not make such slow and costly learning experiences when you can just kind of piggyback off of these. These were very, I make them very quickly. These are 6 simple steps, but they're not simple. Each of them has taken years to really understand and process a viable solution. So definitely don't start from scratch. Start from what would be step 7.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thanks. And I ask him another question is about often between nations military and other nations military talks about among the allies interoperability, and in terms of cyber command, how such interoperability is important. And then it may be a kind of like a guiding question, but if US cyber command is trained by Escalate, then why don't the Japan Self-Defense Force use the same platform, and so that they can ensure the same level of skills from the beginning. So, and then in terms of interoperability, and then keep the quality of the skills, level of the skills among the allies. What do you think about that that context?
Yeah, I think that's a really smart path forwards. Get everyone on both sides of of the world really using that same learning ecosystem. You're creating a now multinational culture of lifelong learning. The ability to create one's own contents and share them with allies exists, and so each party could come up with their own challenges, hands-on materials, and then share with their allies. Like, here's what we're experiencing in the workforce. Here's what we think is important. It would be really helpful if you as allies could, beef up your team's abilities in the same area. That way we can do joint exercises, we can do joint training, we can do a lot of, integrity programs. I think that's a really powerful thing when you can use, the same technology for a variety of different purposes. And again, because everything it's all data based, right? You have that, the power is really in the data, right? So you can see and project the future in terms of your workforce needs and strengths and weaknesses and adjustments. And it really becomes very powerful from a planning perspective.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And I found a question from the audience, and it's a very simple question. How long does it take to, if you are zero knowledge about the cybersecurity or technology, and then how do you train them, and then how long does it take to be a professional, to nurture?
That is not a simple question. Again, I think I always tell anyone who wants to get into technology, particularly cybersecurity, it's a lifelong path, right? Again, I really like the analogy of the gym. Physically speaking, everybody wants, the beach body, but you don't get that overnight. You get that from years and years of push-ups, right? Of years and years in the gym, and also years and years of proper sleep and proper diet. And it's no different from a mental trade like cyber, right? You need to have your muscle memory, you need to be typing and reading and engaging, but you're not going to get anywhere quickly. It's going to take you forever. And every time you get to that next step, you look back and be like, oh, I've got so much more to learn. And so that's why, again, my company has a program called Escalate, which is designed to foster that lifelong learning approach of here's a content library, and you can tell yourself, like, I'm not telling you what's important. If you want to learn, exploitation, or you want to learn reverse engineering, or you want to learn forensics, like you define what's important for you or for your team if you're a manager, and it's going to be a little bit every day, right? You're going to build up those muscles over time by being, in our approach, hands-on, right? We throw you into the deep end. Very little guidance, very little tutorials, very little walkthrough. The best way to learn is by doing, and to get frustrated and to struggle, because then you develop the ability to research your ways out of problems. And so it's not how quickly can you become a professional, it's how quickly can you learn that there are no easy answers and you shouldn't give up. So that's different for everybody.
Okay, understand. Thank you very much. And now I think it's your time to have a proper sleep,
Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Thank you very much for staying up late, and come back next year again. Bye-bye.
Cheers. Bye.
Thank you.
Yes, that was Evan, and I think, yes, we are over time, but let's move on to the next speaker. From Google Cloud, we have Keisuke Tsukagoshi. DevSecOps, yesterday and today, we've heard a lot about Kubernetes. Hasan also talked about this. Kubernetes was developed by Google, and they made it open source. And that's why the DoD, as well as schools and other companies, are able to use it. So when we wanted to start it out, this event, actually, I went to consult Google Cloud first. I asked them for cooperation. Sato-san actually accepted this offer and said that DevSecOps Days is worth really doing, and that's why we are holding this event, and also Google is one of our sponsors. And also we have asked them to send a speaker, and so now I'd like to have Mr. Tsukagoshi for the presentation. Thank you very much. Let me share my screen.
そうですね。今のところこのイベントの感想はいか
So
がですか。
far, what do you think about this event? Yes, it's really interesting. Oh, thank you for that comment. I was becoming afraid that I'm the only one enjoying this event. Sorry, I'm not really used to using Zoom. It's taking time to share my screen.
で、シェアスクリーンで、これタブだけのシェアとかってできるんでしたっけ？
あ、ごめんなさい。ミュートで喋ってました。タブだけはちょっとわかんないです。
So I'm not really sure if you can just share the tab. I'm also not really used to using Zoom.
それでこんなでかいイベントすごいビビってるんですけど、まあこのままいけそうかなっていう感じです。
I'm hoping that you can share the screen. We are not seeing it yet. We did test it the other day, did we?
シェアスクリーンでいいんですよね。
はい、画面の共
So
有。
I should just tap share screen. Nope.
あ、デスク
Sorry.
シェアはもしかしたらグローバルの設定で
Maybe the global, you may not be able to share the desktop. Sorry, I think I'll have to re-enter. Or let me show the PowerPoint.
なんか初トラブルですね。
Oh, this is the first trouble we are having throughout this event. We did prepare. And when we went through the rehearsal, everything worked fine. Last time, I think I entered using the browser. Okay, then if you can re-enter. Sorry, so I'll exit once.
私も今一応資料をちょっと探して準備して。
And meanwhile, I'll prepare the PowerPoint. And if things go wrong, I'll try to share it from my screen.
今私の方で出しました。
ありがとうございます。
So, would you want to control the screen? Yes, changing the pages may be difficult. I think I can share my screen this time.
OK です。お願いします。
Can you see it now? Yes, thank you. Sorry to keep you waiting. Okay, then I would like to go through my self-introduction. I'll try to keep my time. So today I will look at simply doing DevSecOps, which is quite complex, by using Google Cloud and Kubernetes. I believe there are people who aren't engineers also listening in. So Kubernetes, I won't be deep diving into this. I'd like to focus on the overview or methodologies.
で、ちょっと特性上、Google クラウドのサービス
So
について
Google Cloud service, I will be touching upon that as well. But you don't have to use Google Cloud itself in order to do this. Just a little bit about myself. I am an application modernization specialist at Google Cloud. DevOps and serverless is the area I'm focusing on. So I'm not a security specialist. I am probably more near to the developer side. But recently I have been trying to establish my muscles. Now I can do some bench presses, squats. We heard a little bit about the gym activity before this, but so I think I'm doing similar things. Now, this is my agenda. First, DevSecOps, the major points, and then why Kubernetes. And then after that, DevSecOps using Kubernetes, what are the things to consider? I believe I will cover 3 points: application policy and access management, the network control part. Container security also, if you start digging in, that's one big topic. But of course, we only have limited time, so we'll focus on these points here in my talk. So first of all, the introduction, DevSecOps, before you start. So the principles of DevSecOps, let's review the principles. In our company, we say this: collaboration, security shift left, effective operation, and feedback loop. So those are the 4 principles. All of them are very important, but among the 4, I'd like to look at the security shift left in my talk. The other 3 also are important, so I just like to briefly touch upon them. First of all, collaboration. Also in DevOps, you need to reduce the silos. You need to have good collaboration among the team. And for that, the same process tools should be shared. If you have silos, communication between silos will become difficult. Maybe this team sees everything, but that team doesn't. There may be conflicts among different teams. So collaboration is very important to start off. Shifting the security left, I will talk about this using the other slides. Effective operation. And this is also related to DevOps. So consistency and also reproducibility is very high because it's a simple configuration. So DevOps and DevSecOps, if you are to implement this, it means that you need to eliminate as much manual work as possible. If you are to shift security left, the manual work should be eliminated. Everything should be automated. And that would be the basis. And that's why we have effective operation. The last one is feedback loop. We often hear about this, but in DevOps as well, for security as well, we tend to ignore feedback, but we have to keep this in mind. We need to recognize the importance of this. So for security as well, if there are any problems, you have to detect it as early as possible and improve it. And you need to go through this loop of feedback. So we often say the feedback loop is important, but we sometimes forget this, and it's all about the flow, especially when it comes to shifting the security left. So what do we mean by security shift left? Conventional security and conventional development, if we remember that security happened on the right-hand side, right-hand meaning the end at the end. You have the design, you have the development, you have the testing, and right before the launch, at the very end, you go through security check, and then you launch the product. So it usually comes at the very end. So rather than doing it oftentimes, you make the product, and then you do the security left. But you want to bring security toward the left-hand side, toward the earlier stages. So at an early point in development, security should be embedded. So you want to bring security towards the left-hand side. So what happens when you have security in the concept as well as design? Configuration, mass code, and the other things will become easier. Security as code or policy as code, by having security in development, everything becomes a system. You don't have to do things manually, and therefore it becomes easier to implement the feedback loop. So collaboration, security, shift left, operation effectiveness, and then the feedback loop. So this is the most important, the core part, which is shifting security towards the left. Then how do you shift left? The image is like this. First of all, at the base here, you have automation. This is the basis for everything. Eliminate manual work, put everything in the system, and on top of that, you have the security approach. CI/CD, in DevOps, I believe many companies are already doing this, but if you haven't done that yet, first of all, you start here, and then on top of that, you have application management, policy management, and access management. An application example, there may be many, but I will be talking about Kubernetes, the container image scan, include that in the deploy cycle. And in the policy example, a policy as code, setting the code in order to express the policy. So the gap in environment or the manual work risks should be eliminated. To eliminate gaps in the environment so that you have more consistency, and then access management, access control. So code would be used for access control and restriction. And so you have to make a complex system more simple. So in order to implement DevSecOps, this is just one part of it, but if you are using Kubernetes, the automation-based application policy access could be managed. And for DevSecOps implementation, it's going to be very easy and simpler. Now, in order to create such an environment, why Kubernetes is effective or convenient? Since yesterday, I believe you've heard about Kubernetes, but what is the biggest difference from older systems? It is a declarative model. So what does this mean? Systems in the past, most of them were you had the procedures, the manual procedures, which expressed how to do things, starting from step 1 to step whatever. You have the shift script also, you have to follow from top to bottom. But so the older systems focused more on the procedures, on how. But Kubernetes is it's starting from the ideal situation. It's talking about the what part. So in managing or maintaining the environment, if you go through steps, if there are some mistakes, it's going to be difficult. But if we declare that we want this, everything will align to that ideal situation. And so the operation will be more consistent and reproducibility is also higher. You don't need any manuals, it's very simple. Also, because it's declarative, we have a lot of functions related to this. I won't go into detail, but the access and permission control should be declared between different things, and that's all you need to do. I hope you can imagine. So Kubernetes is going to make it easier for you to implement DevSecOps. So as well as DevOps, it's very aligned to this. So that was the introduction. Now I'd like to look at the actual application policy and also management, the access part. First of all, starting with the application, Kubernetes, of course, it's a container application, and you have a lot of the best practices for this. But I won't go into detail. I'd like to focus on security and talk about just one point. At the bottom here, the best practice for container establishment. You can just Google this, and you will be able to see this. So for the container building, if you want to know this, I hope you can refer to the URL at the bottom. So a trusted workload, only trusted workloads should be deployed. That's the main point. So when you deploy an application, just deploying it is not enough. It has to be a trusted container. So only trusted containers should be deployed. So container security or vulnerability checks, scanning, runtime scan is often talked about, but here I want to talk about the trusted workload. How do you just deploy trusted workload? If you can refer to this chart, the base part, the automated part, and then you have the containers and you build and then you deploy. So that's the basis, and on top of this you have the safe base images that should be used for container applications. The ones you make, of course, but the base images also should be safe. You get into the registry, and then they have the applications. The applications make sure that you don't have vulnerability. You do a scan, and after the scan, the binary authorization of the container. Scan and to see if follows the policy. Only the authorized ones will be signed, and those will be deployed into Kubernetes. GKE, the Google Kubernetes engine. Threat detection is being done. The runtime attacks will be detected and an alert will be sent, but the pipeline flow will be like this from 1 to 3. The application containers are made and then they are deployed, and then you have the deploy as well as authorization to make sure that safe images could be deployed. And in this part, 1, 2, 3, the detection of threats as well. Google Cloud has some of these functions. I'd like to introduce them just a little bit. In Google Cloud, the base image part, the safe image part, we have the managed based image. The latest security patch will be applied here, and the 4 images here are being used. The older versions have older images, but they may not have the image patches. So images with the latest patches should be used. That we would like to recommend that. The image vulnerability scan is also being provided by Google Cloud. So image vulnerability scan, CVE data is being used, and the scan, after the scan, if threats are detected, the severity will be indicated, the CVSS at the very right. And then binary authorization occurs, and the authorized ones will be deployed. And so this flow should be done automatically. And there are tools for that. I believe if you use that tool, you will be able to do this very smoothly. So the vulnerability scan, if it is okay and you have trusted images, it will be authorized. And that's the binary authorization part. And when you deploy, you have to verify or validate that authorization. So you need to have a mandatory authorization, and without that authorization, you won't be able to deploy. So you have in the pipeline, you have this check function for the policy, and if everything is okay, then the authorization will go through. And then only the trusted containers could be deployed with this system. And if the OSS at our company, it's a managed version of that. And if you look at, if you can refer to what's written at the bottom here in order to have a more detailed explanation. So only trusted and scanned, checked against the policy images should be, or containers should be deployed in order to have a higher security. And I know I'm running out of time, so moving on to policy management. In the first part, I also said this, but since you have, you're trying to shift security left, but if you have manual work, you won't be able to shift security left. So in order to do that, automation will be key. And for automation, what will be the key is you need to have a security policy that is consistent, and you have to maintain that. In order to do that, the mindset is configuration as code or policy as code. That should be introduced. Configuration as code. It's like a GitOps. So the configuration information should be coded and should be put into the code, source code, and it should be maintained in the source repository. And changes will be reflected to all. So with that, you can get configuration as code. So the Git cluster has agents, and agents could subscribe to the Git repository. And so this is also declarative. There's a loop to go and see if there's any changes or gaps, and then if there are, it will be reflected. So Google Cloud has an ANSYS configuration with an agent. So it will be convenient if you can utilize the services that we offer. Next is policy as code. So in the file, you have the policy as code, and you have to comply with this. For example, in this example, the policy controller YAML file has this. The geo label is mandated in the namespace resource. So in the source code, you declare what the rules are, what the policy is. The policy controller, like binary authorization, I'd like to just point out what's different. The layer is actually different. Binary authorization is for the signing, the verification. But the policy controller is applied, rules applied to the Kubernetes resource. If you look at this picture here, the policy controller is on the outside. So Kubernetes resource will be applying this. So with this, policy as code can be implemented. I believe I have about 4 minutes left. So the last part, access management. Access management, what's most important here is to be simple. So maybe you can understand by looking at this picture here, but this is about the service mesh. Sidecars could be utilized, and access control can be done without actually touching the application. Sidecar pattern is used in service mesh. So I'd like to talk about this sidecar pattern. If you are managing containers, this is actually being done. If you think about one application, the business logic may not be enough. And in addition to that, the security, the policy, logging. A company must have a consistent logic, and this has to be included in all applications. It may cost, and of course, it will become much more complex. So by dividing the business logic and putting it like a sidecar, the SRE team and the development team can focus on the part of their interest. And so we have this as OSS. Google Cloud has a managed version, which you can use easily and conveniently. And once, if you use this, what is good about it is the communication part, application to application, app A and app B, or service A, service V. If there's nothing, it has to communicate directly, but envoy proxy can be utilized for this communication in the service mesh. So service A, service B is not communicating with each other. It goes through the proxy. And by doing so, the security and as well as the communication part could be taken away from the business logic and put into the sidecar. And with this, all kinds of control could become easier. With Google Cloud, and I'm sorry if I'm sounding like an ad, but ANSYS function, by using that, this communication part, you can also include the mutual authentication, not client authentication, but mutual authentication. The trust of the connection destination as well as the source, it could be guaranteed. And it's not just that, by using the service mesh, access control could be done like this. Authorization policy is set very simply. So from where are you accepting, and what kind of path would be accepted? This is also being declared in the definition. And this is not the main business logic, but this is on the service mesh side. I hope you think that service mesh is really convenient, but now I'd like to sum up. It does sound like an ad for our company, but the application policy and access and security should be shifted left. That was the main point of my presentation. And so shift left security, and don't wait until the end. Start from the development stage. It has to be consistent, has to be a simple configuration. Automation should be the basis. And use Kubernetes for binary authorization and policy control. Application access and policy could be simple, and you will be able to implement DevSecOps. So Anthos is good Google Cloud service. All the things that I've talked about could be utilized through Anthos. On October 8th, we have Anthos Day, and we will be able to listen to some presentations. So thank you very much. I think I've overrun my time, but that's the end of my presentation. There are several questions in the chat window here. Are you looking at this? Maybe not. So I'm just trying to pick some of the questions. Or maybe you can come to the Anthos session on October 8th. Maybe I can answer some of the questions there. So the service mesh and the shift left, actually, Hasan yesterday talked about this for 3 hours, and also today Nicolas talked about it, doing it with Istios, and also the envoy. I don't think this was mentioned, but there was a lot of talk about sidecar. So technologically, I believe people now have an idea of what this is. Nicolas, this presentation in the morning, and if you listen to yours now, I believe people will be able to understand what it is. I think this was a good review of what you've heard in the morning session. And probably the interpreters are starting to understand what they are interpreting. But in any case, yes, in order to reduce the silo, multiple projects and multiple applications, it may be there, but does it mean that the same process team tools should be utilized in the organization? Well, it's a bit different from thinking about the same process being shared within the whole organization. Well, in a large company, there are many projects running at the same time. So do they follow the same process, or does it create silos? Well, maybe we should think about silos or organizations differently. For service, you have projects, development projects, security projects, but rather you have service A, and for that you have the development people, the operation people, security people. So the service team, if they have a consistent process, we will be using tool A, maybe service B will be using tool B. So one service being created with a consistent tool within that team, not the whole organization or whole company. Maybe you should look at it in units of services. Well then, Mr. Tsukagoshi, thank you very much. Thank you, and hope to see you soon. And maybe on the Google blog or your Twitter account, maybe you can spread the word. Thank you. With that, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is from Datadog Japan. We have Mr. Tanabe to present. We are 25 minutes behind the schedules. I'm sure that the interpreters are suffering. I'd like to make sure that we take breaks. We are going to eliminate the QA session so that we can catch up. Okay, so Tanabe-san is with us. So yes, hi, good afternoon. Thank you. So far, what do you think of this event? Well, there are various topics, so I've been enjoying it. I learned a lot. So I was kind of forcing you to say that, so I feel encouraged. Okay, so what you're talking about is about cakes or sweets? Yes. Okay, so once again, my name is Tanabe from Datadog, Japan. Title of my presentation is Baking Cupcakes, Experiments in DevSecOps. So it's mysterious title. So I'm not talking about baking. I am talking about DevSecOps. So I hope you enjoy it. Well, this is my introduction. My name is Tanabe. At Datadog Japan, I'm doing the enterprise sales engineer. So for the customers, we provide technical support. So that is my role. Datadog is celebrating the 10th year anniversary. It's a memorable year. So next, this is the agenda. First, experiments are my topic, and I'd like to talk about this. I'll talk about experiments a lot, the experiments of baking cupcakes. So why do we do experiments? It's the first part. And what is the experiment? And who does experiment? Defining the role and how do you measure? Specific examples. Those are the things that I'd like to cover. Now, this presentation is inspired by this article. Matt, a former Mozilla person, he wrote an article about the experiment culture, which can be promoted company-wide, or how he did this. It was a kind of a documentary. So this is a link. So if you're interested, please refer to this. Now, in my session, I'd like to give you the introductory part of that. So why do we experiment? So what are we talking about here? So say that in DevSecOps, in creating such cycle or flow, you want to do the inference, logical thinking, and decision making. You want to create a culture so that all of those are given. And what is important there is experiments, coming up with hypotheses as a team and try to verify them. And there are multiple teams, technical teams, and there are developers and infrastructure people and others, and business team, marketing team, and so forth. So different teams use different languages. So we want to create a common list of vocabulary so we can avoid jargons. As for experiments, we want to execute smaller repetitions, so cheap and quick tests. So that means that the rich and heavy tests also exist. So instead of those, we want to have a quick test and we want to accumulate them. And by doing so, decision making can be helped. And we can accumulate the data that is necessary for decision making. And ultimately, evidence. Based on the data from the experiments, we want to make a decision. So in order to get the data, we would repeat or we would conduct experiments. So those are the points that I'd like to make sure that we go through. So how do we apply this to DevSecOps? Doing the experiments and getting data, and to use it for the improvements. That's a given. And you might say that you're already doing that. So including securities, how do you apply that? That's what I would like to talk about. Now, the DevOps is already widely incorporated. It's an idea. and a set of principles, automation tools, workflow, and tactics, and tooling. There are many of them, but as a concept, DevOps are idea, and Dev and Ops. Until now, they were acting separately, and you want to combine them. So it's an idea or philosophy. Now, when the security, especially the security operation, this is the role of a team. So with the term DevSecOps, would the workflow start to function? No. With only that word, it does not do that. So why security is included? You have to really think about it to be successful. So that's a challenge. So as an assumption, in DevSecOps, we would try to incorporate the best practices and also to embed the security into the software development lifecycle. So DevOps is already existing. So the advantages can be incorporated and security can be embedded or baked in. And as it was mentioned, there are many teams working. The most important thing is communication, I think. So until now, business, security, engineering, and operation, development, infrastructure, they have their own territories. And usually, they don't want to go into other territories. They stay within their own territory. But from now on, when we say DevSecOps, this is an issue or challenge that involves everyone and all the teams. So in order to avoid the communication problems, we have to make sure that we communicate well. So when we say DevSecOps issue, it is actually the same as communication issues. So why experiments? Why do we need to build the culture of experiments? By doing experiments, data or quantitative data can be collected and can be used for decision making. So various teams with different background and different thinking, they will be able to improve their communication rather than sticking with their own common sense. Through experiments, if they can get data, they can discuss based on data. And interpretation of the data could be different, but they'll be able to understand the differences through discussion. So communication can be started based on the experiments. So that's the purpose. When you talk, the language or terminologies become important. In our industry, there are so many buzzwords and jargons, and the terms change from a year to another. PAS, XLO, IOC, they're defined to some extent, especially MTTR is well defined. So there could be not much miscommunication, but the DX, depending on the person that you're talking to, the definition could be different. So the definition is quite wide. Those are the buzzwords which exist with the change of time. So you have to really confirm the definition of those terms so that you use the common definition. Having said that, the jargons, technical terms, they are all for the common goal. So for example, to stay safe and to be reliable or to move quickly or quick deployment. So those are the common goals. So communication gap is just based on the differences of the terms, and all of those teams are heading toward the common goal. So communication is important, and you have to be using the common language. And based on those assumptions, how do you go through those process? This is not something new. This is quite old. A long time ago, in the area of the science, the inference and decision-making, trials and errors, experiments were done. So this is a summary. So for example, ask a question first. So for example, this website is functioning well, or is it functioning well? And then you do the research. Why can you say that this is working well? There could be different metrics, precedents, case studies, maybe the papers. And as hypothesis, for example, it's a site in Tokyo. So from a part of Tokyo, within the 200 millisec, if this comes back, then it is going well. So the testing would be the polling per hour, one polling per hour. And the results of that, so for example, you can accumulate the data for 1 week and then you analyze and to see the differences of during the day or during on the different day. And if you have difficulty summarizing, or then you notice that the first or initial hypothesis is wrong, then you change it. For example, it's busier during the night and less busy during a weekend. So based on that, you would answer the question. So this is a cycle that is created. When you think about this, people might say that this is a matter of course, they're already doing that. After getting the question, you start the research, and sometimes you go directly to the answer. Doing the measurement or experiments sometimes are skipped or not done sufficiently. That happens quite often. Or to have a very narrow scope. This is a site which provides a global service, but maybe experiments are done only in Tokyo. So inappropriate scoping could happen. So you need to avoid that. You want to make sure that all those steps are followed. So that's one of the good practice. So how do you improve the quality and speed? Now here, this is where the cupcakes come more important. So say that baking a whole cake, rather than baking a whole cake, you want to bake small cupcakes. That's what I'm trying to say. So rather than creating kind of exaggerated or time-consuming things, rather very simple tests, small tests, and accumulating them is what I'm talking about. So using the minimum sized experiments, you can collect the data and you can do the quick feedback. And if you are looking at the latency of the website, then you do this several times, and if you cannot get the data, you can redo it. If this is a major test, you have to really go through it so that you can make improvements. So make it small and combine and do the many testing and fail early. So to come up with the new theory, say that you have to complete the test in a week or so. But if you find something is wrong on Monday, then accept the failure on day one and then redo it so that you can get the results faster. So do the small tests. This is not something new. Bear with me. Sorry. So in the world of DevOps, I think it's well done. A/B test, blue-green deploy, or new functions available for the team members and so forth. So doing small tests, that is something already done. So using the best practice is recommended. So the issue or the challenge is security. How do you incorporate the best practice into security? There are so many topics in security: governance, compliance, training, awareness, changing awareness. On the left-hand side, it is easier to quantify. On the right, the quantification is difficult. So you want to choose the ones that are easy to quantify so you can experiment and get data. So where to focus? In order to find that out, we need to think and clarify the target and do measure. To find the pain points, we need to apply the experimental way of thinking. So for example, asking questions is the first step. In the meeting, an engineer will say something, say that we have a terrible security. If we are targeted for the attack, something very bad would happen. So when you say the security is terrible, probably this is something that this person believes in, and we don't know how terrible it is. As for the second half, it is the potential that could be targeted, and that something terrible might happen. That is also quite something that it cannot be quantified. So what is the web security status, and what kind of status is there? We need to rephrase the question so that you can make it easy to understand, and you start the research. So how can you research to find out the current status, and as you do the research, you find out something like this. This is provided by Mozilla. It's part of the guideline. So what is good about this is that there is a list of these different codes, and from low to maximum, scaling, scale-based scoring is done. So which part is how bad? So you can quantify this by using something like this. Scan tool is already available. This is observatory, and the security status can be scored. And Mozilla also offers this. Now, also very convenient command line tools are available. This is also observatory tool. Usually, GUI is more convenient, you might think, but in terms of the types of the data, this is a command tool. Will return the answer in JSON, so it's convenient in that sense. So you do the research, and you find out the tools, and then you come up with the hypothesis, so you can do the experiments. So what we know is that, say that we have 1,000 sites, and we have a framework for testing, and we have an impact score. Based on the Hasan's assumptions, for example, you can automate the scan for 1,000 sites. So if we do that, it'll be very much like DevOps. But we like you to stop there. If you automate right away, then failing early and starting with small experiments in terms of agility, it is not equal to each other. If you start on the coding right away, it will not be suitable for small-sized experiments. So we take the middle way and try to come up with a compromise. So find out whether it is worthwhile to apply this to 1,000 sites. And you store the outcome, and also in the JSON or CSV, you store the data so that the other people who are doing the experiments can also benefit. So this is a Datadog session. So I'd like to introduce us. So far, I have not. So here is Mozilla's Observatory. It's a command line tool. And here, with this command, you can do the check on site and station is returned. So JQ is used. So date, service tag. Those are the tags effective in Datadog. Those are added. And then curl, Datadog logs, platform, API is here. So we would post in API. API key is also entered. So security diagnosis of the site can be done. And then the result can be entered into the Datadog with a one-liner. It looks like 10-liner, but very simply, you can create this. Now, when you do this, the log which is sent is like this. It's visualized. And this is the content of tool. So when and what was the score are shown in visual format. And you can do a lot of post-processing. Agile method, it's virtually zero code, just 10-liner, it's lightweight. And data is stored for the future use. So all of a sudden, it becomes easy to handle. And you do the test through experiments, and you want to do analysis of data. So there's a notebook that we provide. It's like Jupyter. So writing sentences and a graph, you can create a notebook. So the content of experiments and the results of the data can be written. So this is effective. And also the information that you have obtained, log2 can be used to see them. So you can narrow them down. You can create the graph. So that can be done within this tool. So the graph, as a result, can be pasted to the notebook. So you can see the results and make comments. And hostess scan or below all the defined targets. Even if you continue with this, it's all below the target, so you cannot handle them. So you need to probably change targets. So that's the kind of discussion that we can have. Notebook, developers and infrastructure people, business users, we can share this. So everyone can look at this and make comments. So for example, in sample scan, most of the site failed in content security policy or HSTS. So you can paste the graph like this. Then as a report, this could be very effective. So starting with the questions, you do the research, and then come up with the hypothesis and repeat the experiments, and then analyze data and create the report and answer the question. So based on the 10 random samples, the average is score was 16.4. So quantified results were obtained. So tests can be utilized and tools can be utilized to go through the process, and that could be effective. So what was the cupcake? This means a small-sized experiments. It's a symbol of small-sized experiments. And with the small-sized experiments or verification, we can think about the big problem. So it's more important to think about the science rather than tools and automation. And we need to, first of all, use the common language and common tool to communicate. There are several next steps. What I can say as an advice is that DevSecOps is a culture. So we want to share it and focus this and to experiment small, like cupcakes. And after the experiments, we want to store or save the data so we can analyze them. Thank you. Sorry to be lengthy. Thank you. Morning session, I talked about the importance of monitoring. Unless you monitor, you will not be able to understand. Those of you who saw the presentation yesterday, data monitoring, the last part, is the part that Mr. Tanabe talked about, and getting the feedback from experiments is also important. So I'd like to entertain questions. Any questions? While we are waiting for the questions, maybe you can do a little bit of a PR of Datadog. So we are celebrating 10th anniversary this year. Metrics infrastructure monitoring was where we started, and APM and security more recently, security tools. We have tools that anyone can use, so I hope you would try to use them. Okay, so in the DevSecOps event outside of Japan, your company sponsors this type of event. So what is the background of this? Well, security is the product that is newly added, so we are focused on that. Security monitoring is being added, and also compliance monitoring was added. So we are very much focused on those areas. I see. Thank you. Okay. We're not getting questions, and we are running out of time, so let us move on to the next speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Tanabe. I hope that you would support this community as Datadog. You're already doing that, but please continue to do so.
We are 30 minutes behind the schedule. Next presentation from 4:20, we were supposed to be having a QA session, but we will skipping that component. And after Cameron's presentations, we'll be having a break. So this is really an agile in practice. So let me introduce Mr. Cameron Townshend.
Hi, Cameron. Do you hear me?
Hello, how are you?
Hello, hello. Yeah, I can see you. Good, good. How are you?
Good, thank you. It's been very interesting sessions today. I've been listening in.
Yeah, yeah.
Very
thanks.
good.
Thanks. And so you're going to talk about open source security software analysis today. And can you talk a little bit about what is that for the audience?
Yes, so we at Sonatype have been working for 20 plus years on open source software monitoring, and we run the largest repository of open source libraries in the world for Java, and that system is called Maven Central, and we at Sonatype run that to this day. So whenever you download a Java library, it's being downloaded from Sonatype, and with that expertise, we are now expanded into other languages such as JavaScript, Python, Docker. Keisuke was talking about Kubernetes and Docker images. We work in that area, telling you if you have vulnerabilities in your libraries that you're using in your running containers and inside of your applications that you create.
Mm-hmm. Okay, interesting to hear you. So here presentation. So go ahead. You have about 25 minutes.
I'm going to share my screen now. Hopefully
Yep, sure.
I come through okay. Can you see that screen okay?
Yes.
Oh, great. So I'm going to talk to you about the do's and don'ts of open software composition analysis. And this is something based on best practices that we have learned at Sonatype over 20 years in working in this space. My name is Cameron Townshend. I'm the lead solution architect for APJ at Sonatype, and I've been with the company over 4 years now. A little bit about me, because other people are talking about themselves. I actually do judo. I have a blue belt. That's me in my club. And in the summer, I'm also a surf rescue swimmer in Sydney, Australia. I like to do lots of things outdoors, so this is one of the things I do. So I'm going to start by talking about software measurement and software quality. This is a very famous graph that was created many years ago. And it was shown that if you find a defect in the coding phase, it has a 1x cost to fix it. If you find that same defect in testing, it's 4 times, in functional testing, 10 times, system testing 40 times, and in release, it's 640 times more expensive. In fact, Toyota, the car manufacturer, found the same thing when they were building cars, and they found that it's much better to find and fix a fault when it's injected, when it's actually made. Don't fix it at the testing phase at the end, because that's much more expensive and quality goes down instead of going up. If you do it early, quality will go up. This graph drove DevOps. DevOps is the idea of shifting quality left, shifting integration left. The problem that we found, though, was that security was left behind, and security was not included in this graph. And over the last few years, the DevSecOps movement has been created to shift security left and to get these savings by making security part of the coding phase and making security early in the project. This is calling shifting left. Now, this chart here shows you the growth of open source software over the last 7 or 8 years. This is NPM. NPM is the database of JavaScript, and they reported 2.1 billion downloads per day. Microsoft recently bought NPM, and they announced that they will serve 1 trillion downloads this year of open source libraries. Now, this has driven a lot of innovation. This has driven software development, and software development is speeding up because developers all around the world are downloading libraries, open source libraries, and using that to write their software. No longer is software written from scratch. Software is written by strangers who give you software, your developers take it, they use it for free, but sometimes this software is not good. Sometimes it has vulnerabilities inside of it, and these vulnerabilities can cause problems for your organization. This is a very famous timeline of an exploit. This is an exploit that happened to a company in America called Equifax. Equifax is a US company, and they were broken into. And the reason why they were broken into was they were using a library called Apache Struts. Now, Apache Struts is a very popular web framework, and unfortunately, a vulnerability was found with this CVE code in 2017. The vulnerability was announced on March the 7th. And what we found is 3 days later, it's only 3 days, all of these companies were broken into. Equifax in America, these Canadian companies, but also companies and organizations in Japan. The GMO Payment Gateway, Okinawa Power, Japan Post. Now, what's interesting is this one library was used by all these organizations, and that one library had one vulnerability which was used by attackers to break into many organizations. So it's very easy for attackers to take advantage of this library and this vulnerability. Other organizations in India and other parts of the world. But the final part of this story is that today, 65% of Fortune 100 companies are still downloading the vulnerable version. There is a fix. The fix exists, but developers are still downloading the bad one, not the good one. So this is the problem that we're trying to fix at Sonatype, is how do we stop this from happening to your organization? So use open source, get the innovation, but don't get the risk, don't get the exploit. So what did we learn solving this problem? It starts with automation. There's so much open source, you cannot do it manually. Keisuke from Google was talking about that. DevSecOps requires automation. You cannot do it manually. Automation is only possible if the data that you're using is precise and accurate. This enables faster time to market. How do you get accuracy? Number one, you have to scan open source software components via the binary libraries. That is precise. What you don't do is use a simple name-based match, because a name-based match is inaccurate and it's prone to error. One example is developers can rename a library to match a whitelist, and therefore they can bring in a vulnerable library and it looks like a good library. This is one of the problems. Whereas with binary analysis, you don't have that problem, because if the binary analysis matches, then we know the library is exactly the same library and you won't have this problem of simple name-based lookup. Another thing that we found was that you have to rely on proprietary research. Do not rely simply on public data. The reason being is the public data, which is called NVD data, NVD stands for National Vulnerability Database, is not complete. Not all vulnerabilities exist in that database. And some free tools use that free data, but they miss a lot of vulnerabilities. We at Sonatype have actually built a proprietary research capability because of that problem. For example, a lot of vulnerabilities are only reported in GitHub and they are not reported in the National Vulnerability Database. So another best practice is you must rely and you must request professionally curated data by experts. Don't rely on free public data for your business. Here's a real life example. This is from a large bank, and this is the comparison of Sonatype versus another vendor. And what we see here is that the success rate of the other vendor was 13%, 13%. They had 32% false negatives. These are missed vulnerabilities. And they had 55% false positives, which means incorrect data going to your staff. What does that mean? If you give a false positive to a developer, they will reject the findings and they will tell you to leave them alone. You must be accurate. Don't waste the developer's time. This slows you down. Another example of a false positive is this graph here. This is the comparison just for one library called Apache POI. And this is a comparison of the Sonatype system versus multiple other vendors. And these red squares are errors in their findings. As you can see, there's many false positives. This is rework. This is slowing you down. This last column here is a free tool called OWASP Dependency Check. You can download that for free and run it against your system, and it will produce a lot of false positives. So that, again, it's slowing you down with its errors. Even more examples here. These libraries were inaccurately identified. All of these examples are from a real customer, a real organization that was comparing us against other tools and found lots of errors in the findings in the other tools. This is actually from the customer. They told us this. These are Java and also JavaScript libraries. Many examples of error. And this is quite common, that you might buy a product thinking that you're solving security problems, only to discover that that product, that tool, is producing lots of errors. And that just slows you down. You must insist on a tool that is accurate. And that's the Sonatype is the most accurate tool for this open source vulnerability assessment. The next best practice is you have to enable developers to build secure software. So what does that mean? Well, developers outnumber security by 100 to 1. So the developer is responsible. Just like at Toyota, the person who makes the car is responsible for the quality, so too with software. The developer is responsible for software quality, and they're also responsible for security. So the next best practice is shifting left. And you hear about this a lot. Shifting left is that graph that I showed you at the beginning. It's much cheaper for the developer to fix a security issue when they're writing the code. So how do you do that? You provide developers with component intelligence and remediation inside their favorite tools, inside their development environment. And what you don't do, you don't force developers to use tools designed for security. So for example, don't just give the developers a report like a big spreadsheet and they have to go through it and fill it all out. That will slow everybody down. It's too late. Give them a tool in their programming screen to tell them, hey, you're using a library and it's known to be vulnerable. Don't use it. This is what that looks like. This is a screenshot from Sonatype's plugin for the developer. And what they see here is a list of all of the open source components that they are using in their project. And each of these has a red square if it's vulnerable. All of these libraries are vulnerable. And on the right here, we have the recommendation. This is remediation. So we're telling the developer, upgrade the library to 3.2.2. That's this one here, no issues, no security risks. And the developer can simply select that version, hit this button here to migrate. That will upgrade the library in their code, and they can fix the vulnerability very quickly. Get the developer to do it. It's hundreds of times cheaper to fix it in the development environment. So the next best practice that we discovered was you have to use collaboration and communication. So DevOps requires a cultural change. So what that means is developers have to talk to security early in the project. And also you have to have a policy that's automatically enforced. What that means is when the developer is working on their project, the automation will automatically create a rule that will block the build if they are breaching security policies. Don't wait to the end. Don't scan and scold. Scan and scold means don't wait till you're finished the project and then tell the developer they made a mistake. What you should do is have policy automatically enforced at every stage of the software development lifecycle. The next best practice we discovered is give your organization a head start. That means implementing an open source software firewall. Gartner said you have to implement an OSS firewall to proactively prevent developers from downloading known vulnerable code from Maven, GitHub, and other OSS code repositories by policy. And we agree with that. We at Sonatype have built an open source software firewall. The firewall acts to protect your repositories. So it automatically blocks any component from being downloaded. That stops the developer from including the library in the code. Before they even use it, it is blocked and they get notified, do not use this library. What you don't do is you do not wait until the end of the project and produce a report and tell the developer that their baby is ugly. This creates friction, it creates anger, and it decreases motivation. And this will slow your speed to market and slows your innovation. The next best practice we discovered is prioritize your risk. This means set up a policy. Have a policy that distinguishes between valuable and less valuable assets. Allow developers to emphasize what drives business value. And what you don't want is a simple policy that is the same across every application. That doesn't work. You need to focus on the assets. You want to focus on the applications that you care about and prioritize those. That is the key to DevSecOps. And your resources are limited, so fix the things that make an impact. Another best practice we discovered is have zero-day monitoring. Zero-day monitoring means continuous monitoring of the application. If a vulnerability is found after you release, you need to know about it. We at Sonatype have the ability to automatically notify you if one of your production applications has been discovered to have a new vulnerability after you release it. We call that continuous monitoring. And what you don't do is don't just do a one-time scan like a pen test and then release the software. The problem with that one-time scan is if a new vulnerability is found after you release, you are going to miss it. So continuous monitoring is very important. So in summary, Automation requires accuracy. Accuracy requires binary fingerprinting. It requires a binary checksum to make sure you don't misidentify components. Accuracy also requires data research and professionally curated data, professional research. Automation and scale requires enabling developers. So give developers the data they need in the tools that they use, so their IDE. You have to cover the entire CI/CD, continuous integration and continuous delivery across the whole of the software development lifecycle. You also have to have continuous monitoring, looking for zero-day vulnerabilities to alert you about production applications that are now vulnerable. Finally, acceleration requires granular, flexible policy that allows you to prioritize the applications that you care about. This gives you a faster time to market, and you can then focus on security and governance and component quality, because developers are going to always be downloading open source software. That is not going away. So the only way you can manage it at scale is to automate. And automation requires accurate, reliable data, which Sonatype has built for thousands of organizations globally. And with that, that's the end of my talk. I've used up my time. Thanks for having me. I'm going to hand back to the moderator now, and you can feel free to ask me any questions. And hopefully I've been understandable for the translator with my Australian accent.
It should be okay. Thank you very much, Cameron. And I'll wait for a question to come up. And when while I was listening to your presentation, I remember the day I asked you to scan our code, and you found many vulnerabilities actually. And actually, and then at the moment I couldn't forget about that. Is the oh hey Yusuke, this one is the serious one because of this vulnerability. Maybe a couple months ago, subway in San Francisco just stopped their gateway. That kind of top, things you explained to me, and that was shocking to me. And so I would suggest all of the audience that to know the not only knowing the concept today, but just use it and check your code if you have, and see what happens. So and then I want to start asking you that maybe I asked before when you scan our code. Have you ever had any experience that you scan your client's code or potential client's code, and then you found no vulnerabilities from it?
That is very rare now. I would say 95+% of applications have a vulnerability. And what I have discovered is that customers that use open source, Java and JavaScript often use the same popular libraries. And some of the most popular libraries in the world have vulnerabilities in them. It is not a rare thing. It's a very common thing. And even the most common libraries have vulnerabilities, because the common libraries become bigger and bigger, and they get more and more code and more people working on it, and they create more and more vulnerabilities. For example, the most popular library in the whole of NPM is called Lodash. Lodash has level 9.8 vulnerability in it. And Lodash is used by more than 100,000 other NPM packages. So what you find is that even if your project, you don't know you're using it, it will be using Lodash under the covers. So what can happen is very popular libraries have vulnerabilities in them. So it almost always has a vulnerability. And in fact, customers can go to our website and scan one of their applications for free to try it. And then they can contact us, and we can scan their applications and work with them to see if they have a vulnerability.
So where should they contact if they want, if audience wants to scan their code?
Sonotype.com. So I'll share my screen. Sonotype.com. Nexus Vulnerability Scanner is a free tool, allows you to scan one application as a test. And you can see the quality of our findings by using this free scanner. However, maybe they can contact you and they can then contact us. Maybe that's the best way. So contact their local distributor in Japan.
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So there isn't any question. And any last word to say to Japanese audience?
I love judo. I've been doing it for many years, and I love Japan. And hopefully, I can come back very soon.
Sure, sure. Come next year for the event for real session. I think we can do the real live session.
Hopefully, we can once the quarantine is lifted. I would love to come.
Yeah. Thank you very much for joining us from Australia. Thank you very much.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. はい、ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much. So actually, we are behind. And as I have mentioned, we are going to skip Q&A session, and we are going to have about 25 minutes break. And then we will reconvene from 4:50, starting with Mr. Yukawa's presentation. And then we are going to hear from Kitayama-san later, and then we will be closing this seminar. So let's see you at 4:50. How did you find the seminar so far? I'm sure that there are tons of information that you have heard. So while you're enjoying your break, please reflect on what you have heard. So let's see you 4:50.
DevSecOps Days 東京は DevSecOps を推進するためのコミュニティ活動に賛同してくださる多くの企業、団体から支援を受けています。プラチナスポンサー、レジリエンスジャパン、ソナタイプ、データドック、レッドハット、ゴールドスポンサー、マイクロソフト、コグニティブリサーチラボ、Google クラウド、シルバースポンサー、ブレインパッド、HRD、プロファイルズ、講演、アメリカ大使館、カーネギーメロン大学ソフトウェアエンジニアリングインスティテュート、カーネギーメロン大学サイラボ、日本ディープラーニング協会、テンソルフローユーザーグループ東京、経済産業省。
Modern software applications consist of 90% open source components. These open source components often contain security issues. As we rely on open source software, companies have to reconsider their approach to security. Traditional manual processes based on whitelist and blacklist do not scale. They can really hold you back, especially when competitive advantage relies on speed of software delivery. That's why it's essential to build quality from the very beginning by adopting a shift-left mindset. Shift-left means integrating security practices early in the development lifecycle before your project reaches the finish line. Sonatype's platform helps you to automate open source governance early and everywhere in order to scale DevOps within your organization. Visit sonatype.com today for more information.
Because we've been this way from the start. Because a solution for one can be harnessed by others. Because clouds that compete can still connect. Because innovation needs collaboration. Because a revolutionary approach to software can transcend enterprise IT. Red Hat. Our code is open.
ビッグデータや AI 技術が脚光を浴びるデータの時代がやってきた。巨大企業もベンチャー企業もデータを大きな経営資源と捉えビジネスに取り入れようとしています。15年以上前からデータ活用の可能性をまっすぐに信じてきた私たち。今こそ一緒にデジタルトランスフォーメーションで開けるドアがたくさんあると思うのです。
持続可能な未来につながる扉、成長し続ける最適な意思決定、
データ分析の民主化、
顧客体験を磨き続ける世界、意味のある仕事を作る、
誰も想像できない大きな成功、イントゥリアンの
製造の矛盾化、できたらいいなを形に、
仲間の笑顔が未来の笑顔を作る。
HRD グループは科学的なアプローチで人事や組織の改革を強力に支援しています。今、多くの企業がデジタルトランスフォーメーションに取り組んでいるのではないでしょうか。デジタルテクノロジーを活用することにより、営業やマーケティングの見直し、業務プロセスの自動化が様々な企業で実現されています。では、人材や組織に関してはどうでしょう。一人一人の才能や個性に合わせた適材適所の実現や効果的なコミュニケーションの実践はデジタル化とは無縁の勘と経験に頼っているのが現状ではないでしょうか。このような勘と経験に頼ってきた人事や組織の課題もデータにより解決する時代になってきています。私たちの提供するディスクとプロファイル XT は科学的検証に裏打ちされた人材測定ツールです。一人一人のモチベーションの源泉やそのポテンシャルを見出すことで組織や人材の課題を解決します。全世界でこれまでに6000万人、10万社、日本でもこれまで120万人以上の顧客が効果を実感しているソリューションです。これからのデジタル時代の企業における改革の本質は人と組織のトランスフォーメーションにあると私たちは考えています。HRD グループのディスクとプロファイル XT が組織や人材の改革を可能にします。効果的なコミュニケーションによる組織力向上に興味のある方はディスクで、 社内の適材適所の実現や人材のポテンシャルを見出すことに興味のある方は、プロファイル XT で検索して、ぜひ一度ホームページからお問い合わせください。DevSecOps Days 東京のコミュニティ活動は皆様からの支援で成り立っています。今後のコミュニティ活動への支援にご興味のある方は、お気軽にご連絡ください。DevSecOps Days 東京は、DevSecOps を推進するためのコミュニティ活動に賛同してくださる多くの企業、団体から支援を受けています。プラチナスポンサー、レジリエンスジャパン、ソナタイプ、データドッグ、レッドハット、ゴールドスポンサー、マイクロソフト、コグニティブリサーチラボ、Google クラウド、シルバースポンサー、ブレインパッド、HRD、プロファイルズ、講演、アメリカ大使館、カーネギーメロン大学ソフトウェアエンジニアリングインスティテュート、カーネギーメロン大学サイラボ、日本ディープラーニング協会、テンソルフローユーザーグループ東京、経済産業省。
Modern software applications consist of 90% open source components. These open source components often contain security issues. As we rely on open source software, companies have to reconsider their approach to security. Traditional manual processes based on whitelist and blacklist do not scale. They can really hold you back, especially when competitive advantage relies on speed of software delivery. That's why it's essential to build quality from the very beginning by adopting a shift-left mindset. Shift-left means integrating security practices early in the development lifecycle before your project reaches the finish line. Sonatype's platform helps you to automate open source governance early and everywhere in order to scale DevOps within your organization. Visit sonatype.com today for more information.
Because we've been this way from the start. Because the solution for one can be harnessed by others. Because clouds that compete can still connect. Because innovation needs collaboration. Because a revolutionary approach to software can transcend enterprise IT. Red Hat. Our code is open.
Big Data や AI 技術が脚光を浴びるデータの時代がやってきた。巨大企業もベンチャー企業もデータを大きな経営資源と捉えビジネスに取り入れようとしています。15年以上前からデータ活用の可能性をまっすぐに信じてきた私たち。今こそ一緒にデジタルトランスフォーメーションで開けるドアがたくさんあると思うのです。
続可能な未来につながる扉、成長し続ける最適な意思決定、
データ分析の民主
顧客
化、
体験を磨き続ける世界、意味のある仕事を作る、
誰も想像できない大きな成功、イントゥリアンの
製造の矛盾化、できたらいいなを形に、
仲間の笑顔が未来の笑顔を作る。
HRD グループは科学的なアプローチで人事や組織の改革を強力に支援しています。今、多くの企業がデジタルトランスフォーメーションに取り組んでいるのではないでしょうか。デジタルテクノロジーを活用することにより、営業やマーケティングの見直し、業務プロセスの自動化が様々な企業で実現されています。では、人材や組織に関してはどうでしょう。一人一人の才能や個性に合わせた適材適所の実現や効果的なコミュニケーションの実践はデジタル化とは無縁の勘と経験に頼っているのが現状ではないでしょうか。このような勘と経験に頼ってきた人事や組織の課題もデータにより解決する時代になってきています。私たちの提供するディスクとプロファイル XT は科学的検証に裏打ちされた人材測定ツールです。一人一人のモチベーションの源泉やそのポテンシャルを見出すことで組織や人材の課題を解決します。全世界でこれまでに6000万人、10万社、日本でもこれまで120万人以上の顧客が効果を実感しているソリューションです。これからのデジタル時代の企業における改革の本質は人と組織のトランスフォーメーションにあると私たちは考えています。HRD グループのディスクとプロファイル XT が組織や人材の改革を可能にします。効果的なコミュニケーションによる組織力向上に興味のある方はディスクで、社内の適材適所の実現や人材のポテンシャルを見出すことに興味のある方はプロファイル XT で検索して、ぜひ一度ホームページからお問い合わせください。DevSecOps Days 東京のコミュニティ活動は皆様からの支援で成り立っています。今後のコミュニティ活動への支援にご興味のある方はお気軽にご連絡ください。DevSecOps Days 東京は DevSecOps を推進するためのコミュニティ活動に賛同してくださる多くの企業、団体から支援を受けています。プラチナスポンサー、レジリエンスジャパン、ソナタイプ、データドック、レッドハット、ゴールドスポンサー、マイクロソフト、コグニティブリサーチラボ、Google クラウド、シルバースポンサー、ブレインパッド、HRD、プロファイルズ、講演、アメリカ大使館、カーネギーメロン大学ソフトウェアエンジニアリングインスティテュート、カーネギーメロン大学サイラボ、日本ディープラーニング協会、テンソルフローユーザーグループ東京、経済産業省、
Modern software applications consist of 90% open source components. These open source components often contain security issues. As we rely on open source software, companies have to reconsider their approach to security. Traditional manual processes based on whitelist and blacklist do not scale. They can really hold you back, especially when competitive advantage relies on speed of software delivery. That's why it's essential to build quality from the very beginning by adopting a shift-left mindset. Shift-left means integrating security practices early in the development lifecycle before your project reaches the finish line. Sonatype's platform helps you to automate open source governance early and everywhere in order to scale DevOps within your organization. Visit sonatype.com today for more information.
Because we've been this way from the start. Because a solution for one can be harnessed by others. Because clouds that compete can still connect. Because innovation needs collaboration. Because a revolutionary approach to software can transcend enterprise IT. Red Hat. Our code is open.
ビッグデータや AI 技術が脚光を浴びるデータの時代がやってきた。巨大企業もベンチャー企業もデータを大きな経営資源と捉えビジネスに取り入れようとしています。15年以上前からデータ活用の可能性をまっすぐに信じてきた私たち。今こそ一緒にデジタルトランスフォーメーションで開けるドアがたくさんあると思うのです。
持続可能な未来につながる扉、成長し続ける最適な意思決定、
データ分析の民主
顧客
化、
体験を磨き続ける世界、意味のある仕事を作る、
誰も想像できない大きな成功、イントゥリアンの
製造の矛盾化、できたらいいなを形に、
仲間の笑顔が未来の笑顔を作る。
HRD グループは科学的なアプローチで人事や組織の改革を強力に支援しています。今、多くの企業がデジタルトランスフォーメーションに取り組んでいるのではないでしょうか。デジタルテクノロジーを活用することにより、営業やマーケティングの見直し、業務プロセスの自動化が様々な企業で実現されています。では、人材や組織に関してはどうでしょう。一人一人の才能や個性に合わせた適材適所の実現や効果的なコミュニケーションの実践はデジタル化とは無縁の勘と経験に頼っているのが現状ではないでしょうか。このような勘と経験に頼ってきた人事や組織の課題もデータにより解決する時代になってきています。私たちの提供するディスクとプロファイル XT は科学的検証に裏打ちされた人材測定ツールです。一人一人のモチベーションの源泉やそのポテンシャルを見出すことで組織や人材の課題を解決します。全世界でこれまでに6000万人、10万社、日本でもこれまで120万人以上の顧客が効果を実感しているソリューションです。これからのデジタル時代の企業における改革の本質は人と組織のトランスフォーメーションにあると私たちは考えています。HRD グループのディスクとプロファイル XT が組織や人材の改革を可能にします。効果的なコミュニケーションによる組織力向上に興味のある方はディスクで、社内の適材適所の実現や人材のポテンシャルを見出すことに興味のある方はプロファイル XT で検索して、ぜひ一度ホームページからお問い合わせください。DevSecOps Days 東京のコミュニティ活動は皆様からの支援で成り立っています。今後のコミュニティ活動への支援にご興味のある方はお気軽にご連絡ください。
Excuse me. So it's 4:50, so we would like to resume the session. So we are going to be hearing from the two more presenters today. The first speaker is going to be Mr. Yukawa from BrainPad. Tools, cloud vendors, introduction. That's a kind of a topics that we have been discussing, but Mr. Yukawa's presentation, well, he is doing the AI and data analytics at BrainPad. So he actually is the user, so he's going to talk about the topic from the user's perspective. So not just as plain SIers, but he is trying to use the machine learning for their business. So this might be a quite interesting topic for you. So Mr. Yukawa, the floor is yours. So let me share the presentation material. Can you hear? Excuse me, can you see the slide? Yes, we can see, but actually we can see your speaker's deck as well. So the note, I can see your notes too. Excuse me. Hold on a sec. So what about this? Great. So once again, my name is Yukawa from BrainPad. And today, I will be talking about the DevSecOps by AI analytics service company. So I will be spending about 20 minutes talking about this topic. So first, my introduction. Once again, my name is Yukawa from BrainPad, and I belong to the engineering promotion department, and I am engaged in the large companies enterprise development, and also I'm doing the system development standardization, as well as to build and operate the projection system. And for the DevOps, I am start work using the DevOps concept whenever I receive some deals or the system development projects. So I have been engaging in different sizes of the projects in the past. So I was engaged in the security area as well. And the problems that I encounter and what kind of response I have taken, those are the kind of things I would like to share with you today, as well as what I would like to do in the future. So I'm sure that it's late evening, so you must be tired. So I will please relax and enjoy my talk. So when I say DevSecOps, I have excerpted this from the Red Hat company. And the scope of this DevSecOps is from the application to infrastructure security, and try not to slow down the DevOps workflow and automate, and to develop the corporate culture of transformation, and try to integrate the security team's operation as much as possible in a fast manner. So what I have been doing in this outsourcing contracting development projects, basically I have been doing the different types of things. And I have done the EC side development and the security exchanges system development, online system related ones, as well as the internal system development. And what I'm working on is the order projection system and the machine learning analytic system for real-time point accumulation. Majority of them are the waterfall approach, And if that happens, and then we need to go through these 4 major segments: the requirement definition, design, and manufacturing test, and operation and maintenance. And within these phases, what kind of security responses were done at each phases? At this phase of the requirement definition, the risk analysis, the threat analysis, and to come up with the security requirements and create a checklist, and to see whether the security requirements are met, written on that list. With regards to the design phase, the security method, encryption method, and collaboration and access control and authorization authentication. What kind of authorization needs to be built in to protect what? And for the manufacturing and testing, of course, the secure programming is one thing, but checking the library and source review, as well as a static analysis to see whether there isn't any defect or whether there is some security cord, and to see to go through this vulnerability test for the one that is built to see whether there aren't any vulnerabilities. And after the release, there's work for the operation and maintenance. So to collect the threat and vulnerability information and carry out the regular diagnostics and apply the patch. Probably the Japanese SI vendors, this is a kind of thing that they are familiar with. So in DevSecOps factors, if you are using the waterfall method, probably you are quite accustomed to that. So when I first heard about DevSecOps, that is the impression I got. And in the past, I have been doing these kind of security measures. But when we were to put into practice, there are some problems that we had. So let me shed my light on that. There might be some other things that there are 4 things that I pointed out here. First, the security measure, its priority is low, and 2, because it is a waterfall, you tend to find out the problems at the later in the project. And in terms of SIers, the development, the development period is quite long. So if you find the problem late, then that will be the grave consequences that you need to face. And if you need to do the rework, that will be a very big burden. So let me go into the detail. So the lower priority. When you are doing the development, there is a time deadline and a function. So what will be the higher priority will be screens, those functions that are visible. They tend to get the higher priority. And the security measures are not included in the quality assurance. So the testing is there for the quality assurance, but the security assurance are not included. And oftentimes, those are included in specific functions. And there are many system developments that do not connect to the external environment. So the people are a little bit sloppy in taking the measures. And how to deal with those challenges? Because the security measures is a very important thing, so separate that function when you are providing the code so that the people would recognize that it's a high priority. And also at the same time to offer the specific incident case to show them that it's quite important. Or the third point is that without giving this very detailed explanation, just include that into your code. And a fourth is that even if you don't link to the external environment, the internal crime or the internal parties breach may tend to happen. So when you do the system development, probably prerequisite will be to think about the zero trust. So the mindset works the quite a big portion. So to overly state the importance of security so that the people can change their mindset. And because this is a waterfall, you tend to find the problem at the later in a project. So I'm sure that the other speakers have already mentioned about this. That's the tutorial. So the requirement definition design, you tend to work on papers, but there are some things that you actually need to run it to know the defect. And oftentimes you find a defect or the security problems when you actually test it. So the timing in which that you find those defects will be later in the project. So you need to deal with that, but because you are busy, you tend to forget about that. And that is a kind of the things that you often see in this waterfall approach. So how we can solve that? Well, that's a very basic thing, but I think the important thing is to check at each phase and share the information at the beginning of the phase and share what are the criteria that you're going to use to check the security with the team and check the security items. I think that's important, not only in manufacturing, but you should be doing that at the operation, maintenance, as well as the designing phase as well. And for the manufacturing phase and after, that will be the great opportunity to test it and implement it. So that will be the great opportunity for you to repeat it so that you can follow up on not missing this security problem. And depending on the project, some may prolong for a very long period of time, like 6 months to few years, like 2 or 3 years. During that period, you may find the vulnerabilities and middleware and the libraries and development language become obsolete, and you may need to do the retesting. And the EOL was not announced at the beginning of the project, but that happens at the end of the project. And because the people come in and go out from the project team, and if the development project is very big, and the vendors may come in and go during the project period. And how we can deal with that? One is to automate the libraries of vulnerability check. Oftentimes, when the time that you notice the vulnerability, that will be the end of the manufacturing. So there are some automation tool available. So to use that would be one option. And another one is do the retesting. And education is very important. So document it. And to share the mindset or the information or the know-how. So the documentation will be needed in talking about what kind of a security criteria that you're going to abide by. And lastly, the courage is needed. To redo that will be very difficult, but if you have this automation, you can do the rework easily. So you need to be brave enough to make changes. So that's my recommendation. And the rework, in case of the majority of development project, changes in requirement. And at the time of the requirement definition, the spec was very relaxed. And when you build it, you find it that it's not going to work. And because of that, you may have to do the change request, and you may have to change the requirement. And you may have to do the same work once again. But the developers would hate to do that, and their motivation will come down. But to avoid that, you would try to automate it, but that would require the extra work efforts. What we can do about that? Well, I think the first thing that you need to do is to contemplate on whether you can actually automate it or not. And talking about the test, at the unit test, you would test the function, but when you do that, include the security test as well. And the static analysis, you can use some security checking rule here as well, and authorize the access limited infrastructure to automatically build this. There are various tools available, so use them to automate it. And then to include the follow work efforts. And this is oftentimes that happens, but to try to use the past existing assets. So those are the things that we have been doing. However, there isn't much that you can do overnight to make changes. So after experiencing a number of projects, you actually can realize those countermeasures that I have mentioned. So try and do that step by step is important. After you completed a project, make sure that you spend some time to reflect on the project and share the information with the other employees, so that the people who would start to realize that the security is a must item. And if that happens, then you can change your corporate culture. These are the things that I have been doing, and what I would like to focus on doing going forward are listed here. Basically, the delivery date and the budget, those are the two frameworks that we need to comply with. So achieve the DevSecOps without putting a lot of the work efforts is what I'm exploring. So the first thing is that, in terms of a security that is so wide, and it's very difficult to determine what is right. So try to ask the experts collaboration here. And two is to use the past project assets, the standardization, and the defect management table. Reuse them and share the information inside of the company, creating documents. That's what we start doing in BrainPad. And in my department, we created a security team and try to standardize. So what we are going to protect, what kind of algorithm that we are going to use, and what kind of vulnerability tool that we are going to use. We are currently working on that. So the very important factor here is automation. So what to do with a security test? I have a specific idea in my head, but we have been able to just do the localized optimization. So what we would like to do is the standardization and automation using the tools, as well as to start doing the infrastructure security check. And BrainPad is engaged in the development initiative using AI and ML. And so let me briefly talk about how we are doing that and what kind of a flow that we are following. The AI and ML development project, rather than to jump into system development, but first we go through this POC to determine whether we will actually go ahead with the system development or not. And with the POC, we will verify whether this model will be feasible or not, and if it is okay, and then we will go ahead with this system development. And if you use AI and machine learning, it's not a zero sum, but you will not be able to build how it is going to be. whether this is going to be the tool or the system that would achieve the customer's needs. If the answer is yes, and then we tend to go ahead with the system development. And then in that context, with regards to security measures, we are using the rule-based. The model is just a means to solve the problem. So is it a rule-based or AI or using the machine learning? They are quite similar. So if we use them, how are we going to protect against access control, authentication, authorization, and how to protect the data used for the learning and projection? So this would involve this authentication and authorization, and how to handle the personal information. So those are the factors I think will be quite similar to the regular system development. But as I've mentioned, there is a POC stage. So for example, at the time of the POC, if you come up with the security measures and then make it as a policy at the time of development, this can be applied when you are using the AI or ML. Probably this might be a great opportunity to include the DevSecOps in a regular system development. And what are you going to protect? What about the data confidentiality? And how are you going to provide the data? Are you going to just upload it or wrap it with something? Or with this model, what kind of attack can you expect to happen? Those can be verified at the POC, and you can actually verify the securities as well. That might be a good timing to do so. And within the BrainPad, we have been doing a number of projects. And what kind of a security projects have we been involved to? The first case is to deal with the personal information. Try not to accumulate the personal information. For example, the plate number of the car and the facial information. When you're sending the data from the terminal to the server, make sure that you would convert them into the data, not the picture. In other words, i.e., convert them into the numbers and store at the server. And for the tweets, if you accumulate them, and then one will be able to tell what are the tastes of that person. So turn them into numerics. But in case of a tweet, you have to maintain the words. And if that is the case, then you can actually shorten that. And same goes with the SD card. You will be able to tell the person's lifestyle. So make sure that you would pay extra attention when you're sending them over to the server. And another one is the ambiguous control over the ambiguous outcome. In case of a natural language, and turn the voice into the text, there are some cases in which that the machine would misunderstood it. So determine what will be the text that it will make a problem and identify them and try to avoid that. And the third one is how to protect model itself. So in terms of the protection itself, not providing the model as is, but wrap it with the API. So not provide the data model itself, but provide the API to the customers. And the second option would be to provide a model, but the output of the model to be processed so that the content of the model itself will not be shared. And the following will be something that I'm going to do going forward, but the model vulnerabilities itself will be the focus going forward. And from the output and input, one will be able to estimate the learning data, and the replication of model is what is happening. So there might be something that we can do about that. So this is another area that we need to work on. And what I would like to promote going forward, basically, to reduce the security measures of work efforts. So to do so, one idea is the complete serverless structure. If it would be better to have a serverless, so that you can reduce the scope where you need to be mindful of the security. But in case of a serverless, you may have to rely on the cloud provider for the security. It's very difficult to separate the responsibility. So we need to talk with the cloud vendors as how we can separate the responsibility. And the second is a model itself. The specific measures one can take against the attack on a model. And the third one is the promotion of MLOps. Basically, we are doing the model auto deploy and the version management, but when the accuracy deteriorates and how we can automatically switch the model, this is a little bit difficult thing, but I would like to challenge it. And MLOps and DevSecOps, we like to carry them out in parallel so that I can promote so-called DevSec MLOps. And I have created this logo already. If you would like to, please make good use of this logo. And summary. Basically, DevSecOps is something that you cannot achieve overnight. So why don't we work on step by step? And the security measures needs to be something that you must do. And I would like to escalate this as a corporate culture. And the work efforts reduction and the reducing of the delivery date. The repetition that enables this environment will be quite important. And for the development, the basic security measures will be the same as the regular system development, but there needs to be some specific consideration need to be paid for the ML and AI leverage the system development. And more than anything, the automation is important. And lastly, this is the PR of our company. So our company, BrainPad, is looking for the development engineers. If you're interested in AI ML analysis, system development, if you would like to explore the DevSecOps in AI ML system development, please contact us. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Yukawa. DevSec MLOps, that logo of Tokyo 2020, probably it won't work, but the MLOps explanation, I think that was a little bit short and light, but this is my PR. In this book, there's a mention about you need to build the agile if you were to do the machine learning. So you wouldn't be able to tell the accuracy if you don't try it. If there is an algorithm that is working well, and if you try it, that the accuracy of the algorithm will depend upon the original data. So you have to try it out to see whether it is going to be good or not. So that's the reason why you start with a POC, and if it works, then you can start the development. But the DevSecOps and MLOps, so I believe that those two need to be connected together. And I talked about the AI security right before the lunchtime. But AI implementation itself is currently try and error, and even after that is in the operation, maintaining the high model, that needs to be monitored as well, and then change the system and change the pre-processing. Those kind of things need to take place on an agile manner. And ML is the agile and the DevSecOps, the new development methods and security. The many things needs to take into consideration. In that respect, there is a very big high-level DevSecOps, and then MLOps factor will include it under this DevSecOps. That will be the to-be state of the machine learning implementation. The logo may not work, but the concept itself, I totally resonate with your idea. And I'm sure that we have spoken about this, and we have received a question. DevSecOps DV design. That's the topic of question. Data can be shared across the department, but the linkages, sharing, and consistencies, and the data items, security, access right. How we should be thinking about that? How we should be thinking about it? Well, that's in terms of security measures, what you need to do is access control and encryption. I think that are the things that you need to do. So basically, what you need to do with the DevSecOps will be exactly the same. So what remains is the timing. Are you going to do that with the design or at the requirement definition phase? The should lead, it will be same as a short lead, so it will be better to do early. So same as the shift left concept. Did I answer your question? The DV design, would that be changed with the DevSecOps? No, I don't think so. DevSecOps is the idea to check the security constantly, so not much difference. But when the time changes and should there be something with the projects, the new function might be added and there might be some database. So if you can use something, then implement that immediately. And to do so, if you have this automation checking a tool, then that would allow you to implement them soon. Thank you. And this is a question about operation. DevSecOps promotion. So what we can do? We are not a member of the DevSecOps committee. Well, please contact us. Oftentimes, operation of this will be difficult. So not only speakers, but if you are interested in running in this community, then please contact us. We are looking for some people. And during the lunchtime, there is some opinion that probably this community should be escalated into association. The replanning of society has a very talented people at the secretariat. So probably we might have to think about establishing secretariat. But if you're interested, please watch us going forward as well. And Mr. Yuka, thank you very much. And looking forward to hear from you by sharing your cases. Thank you.
And now, the last speaker of the day before the closing remarks is from Red Hat. We have Mr. Kitayama. Red Hat, well, subliminary in Hasan's presentation, it was included, and also Nicolas's presentation also includes a little bit about Red Hat. I don't think he mentioned it, but in his presentation, he often says that DevSecOps will be done with partners outside, and oftentimes he mentions Red Hat first. So we have a talk about container security. So yesterday when Hasan talked about DevSecOps, he also talked about containerization rather than VM. Of course, there are pros and cons for both of these things, but based on your understanding of containers, now we'll think about the security of containers. Maybe people who didn't know the concept of this was listening in, but once again, we would like to look at security of container. So I believe this is a very good presentation to hear at the very end of our event. So go ahead, please. Thank you very much for the introduction. I hope that you can see the PowerPoint presentation. Yes? Okay, let's start. Well, the container security. You might think that this is something far away from you, but already in the DevSecOps, OS security, how do you ensure that? Within development, how do you make sure that security is embedded in the pipeline? We have been talking about that. So what is it that happens when we have containers? Now, first of all, about myself. At Red Hat, I'm a cloud solution architect. An OpenShift is a tool for enterprises for container security. I'm a technical sales for that. It's not just Kubernetes, but GitLab and Ansible, not just Kubernetes. But I have written books on these, and I have also made some talks about all these things. And today, it's about container security, first of all. Now, container security. What comes to your mind when you hear container security? Actually, CNCF is an organization, Cloud Native Interactive Landscape, CNCF, it's a foundation. In a cloud native environment, and within that organization, security CI/CD tools and should I say layers or for components. Some tools are being introduced, and that's the cloud native interactive landscape. And in security, there are actually 39 security tools. So if you are involved in container security, it means that you have to choose something from among all these things. So the security tools, when you choose, how valuable would they be? We have to think about that. And when we try to sell OpenShift, we will be asked, what kind of security tools should we use, or what can OpenShift collaborate with? So which tool should I use to make things most safe, I believe, is the gist of the question. Now, in DevSecOps, we often hear about tools, and we can introduce a lot of different tools. But the tools themselves, are they really protecting what you want to defend? What is it that you want to defend when you think about security? Of course, behind this, services have to have a certain security criteria. And behind that, if you're using container, then there are securities that is needed in containers, OS and a physical machine or whatever. And so for layers, each of the layers you have different securities, and you should base your decision on the criteria of each layer. And now DevSecOps is not anything about a tool. It is an operation process. It could be a culture. It is about organization and changing that organization, which will lead you to actually implementing DevSecOps. So you have to follow this line in order to establish your security as needed. Well, then the security criteria that should be complied in the services. For example, you have something like FedRAMP, it's a cloud service. In financial services, FISC, if it's credit cards, you have PCI DSS. So there are all kinds of security organizations. And also you have the security reference guide for the DoD. So you may have to comply with that guideline. And based on that, each component, each layer, or each requirement has to be matched and satisfied. So that's the starting point. And then container security. What is it that you're trying to protect here? Container security itself, well, it's been 5-6 years since we started with this concept of containers. But there were many different container security guidelines. For example, the NIST or 800 and 190, or the application container security, the application container pipeline is being defined here. But this one, I believe you may not have heard about much. Mr. 8176. This is about infrastructure security. So if you made containers, you have namespace or the kernel, the layer, security, the guidelines for that are here. So if you follow these two, then you will be able to cover container security overall. So what are these two saying? On the OS side, we have the virtual machines, but web application firewall, then net security and the host security itself. What is new is on the right-hand side, so that's why this is more famous, but NIST SP 800-190. So within the pipeline, what is it that you want to include? You have the SAST and DAST. And also for container, we have the container image scanning. Libraries which within the container, you have the CVE for each one. And CVE will be watched regularly to ensure security, and that will be automated. So the components of these I'd like to look through. First of all, starting with the OS. So when we say the OS, maybe the tools that you have been using could be included here, but the host OS of the past and or on a virtual machine, you may be doing your development on top of that, but now that you're changing to container, the OS value itself, if you have a library to move the operate the container, that will be enough. And on top of that, the application will be packaged within the container, including the library. So what you need for the application is all in the container, not on the OS side. It's not good to have it on the OS side. So Red Hat also has an OS called RHEL. This has been providing a lot of tools for the developers as well as libraries, but within RHEL, there's a lot of libraries, but because you have a lot of libraries, you have a lot of vulnerabilities. So the libraries necessary for containers were packaged, and you can install them. And we now have an OS for that, and that's the core OS for Red Hat. Core OS was a company, and this company was acquired, and the OS that they had is now being sold. But the core OS basically has libraries for the container operation. So you only need to watch the vulnerabilities here. Then the OS security risk will be minimized. So that's what OpenShift does. And it's not just OpenShift. There are many Kubernetes products. Well, then, when we ask about what OS you are using, the security check has to be done one by one. So you need to have an OS for the exclusive for the container. It doesn't have to be Red Hat, but something exclusive for containers should be utilized. On the right-hand side, I have given you some points to check. If you are interested, maybe you can read it through later. Another thing, the NIST SP 800-190, there are 3 big container pipeline layers for the application development. And then you have the image management. And then finally, after deploying the container, the operation of that. There are many things that related to this, but starting with the application development. When you develop the container itself is being created by some sort of OS. But the base OS that is used for the container, some queries or container registries, and from there, I believe the containers will be deployed, but the base image may have a vulnerability. So even if you operate safely, the base image, if there is a security bug, the container image includes that bug, then you will have a security hole from the beginning. And actually, this happens a lot of times. Some famous ones could be the Bitcoin story. The Bitcoin analysis tool was included in the container, and that was downloaded on the client's host, and then so that was one vulnerability. But how safe is the base? That's the first check that is needed. Next, as you go along the development, the application will be built on top of that. But after the build, the image, once you have the application on top of that, once again, you need to check the security, not just at the beginning, but even while developing, you have to check. So within the registry, the container image, and regularly you have to check the policy. And lastly, once you deploy the container, at that point in time also, after the deployment, we have to apply the patches. And then for the patch, they may include some vulnerability. So containers are not reusable. It's a one-time use thing. But so the image is rebuilt again and then will be updated automatically. So having that mechanism in Kubernetes, it is included. And you can rebuild. And also you need to have a sort of trigger and a trigger policy. If it doesn't follow the policy, then the container will not be started up. That kind of security policy could be in place. And that's what NIST 800-190 is saying. I won't be able to talk about everything this guideline says, but for each layer, there are descriptions about what should be done in order to have the container security. However, already I probably gave you something to fill your stomach, but if you do all these things manually, it's going to be a very cumbersome job. Therefore, we have to try to automate this and use some tools to make that happen. So we have been talking about tools, but as I said at the outset, the tools for container security, it's not as if one tool would be okay, but these are telling you the criteria that should be followed for minimum security. And then after that, what is it that you need to do? And that's actually the process. The tool and the process has to go hand in hand together. Tools will be used by humans. And so how are the humans going to operate the tools? What kind of organization is necessary in order to ensure that the security is strong enough? So how will people operate the tools? Now, the DoD DevSecOps reference design. I hope you have seen this, but if you have not, even after today's event, I hope you can Google this. You will be able to download the PDF version. And I believe this gives you a very good explanation about what should be done in each layer. So DevSecOps has 4 pillars, it says. One is the organization, management done by the organization. Next, you have the process and then technology. Without DevSecOps, such framework, well, governance is oftentimes not included. Governance for DevSecOps is very important. For example, the data handling. You need to have a governance system. What kind of services are you trying to protect? And that is also included among the pillars. And technology within the 4 is just one pillar. So the larger part is process and also people, which is organization. It may be difficult to understand what we mean by the function of organization, but the organization may be different from Japan and globally. But in Japan's case, we have this SIR culture of sorts, where, for example, let's say an application was developed, and in Japan's case, the organizations are divided by function. You have the development team, and actually, the development team doesn't even make this. The SIR team, SIRs would be making it. And then the infrastructure engineers also may be handled by the SIRs. And the security team, of course, maybe the security team is responsible for security, but maybe they just bring in a security tool vendor. And at the timing of the service release, maybe a month before, the security vendor will be called in to do the security work. That may be the kind of logic that is followed in Japan. I used to work for such a company, and I believe that kind of culture is deep-rooted in Japan. So you have different SIRs involved in each of the different layers. So it's not really consistent. So we can't say, stop doing this starting tomorrow. Rather than saying that, maybe we can take one example to make a matrix organization. For example, for application or service. Within that application or service, you have the developer and the infrastructure engineer and the security specialist could all be involved in this team and start this DevSecOps cycle and try it out. Of course, this may need investment, but then where can we start? You have to first determine that. DevSecOps is not about introducing some sort of tool. You have to understand that this is a process that should be introduced into the company. And then, so you have the minimum viable product. I think Carnegie Mellon University had a code with saying make an MVP. In Japan, we often hear about TOC, or POC, excuse me, proof of concept. It sounds as if we're just trying something out before the actual product. But the minimum viable product is something different. MVP is about measuring whether or not there is value in the product. And with DevSecOps, maybe you can try this out. I believe that's what was mentioned yesterday. Of course, you need a more longer-term strategy, but for the first step, maybe making an organization or system in your company so that actually you will have a more shorter cycle for feedback. There may be a big hurdle in starting it out for a big organization, but if you try to start small, that may be viable. For example, for a new server development or for a container development. It's not as if a web company is the only one that can do this. This cycle could be utilized in any part of the organization. And Red Hat has been doing this proactively. The container orchestration, of course, is being handled by us, but it's not just that. DevSecOps, if you want to do it, the company organization itself has to be changed a little bit. And of course, we can't go out and tell our customers to change their organization, but if they want to have one sort of service, then we can say that let's make a virtual team in order to make it easier to do that. And let's bring in the Scrum from Red Hat. And we will be supporting our customers, but also we will be helping our customers change their process or operations. And then within that team, they will be able to gain know-how. They will be able to gain the experience that is necessary. And then the application team can pick up on that experience. And then in the end, even without a Red Hat staff, the company organization itself can do this. So whether it's DevOps or DevSecOps, it's not an introduction of a new tool, but in starting to use that and operating that, you may be able to go in and help the customer change their organizations. And I'm not trying to advertise my company here, but in the past, public services had been using a lot of legacy systems. With Red Hat consultation, a little bit by bit, they were able to change their organizations, and now they have the service spread out. And on the Red Hat side, this is about crime prevention. This is about national security. To look at somebody's crime record. But now we have containers to do that. The organization was not able to do this first, but with Red Hat's help, this has become possible. So these are some of the success stories or success examples. So it's not like you introduce a container platform and that's the end. Now to sum up, DevSecOps is where everybody is responsible for security. And I believe we are saying the same thing here. Changing the organization all at once is very difficult. It's very difficult to change each individual. But just because you weren't doing it doesn't mean that it should stay the same. If you are introducing a new tool, it means that you are changing the way you do things. You may be automating some things. And if you are automating things, the process that you have been using in the past will be given to a machine. The operation done by human beings will be eliminated. And think of that as something better. For things that you can automate, do that automation. People should work in other areas where people can only focus on what people can only do. So maybe how you do it is very worrisome, but then we also need to think about the process changes. And then in the end, a new system, or even with an existing system, you will be able to secure security continuously. It's not an introduction of a simple tool. The project development will lead to organizational changes. And I believe that many people have talked about this from different perspectives, but for the container business as well, we can say the same thing. So we hope that you can take your first step if you haven't taken that step yet. Now, we have a security guidebook for OpenShift. It has the name OpenShift, but it's not just about OpenShift. It's more general, and you can download this. So I hope that you can look at this as reference. And it's not just security, but we have a Red Hat forum this month on the 21st and 22nd. We hope that you can tune in. It's free of charge. And so we hope that we can see you at the forum. Oh, and that's it from myself. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Kitayama. And in the chat column, I hope people can send in your questions. Now, the DoD reference design guide, was it? Nicolas Chaillan has actually written that, just for your reference. And so what's been done at DoD? You may have been wondering why we have somebody from DoD at this forum. But among the user companies, these guidelines are being introduced as methodologies. And it's just his second year, but in the first 16 months, the F16 microservice containers were implemented, and Kubernetes is involved in these jets. So he has real power, and he's enthusiastic, but now we've heard from Mr. Kitayama. I believe we can see that this is really happening out there. And once we start, we see that we have a lot of colleagues out there. So any questions or comments? While we wait, maybe I can pose one question. The clients of Red Hat, yeah, you don't have to mention their names if you can't, but container orchestrations for modern technology stacks. If you have any examples of good companies that are, Japanese companies, I'm sorry, that are doing that. Well, it's very difficult to come up with an example, but by industry, it's quite different. We are looking at roughly four: communication, telecommunications, finance, manufacturing and logistics, and also the public sector. Telecommunication industry is quick in catching up with container and also for networks as well. Network technology is really at the forefront. So containerization happened very early there, and also in the area of finance because they are used to fintech. Well, a lot of clerical work is involved in the financial sector. And that all has been operationalized and automated. And system development has happened there. Right, and today, maybe people now want to pay over the internet or use credit cards, and now that is becoming normal, the services related to that has to be developed, or else the bank's survival will be at stake. So because of the business requirements, the financial sector also had to act fast. And I believe that's why they were early to jump on to the idea of containerization. Now, what about the government sector? It seems that they are starting to think about containerization. And I believe you hear this on the news, one server down and everything stops. And a lot of SIers will have to be involved in checking that server that went down. So it's still like that, but I do see some changes. Now there is a community starting to think about containers. And the process, the organization, the system of the past will only increase the cost, and you won't have enough human beings to deal with the situation. So I believe containers will have to be introduced. It's all about who will do it. And we heard about the question on the database, but it's all about who will be responsible in pursuing that path. And the users or the vendors being responsible for certain areas, if that becomes clear, then I believe on the user side, there may be times when they will take responsibility. And I think we are struggling through that right now. The public sector may be a little late, but they have just started along this path. I see. Thank you very much. And also, there's a lot of comments on the chat page, but thank you very much. This was a real learning opportunity for me, and I'm really happy to have organized this. So, Mr. Kitayama, thank you very much, and I do hope that you can help us grow this community. I will be looking forward to your comments and opinion. Yes, thank you.
So now with this, all the presenters' presentations are finished.
そうですね、2年、もっと経つと5年ぐらいのそのテクノロジーについての全得た知見。
All the know-hows that I gained in the last 5 years about technology. With this seminar, I think it has broadened more. If you're listening to this for the first time, probably it might be too much for you, but the why of the strategy to which technological tool that you're going to use, I believe that this conference enable you to know about those different areas thanks to the presenters. So now for the closing remarks, I would like to have Dr. Joshua Walker from the Japan Society to give us a closing remark. Well, Japan Society is based in New York, and this is a nonprofit organization. Culture, art are the main areas in promoting the exchanges between Japan and US. And Dr. Walker is the youngest president and former U.S. ambassador or former U.S. Mitsubishi Corporation are the ones who tend to be the president of this association. However, he is the youngest one to assume this position. And he's going to talk about what his organization can serve in the relation of a DevSecOps.
Konnichiwa from New York City. This is Joshua Walker. I'm president of Japan Society, and I can't be more pleased to be joining you there at Japan's very first DevSecOps conference. It's amazing to think something that began about 5 years ago in the United States is now being able to be brought to life for the first time at scale with so many participants and the biggest size tech conference of its type in Japan. And I'm particularly excited to see the momentum and the movement that you all have generated. And I'm excited to be partnering with the Carnegie Mellon University, which is one of the premier technology institutes in the world, and particularly here in the United States, and with the US Embassy in Tokyo, where we have many friends. I'm excited that you all are sure to lead Japanese organizations to having cyber resilient systems and infrastructure through this new momentum, which has never been more important. I think when you look at the world today and you think about it from the broader perspective of a larger geotechnology framework, there's a reshaping of the world order going on. And it's not just the US and China and the geotech Cold War that they're fighting in, but there's a need for DevSecOps and that mindset, particularly within the US-Japan alliance structure and the US-Japan cybersecurity cooperation. And ultimately, the US and Japan must be fully aligned in tech to prevail in this geotechnology competition. As someone that has been supporting the US-Japan perspective for a long time, and now in my role at Japan Society, it's particularly important that I offer a shout out to Resilience Japan, and particularly to Dr. Hideto Tomabechi, Hidetoshi Azuma, and Yusuke Nirahara for organizing this important bilateral cyber conference. When I think about the geotechnology landscape and what's happening in the US-Japan alliance, there are a lot of uncertainties. We're looking at a US presidential election that is going to lead to unprecedented outcomes, whatever they may be, because of the way in which we're voting by mail and because of COVID-19, but also what's happening in Japan in terms of the politics there. It underlies the importance of DevSecOps and that mindset once again. And I'm excited that we're able to look towards the future and that Japan Society can play a small role in thinking about the cyber resiliency platforms and being able to strengthen each other's alliances. I think so oftentimes we have conversations in specific siloed areas, whether it's the security side of the equation or whether it's on the education side of the equation, on the business side. And I think in many ways, bringing everyone together and having a technical kind of framework and a foundation on which we can work together is critically important in this moment in time. And so I'm really appreciative of the organizers and of each of you for joining today. My perspective of being here in New York at kind of the epicenter of COVID-19 is that this pandemic has really become an accelerator. And while there are many dangers and there are many things that we don't know yet, particularly from a public health point of view, it's clear that technology is here to stay. And those that are able to dominate in that field and the mindset of using this to their advantage, whether on the criminal side or whether on the business side, it is going to be part of our lives moving forward. The very fact that we're all working from home in a way we never would have thought 6 months ago. The fact that Japan has advanced so quickly in many different ways. You know, when this began back in March in earnest here in New York, and we had to shut down Japan Society for the first time since Pearl Harbor, it really led to a reckoning and a question of where is our place? What is the place of the U.S.-Japan alliance? Japan is not getting any younger. Its economy is not getting any bigger. Japan, as the third largest economy, continues to be an outsized player in global relations, particularly because of the business interest and these global multinational companies. In the same way, the U.S. is going through many of the same challenges. In some ways, Japan is the future for us. And so working more closely with our Japanese allies in the most important theater that we're ever going to see in our lifetime in Asia, as it becomes an Asian century, it moves away from the European and transatlantic century to the trans-Pacific, I think there's much more the U.S. and Japan can be doing together. And this area that you all are exploring today is one that we all need to be paying much more closer attention to. So I'm excited that we're able to do that together. My hope is that as we advance together in a post-COVID world, whether it's right across the street where I can see from my window the United Nations and some of the major changes that need to happen in the multilateral order, I hope the U.S. and Japan can lead together. Because as fellow democracies, as we share the same values, it doesn't necessarily mean that we do the same thing. In some ways, I believe that the U.S. and Japan are perfect mirrors of each other. And I think in some ways, this is the right moment, and maybe for the first time in all of our lifetime, that Japan can take the lead in helping the U.S. around the world. But still, some of the most important innovations that we see are coming from the United States. And so working together with the U.S. and Japan towards leading the DevSecOps into the future is what I hope that we're able to accomplish today. And I'm particularly grateful to be involved and to just support each of you as we think about the next generation. As an organization that's been around for 114 years, like the Japan Society, I know that our future is going to be more and more tied into this space with each of you all. I hope to learn from the proceedings and from some of the amazing panelists and speakers you've heard today. Obviously, we wish we could all be there in person. I certainly wish I was there with you in Tokyo. It's been since November I've been in Japan, and I desperately want to get back to Japan, which is where I grew up. But I have confidence that the future is bright as the U.S. and Japan work together towards this future. And I know that just like Japan throughout its history has bent to adversity, whether it was after the devastating triple disaster of the earthquake and tsunami and nuclear fallout from 3/11, or whether it was 9/11 in this city where America bounced back even in the face of terrorism and unspeakable crimes against humanity that day led to. And as we all come back together, we are all experiencing this novel crisis together, and we will be stronger and more resilient together, and we'll certainly learn more by applying that framework and learning from the disasters of 9/11, 3/11, and COVID moving forward together. So I hope that today was as useful to you as it is to me as I continue to think about my role, and I hope that we have an opportunity to spend more time together moving towards the future together into this new bilateral cyberspace, and that all of us were able to be part of such an important conference. So once again, my sincere thanks to the organizers and to Resilience Japan for what you are all doing, and to all the other co-sponsors. Thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for keeping the U.S.-Japan alliance strong, so that bar none, this is the most important relationship for the future generations and for this country and Japan as well. Thank you for everyone. お疲れ様でした。
はい、ジョシュアさんありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Dr. Walker. So in closing this seminar, I would like to ask Dr. Tomabechi to come back once again. With the Carnegie Mellon University and DoD, I should say DoD and Carnegie Mellon University, thanks to their participation and cooperation, we were able to hold this conference. And Dr. Wells is the head of the George Mason, the SIG Wi-Fi fiber, and I am a visiting professor there as well. And this event, probably, I'm sure that you understood about the DevSecOps concept, but for those participants, many of them are not the software developers. I know that. So lastly, I would like to send my message to those non-software developers. The organizer, the Resilience Japan, is the organizer this time. And this is a very good example, but DevSecOps, from DevOps to DevSecOps. And this is quite similar to what is happening in the society. For example, Mayhem from Carnegie Mellon University said that in the cyber attack, it is quite strong. And Carnegie Mellon is providing many different things to different people. The Lockheed Martin are coming up, but the student of the Carnegie Mellon tend to win. And I'm sure that listening to this conference, you can say that the very big prerequisite is automation. And at the level of the Mayhem, the very sophisticated automation is required, as well as one very talented young people is needed in order to win. And then on top of that, the very strong leadership is necessary. This DevSecOps, the background is why we are having this DevSecOps Tokyo is, well, we wanted to bring the DevSecOps in Tokyo. Well, it doesn't have to be DevSecOps, but I wanted to bring the concept of this to Japan. And me, the leader, the young super elite, the Mr. Nirahara, what I've done is that I bring him over to the Kent and ask him to meet Nicolas, and then I brought him over to Carnegie University to meet Hasan. And they said that if the Nirahara is going to organize this, why don't we participate? So if we were to do this international conference, we need to bring someone from DoD, and Japan, US, and Australia need to participate. That is a kind of a conference that will be done in a very large scale with a very big project budget. But Zoom and my leadership in bringing him over to the Pentagon, and if we have one super elite, and I myself alone organize this, and the DoD version of that is Nicolas. And Nicolas is having a 4 trillion budget and having 100,000 of the resources. And looking at Nicolas' ears, well, the Trump is the head of the general. That's Trump's leadership. And then here we have a Nicolas, and that enabled to have this. And the DevSecOps going forward, if you come into the development, you can understand that the automation is a must. Without it, you cannot do anything if you were talking about the security. But as much as you do the automation, if you don't have one great talent, it's useless. And the Japanese SIers, that barrier is a very good example. It was true in a DoD, but they broke down that barrier, and we need to have the leadership to do so. So that is the background before you implement your DevSecOps. Please understand that. And mobile application development to the SDF's command control system, everything should be done with DevSecOps. So that is a kind of the movement that I would like to create. And during the lunchtime, we would like to create some kind of association, the Japan DevSecOps Association. That's a tentative name, but I hope that you will be the member. And with your help, as well as the U.S. Embassy and the METI, actually back this event up. Thank you very much. And next year, without having the COVID-19, we would like to have online and the physical hybrid system. But at that time, there might be many companies who can participate if saying that you already implemented the DevSecOps. So we are recruiting the engineers as well, but thank you very much. And I will pass it over to Nirahara-san.
Thank you very much. And lastly, and I'm no super elite, but in order to realize this event. There were many people who have cooperated. I'd like to finally thank them. Yesterday and today, about 1,500 people have registered for this event, and about 400 people were online at once, and today also 200. And once again, when Mr. Kitayama was speaking, the number of people listening in were increasing, and a lot of you have sent us comments, questions in the chat feature. It did feel like we were really connected, and we have received a lot of warm comments saying that this was a great learning experience. Also, I'd like to thank all the sponsors. I have visited the sponsors. They have said that we know about DevSecOps, but maybe it's too early here in Japan. And there were some companies that were reluctant to sponsor this event because they had less marketing expenses because of the coronavirus pandemic. But we were able to have very good sponsors. And so I didn't have to pay myself for the event. I believe we are able to hold this event in a very sustainable way because of the sponsors, and we do have some profit from this. And as we carried out our community activity, we hope that we can utilize that profit gained through this successful event. I'd like to also thank all the speakers, especially those from the US. It's really late at night. I hope that this message reaches you if you have already gone to bed later when you see it on YouTube. But thank you very much. And also thank you very much to the speakers from Japan. I hope that everybody, you can join us again next year. And NHK Global Media Services has been cooperating with us in order to do this live. And also Ms. Sakai has also helped us in establishing this. And thank you to the interpreters. I believe they have been really struggling with a lot of tech words. But I was really amazed by how your brains work. And also thanks to Mr. Higashino for supporting on the tech side. Have I left anybody out? If I did, I'm very sorry, but to everybody who was involved, I'd like to thank you all. And I hope next year, or maybe even earlier, we can see you again. And maybe we can hear some examples about what you are doing in your companies in terms of DevSecOps. And also, this community, we hope that we can create some sort of association or society one day. But that may depend on the response that we receive today. Maybe the media will take this up and write an article about this. But in any case, thank you very much. And I'd like to show a message from the sponsors at the very end. But with this, I'd like to leave. Thank you.
DevSecOps Days 東京は DevSecOps を推進するためのコミュニティ活動に賛同してくださる多くの企業、団体から支援を受けています。プラチナスポンサー、レジリエンスジャパン、ソナタイプ、データドック、レッドハット、ゴールドスポンサー、マイクロソフト、コグニティブリサーチラボ、Google クラウド、シルバースポンサー、ブレインパッド、HRD、プロファイルズ、講演、アメリカ大使館、カーネギーメロン大学ソフトウェアエンジニアリングインスティテュート、カーネギーメロン大学サイラボ、日本ディープラーニング協会、テンソルフローユーザーグループ東京、 経済産業省
Modern software applications consist of 90% open source components. These open source components often contain security issues. As we rely on open source software, companies have to reconsider their approach to security. Traditional manual processes based on whitelist and blacklist do not scale. They can really hold you back, especially when competitive advantage relies on speed of software delivery. That's why it's essential to build quality from the very beginning by adopting a shift-left mindset. Shift-left means integrating security practices early in the development lifecycle before your project reaches the finish line. Sonatype's platform helps you to automate open source governance early and everywhere in order to scale DevOps within your organization. Visit sonatype.com today for more information.
Because we've been this way from the start. Because the solution for one can be harnessed by others. Because clouds that compete can still connect. Because innovation needs collaboration. Because a revolutionary approach to software can transcend enterprise IT. Red Hat. Our code is open.
ビッグデータや AI 技術が脚光を浴びるデータの時代がやってきた。巨大企業もベンチャー企業もデータを大きな経営資源と捉えビジネスに取り入れようとしています。15年以上前からデータ活用の可能性をまっすぐに信じてきた私たち。今こそ一緒にデジタルトランスフォーメーションで開けるドアがたくさんあると思うのです。
持続可能な未来につながる扉、
成長し続ける
最適な意思決定、
データ分析の民主化、
顧客体験を磨き続ける世界、意味のある仕事を作る、
誰も想像できない大きな成功、イントゥリアンの
製造の矛盾化、できたらいいなを形に、
仲間の笑顔が未来の笑顔を作る。
HRD グループは科学的なアプローチで人事や組織の改革を強力に支援しています。今、多くの企業がデジタルトランスフォーメーションに取り組んでいるのではないでしょうか。デジタルテクノロジーを活用することにより、営業やマーケティングの見直し、業務プロセスの自動化が様々な企業で実現されています。では、人材や組織に関してはどうでしょう。一人一人の才能や個性に合わせた適材適所の実現や効果的なコミュニケーションの実践はデジタル化とは無縁の勘と経験に頼っているのが現状ではないでしょうか。このような勘と経験に頼ってきた人事や組織の課題もデータにより解決する時代になってきています。私たちの提供するディスクとプロファイル XT は科学的検証に裏打ちされた人材測定ツールです。一人一人のモチベーションの源泉やそのポテンシャルを見出すことで組織や人材の課題を解決します。全世界でこれまでに6000万人、10万社、日本でもこれまで120万人以上の顧客が効果を実感しているソリューションです。これからのデジタル時代の企業における改革の本質は人と組織のトランスフォーメーションにあると私たちは考えています。 HRD グループのディスクとプロファイル XT が組織や人材の改革を可能にします。効果的なコミュニケーションによる組織力向上に興味のある方はディスクで、社内の適材適所の実現や人材のポテンシャルを見出すことに興味のある方はプロファイル XT で検索して、ぜひ一度ホームページからお問い合わせください。DevSecOps Days 東京のコミュニティ活動は皆様からの支援で成り立っています。今後のコミュニティ活動への支援にご興味のある方はお気軽にご連絡ください。